Last time, we opened up in the apartment where all of the boys were in the gym as Benny gave them a thumbs up and went to propose to Elizabeth. He proposed, and she ran away from him. Heartbroken, Benny took his scarf and the ring and gave them to Hunk and Davine. Elizabeth was confronted with some of the consequences of her actions by both her parents and the other girls, being given a spanking and a beating respectively, with Suletta being left shattered and uncontrollably screaming. We then flash forward to a couple days later. The Rainfall adults as well as Ash were solemnly waiting in the triple office for Sasha to come in with the combined recording of all of the kids from a recent mission. She came in, but before playing it, we learned that one of the kids had died. The footage opened with Elizabeth waking up alone. She dropped into the mission alone after Benny had chosen to drop with Ricky. She walked and wandered the streets before being shocked to find dead xenomorphs. As she wandered looking for them, she found signs of what her squad mates had left behind. She was able to piece together that they had mostly regrouped into two groups, with Carter, Memory Ann, Ricky, and Benny being one, and everyone else being in the other. She saw that Carter's group had found a ship they could use to escape and had headed that way just before her. Flashing to the point of view of Carter's group, they arrived at where the ship was before being ambushed by Spender. Rip-Up brought down Ricky and Benny with the same kind of baton that had brought down Julius years prior, and one of their synths put a gun to Memory Ann's head. Spender told Carter they had warned him and this was on his head before having Rippa shoot Benny dead. They left the kids there, mourning Benny. Elizabeth caught up not too long after to see JJ and Sam in front of a puddle of blood and was informed of what had happened. She broke down and we flashed forward to the kids being debriefed on what had happened by Ash. He had each of them tell their story. Meanwhile, the elders of the family came into the office and were informed. We then saw the adults finishing up their viewing, and Sasha gave Ash a list of all of the Max Tech bunkers they knew of and gave him a simple order: kill everyone and bring her Spender. Back on the lane, it was a very somber evening. Elizabeth was still borderline catatonic at her parents' house when her siblings came to check what's going on. Hunk had a difficult discussion with her before Icy and Julius went in. Elizabeth asked in tears if Icy could bring Benny back. Icy said she would find a way, and the rest of the family spent the night trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces. And I believe that is everything.
Am on. Young Icy leading the way, walking very excited to the hospital room Davine's in. It's the day Davine gave birth to Eliza, who I hate. Icy turns and looks at Pequod. Her name's gonna be Elizabeth. Pequod,
Julius tilts his head. Like the engineer who was on the Majestic?
Mm-hmm. She nods her head, moves forward. She's gonna look just like Mom. Yeah, that's not possible, Nicole, I'm sorry.
Julius tilts his head the other way. How do you know all that?
Just know, walking in. Uh-huh.
Right. He leans down to Pequod. Do you think that's wishful thinking, or does she actually know?
Idolizes your mother. Wants a little version of your mother as a little sister. It's kind of sad, Julius. Walking.
Julius clicks his tongue. We're not going to tell her that. And we're not going to think it while we're around her either, because she'll just read our minds and get hurt by that.
Elizabeth is a beautiful name. Hugging around Julius's arm.
It's very beautiful and a very nice honoring of the engineer who was on the Majestic. If I had another daughter, I would name her that as well, I think.
Only so she'll be super short like me. He got it. Wishful thinking, Julius.
Why super short like you, Icy?
That's what the universe decided. Walking forward. Uh-huh.
What the hell is she talking about? More like that's what Icy decided. Jesus Christ.
It's wishful thinking, Julius. Just support your sister. I don't know why she looks up to Mom.
It's young girl, older woman with swords. I get it. I do. It's stupid in my opinion.
This is gonna be a happy moment for Mom and more importantly Dad. So we'll be here to support them all.
And for us, that's my little sister in there.
Yeah, who apparently is gonna look just like Davine. Oh, come on, Pequod. Icy walks in.
Damn, your face actually turned green, honey.
Well, your mother's caused a lot of problems, Julius. Need I go on?
No, you do not. No, you do not.
Trying to be nice and respectful. She'll be invited for holidays this year.
Yes, she will. And I'm sure they will both be very excited to be invited to our holidays.
Running ahead. Oh my god. Looking at Hunk holding Eliza.
Julius blinks a couple times. Is it just me, or is that newborn baby looking exactly like my mother, but a baby?
Yeah. Yes, she is, son. Waving with his free hand. Suletta patting sweat off Davine's forehead.
Davine, breathing somewhat heavily, she looks up at Suletta. Thank you, Letty. Thank you.
It's not every day you give birth to a beautiful child.
No, it is not, and she surely is beautiful, isn't she?
Looks surprisingly just like her mother. The boys will love her. Think what walking up. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh my god, I think Icy was right. What's her name?
Elizabeth. Putting his finger in front of Elizabeth's face.
The small little Elizabeth, perhaps somewhat instinctually, goes out and wraps her extremely small newborn hand around her father's finger.
How is this possible? Coming up looking at her. Don't know. Doctors said it was quite. She is quite beautiful for a child. Looks just like her mother. Doctor said he never saw anything like it.
She is very beautiful. He leans down, smiles. Hi, Elizabeth.
Could be a Galleon wood elf thing. Maybe they tend to take after their mothers. I don't know. We'll never know. Grimacing, looking out into space.
Davian shrugs. Perhaps our genetics are somewhat, overwhelming to others. I can't remember the term at the moment. My apologies.
I mean, Julius looks a lot like you, Mom, but not that close.
Yeah, no, I do have other features from my birth father. Just, oh my god. Julius looks up, then back down, then back up at Davine. It's like looking into a de-aging mirror.
Time capsule or something.
Exactly, a time capsule. Julius smiles, looks at Hunk. How you doing, Dad?
Good, quite worried about your mother. Couldn't be in the waiting room any longer, so I barged my way in here and caused a scene. Quad look at her dad.
Julius thins his lips. He pats Hunk on the shoulder a couple times. Well, Mom is okay, and so is your beautiful daughter. That's your daughter that you're holding, man. That's Elizabeth.
I've always about time. About time. I have kids. Very grateful. You, Nicole, JJ, Patricia there. But now me and your mother have one.
Davine smiles. One that is all our own. Our beautiful little girl, Elizabeth.
Probably not the last. Scratching Elizabeth's head.
Davine giggles a bit, looks over at Hunk. Oh, no, I don't think so.
He's quite big for just coming out. A lot to carry.
Davine nods her head. Oh, yes, I do believe it's going to be a running theme with me and Hunk. We're going to make some big babies.
She's got your mother's eyes. Look, holding her down to Nicole. Wow. Nodding her head.
Julius chuckles. He looks at his two parents and then over at Soletta. So did the doctor say anything? Like, is she, a healthy baby? No medical issues? Nothing like that?
Complete clean bill of health. Thank God.
Beautiful. Wonderful. That's amazing. He puts his hand back onto Hunk's shoulder and smiles at him. It's weird to say this, but I could not be more proud of you right now, Dad.
Well, thank you, son. He'll look down at Elizabeth. Your mother and I have talked about it. We would like Nicole to be the first one to hold her. Ha, ha, ha. Looking at Julius. Pequod crosses her arm.
Julius puts his hands up. All right. Fair enough. I suppose I understand.
He'll hand Elizabeth down to Icy, who holds her tight. Elizabeth and JJ are gonna need some good big siblings. If they're anything like me and your mother.
And Julius puts his hands in his pockets, looks over Icy's shoulder, which is very easy because Icy is just so short at this point, and he smiles. I think they're gonna have the best big siblings we could possibly be.
Oh yeah, the best money can ever buy.
And Julius chuckles, looks back at Pequod, looks at Icy. And we are going to torment them as well. I don't care. I've always wanted to have like a little sibling that we could like, torment and make fun of and stuff. I've always wanted to do that.
One that didn't scream and yell back, gesturing down to her, walking around with Elizabeth.
Exactly. One that didn't scream and yell back and, could tear me apart with a snap of her fingers.
It's about time. It's about time some other people around the lane start having kids, son. You beautiful children, the three you produce.
Thank you. Yeah, no. All of our children, quite gorgeous. Just, I think yours is up there with ours, Dad.
I would have to agree. God damn straight, climbing into the bed next to Davy, just like the time tombs, holding Elizabeth. Sletta, yes.
Davian smiles, holds Icy's hand. Just like the time tombs. Do you really think she's going to be that itty bitty? That's going to be so cute, isn't it?
I think so. Stroking her head, Sletta. At this point, what we saw is for certain. Just look at her, gesturing towards her.
And Davian smiles at the little Elizabeth and puts a gentle hand on the side of her cheek. Oh, my little Elizabeth, so precious. I'm going to protect you from all that I can in this world, I swear to you, my little girl.
Take her back, handing Elizabeth back to Davy.
Davian takes her, she holds her close and puts her forehead onto the little Elizabeth's and gives her a kiss on the nose.
Now, why don't you two get in there, and I'm gonna get a picture of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. Pequod, okay, comes over here.
Julius chuckles and nods. Yeah, sure, of course. He'll follow after.
Hunk will snap a picture and... Out at Fort Bragg, Clive is inspecting his new-ish MG42 paintball gun.
Look at this, right? Isn't this just this is the peak of a mechanical engineering, don't you think?
Yeah, it is. These things have incredibly, setting it down here. You see the extended barrel, Commander?
Yes, sir, I do.
Extended long-range barrel. This costs a fortune, just one. These are custom made. What exactly are we going to use these for? These ain't good in the water, sir. Too heavy.
And Clive walks up to him, puts both hands onto Scar's shoulders.
I would say that it's classified, but since some of the stooges ain't around, perhaps I can tell you, don't you think?
Ready, willing, and able, sir. Lighting a cigar. What's the op? You gonna mount these on a boat, blast Carter to hell? I'm getting sick of Carter. I'm getting real sick of Carter.
I know, hey, I'm getting sick of Carter too. God knows I'm getting sick of Carter. But no, we are going to blast him with these, I swear to you, we are. But not in a ship. No, that's way too close by. He could fight back. We're going to set him up on that ridge over yonder. You know what I'm talking about?
He looks confused at Clive.
Clive tilts his head.
You don't know what I'm talking about, mate?
Which one? Here, he'll pull up a map of Carter's house.
He'll point up to the map. Point to the map of the little place where they're gonna set up the outpost where they're gonna attack Carter at.
Okay. Oh, okay. Perfect. And, well, if we're gonna be that far away... Okay, I see. You want to keep Carter at arm's length. We're gonna pound him into the ground with machine gun fire.
Exactly. We're going to pound him into the ground with machine gun fire. He's not going to be able to move. I mean, also, if he pops his little sorry head out, he's going to be bound to be hit by probably one or two of the bullets from the machine guns. But also, I want a sniper set up. I'll be doing the sniping. I'm the sharpshooter here. Just in case he tries to send either Memory Ann out or himself. He starts running. I can snipe him easily. You get where I'm getting at, mate?
Stroking his chin, dragging off his cigar. What about that time, like in Abbottabad, Pakistan? What if we get mortars? If we're gonna be this far away from Carter, we ought to have mortars, like back in Abbottabad.
That's
Or
good.
Jalalabad.
Hey, you know what, mate? That is good. That is good. But you remember the time, another idea here. Remember the time in Beijing where we had to set up all those landmines and completely, encase like an entire building in landmines. So if they walked out, they would get blown up. We should do that as well.
It takes me back to North Korea, actually. Well, the Vietnam War. Carter, the last domino of Rufism, fell there, unfortunately. Not Space Vietnam, not to be confused.
Not Space Vietnam, no. Two completely separate
That was back when
engagements.
Carter was. That was back when Carter was dressing up as a gorilla. You remember?
Oh yeah, no, trust me, I'll remember. And Father Goodscar, Father Goodscar helped us out on that op, and goddamn, I wish I could have convinced him to join the unit.
He didn't want to. His war days were behind him. Mother Goodash is a cunt.
Molly Goodash is a cunt indeed, and goddamn, if only he didn't spend all that time on that meteor. I think I could have convinced him one way or the other to get him on the unit.
What to Jalalabad, Fudwick? Over here fixing the pinky.
Fudwick getting his hands all greasy. I think it's a country or something, or a city in Pakistan, or the Middle East somewhere.
A shitty place in the Middle East where people on Earth were dumb enough to fight a long time ago. Wow. Looking at Samuel.
Yeah, so apparently they're just taking all of, wars and stuff and putting them to themselves. Like usual, North Korea, Beijing, China, Pakistan, and so on and so forth. All places where wars have been fought in the past.
Gearing up for something big. Putting his claw up. Gearing up for something very big, if think about it. Haven't left the base in like 2 weeks. Groaning. Since he hit Carter in the head with the cookie tray.
Fudwick nods. What do you guys think we're gonna do?
The Scar say Tet offensive.
Tet offensive, you say? I have no idea what that means.
Something stupid, I'm sure. Looking over at Clive holding up the machine gun, struggling to do so.
Fudwick looks over at him. God, he can't even hold up that machine gun. What the hell does he even think he'll be able to do with that?
Anybody remember the days when we used to make children's shows and have good lives? Ugh. Looking away.
God, I wish I could be making Mr. Freddy's Neighborhood or something. Anything.
But family put us with shit job of watching Carter's mistake.
Well, we gotta do what we gotta do for the sake of the family, right? I wish they know, at least we know they trust us enough to rely on us like this.
Huh? Samuel's seeing Hunk and Davine walk up.
What the hell are they doing here?
Something looks wrong. Moving up ahead.
Yeah, something does. Frederick's gonna follow after Samuel.
Hey, Clive! Who the fuck? Looking up.
What the hell is that elvish Anovian bitch and her little son of a bitch doing here, huh?
He sighs, takes the machine gun from Clive. Let's see what's going on, Commander. Racking the machine gun.
Yeah, might as well. Come on.
He's gonna follow after. He's gonna go up to the two heads of the family.
Davine kind of looks like back when Samuel looks at the ground. That guy, what was his name? Snarf. The kobold creature died. Yeah. Walking up next to Frederick.
Yeah, her really good friend. What the fuck happened?
I don't know, but I've never seen Hunk look this sad, considering the fact Davine tortured him for 20 years. Walking up.
Oh Jesus, he does look even more sad than when that was going on.
Hey there, Commander.
Hunk, You know civilians can't be on full brack. What the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, well, we tried to come a couple days ago, and you turned us away, and we had to get in and talk to you, so I walked around the gate.
God damn. You two stop laughing back there. Fudwick, who was also laughing, pointing at Clive, puts his hand down. And Samuel, you need to do a better job. This is why you ain't on the 4-1U.
Crosses his arm just like his token, looking right at Clive.
God damn. Okay. He looks back at Hunk. Other than, breaking onto an extremely private military base that civilians shouldn't be on, lest they hurt themselves or even worse, kill themselves, what's going on?
Well, it's pretty bad. You might want to sit down. Get to the point, Grandpa. Okay, well, sure. Holding Davine's hand, Benny is dead. What? Looking shocked.
Wait, what? Benny's, like, dead? Dead?
He's been dead for about, well, at this point, you might as well just say 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oh my god. Fudwick puts a hand over his mouth and goes into, like curls into Samuel and starts crying.
Putting his arm around Frederick. How happened? He was killed by the same people you were chasing after with Ash. Carter walked into a trap, and they blew Benny's stomach out, and he died shortly thereafter. Yeah. Scar takes his Captain Price hat off, sits down, and takes the cigar out of his mouth, setting the machine gun down.
Clive takes off his hat, walks over, sits down near Scar, and just puts his hand over his heart and starts rubbing it, looking completely lost. I'm so sorry, you too. That's a terrible loss for the family.
How's Elizabeth? Horrible. Well, he gestures right to Davine. You remember? Oh, I remember, all right. Looking off into the distance.
Davy nods. She is about as, well, catatonic as I was at times, depressed as I was at times, completely inconsolable as I was at times. She's exactly like me.
I would argue it's even worse, because this was Elizabeth's lover recently proposed to her. Oh, no. Hand over his mouth.
Clive rubs his forehead, shakes his head. Dear Jesus. She is there anything like I or Scar can do for her? Like, I'm sorry, I don't have much experience dealing with this. I wasn't around when you were like this, Davine. I'm so sorry.
I don't think there's anything anybody except Nicole can do right now. But maybe you could swing by our place and see Suletta. That would help her a lot. She's, for the time, moved in with us to, help with Elizabeth. We need her, and you guys are never home. No, we're not.
Clive shakes his head. No, we're not home. Oh, dear God. He puts his fingers on his temples, rests his elbows onto his knees, and starts shaking his head.
Who killed him? Which one? Was Smokey guy? It was the dog, the ski mask guy. Why you take me off this? Was it our decision? Looking at Krell.
It wasn't our decision, darling. It was the higher ups. I swear to you, it wasn't our decision. I'm sorry that you were taken off of it, though.
Samuel, I'm more capable than anyone on the squad except for Samantha and maybe JJ. But JJ point moot cause doesn't use guns. Ugh. Bound to his stupid, ridiculous gear he mother make. Only capable Samantha. Well, it's not my decision who's on the unit, Krellin. He gets angry and steps back, looking at Clive.
Davine shakes her head. I'm sorry. I truly
Ashmi would have had this done by now. Probably true. Looking off into the distance.
And Clive looks up at the sky.
Every time I get close, you stupid grandkids get in the way. Now one of them dead. Yeah.
If he just wasn't part of the unit, if oh my god, if he just wasn't part of the unit, all this would have been done, and Benny probably would have still been alive.
Why Samuel here wasting his fucking time? Most military weapons can't do anything to him. That's correct. Looking angrily at him.
We have no say in what the higher ups decide.
Maybe should have say. Slapping his hand in the air. Hands together.
Maybe we should. Maybe I was never technically part of the military, but maybe we should have never left. You think we haven't realized this? Krellin?
He looks away from Davy.
Dear Jesus. You think we haven't gone through every possible situation? To think of how Benjamin wouldn't be dead.
Just angry. Looking at Davy.
I know, sweetie. I know. She's gonna walk up to Krellin and offer him a hug.
He hugs her back. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Hand on Frederick's shirtless shoulder. It's bad. It's bad, believe me. There's a lot of regret going around right now on all fronts.
Davy looks up at Krellin. Trust me, darling. If we were there to help, if it were up to us, you would have been there to help as well, darling. I swear to you.
What's going on with Elizabeth? Have to erase Benny from mind? No, but I'm sure that's technically speaking an option, though I'd hate to do that to my daughter. But it is the option I would have rather went with. What do you mean? Looking at Hunk.
What option did you guys go with?
Not the one I wanted.
Davy sighs. Nicole is going to try to resurrect Benjamin.
Oh no. Looking down at the ground, just staring blankly at the sand.
Clive puts his hands up. But I thought that was impossible. Shaletta told me of the time that she tried to do so with Snarf, and she wasn't able to do it. I thought it was impossible.
That was even worse. Because that was like a child's fantasy of... You could have wrote a very sad storybook out of that ridiculous childistic fantasy of bringing the kobold back to make a woman who ignored her happy. Yeah, no offense, honey, but to make a woman who was ignoring her happy, basically. And it was all predicated on, oh, we'll make a deal with a dragon, who turned out to be dead.
Davy nods. She shakes her head. It certainly wasn't possible back then, especially with the dragon being dead, but Nicole is more powerful now, but I fear... She looks up at Krellin. I fear it's going to destroy my daughter, Krellin. Both
Which
of my
one?
daughters.
Both? Letting go of Davine, both?
Both of my daughters, darling.
Resurrection, very dangerous, should not be attempted. Walking over here. If mess up, they soul be trapped in, religious word, purgatory. But in reality, what you call it, plane between planes, is how you see ghost stories. Yeah, that's basically what Suletta and Lorelai's told us, yeah. You go place where haunted, well, some dumbass try resurrection there. Or mass scenes of misery, think Civil War, Gettysburg.
Davy nods. Yes, and I surely do not want that for Benjamin's soul to be stuck in purgatory or limbo or whatever you wish to call it.
Did you ever think of the consequences of resurrection not working? Samuel still holding Frederick. I don't think Nicole would be able to live with herself. Again, it wasn't up to me.
It wasn't up to either of us. Elizabeth asked her to do so. The same, childistic, even though I completely understand where she's coming from, the same childistic want and need to have him resurrected, and she couldn't refuse. Nicole couldn't refuse.
Have Julius talk some sense into her, pointing at Davy. Big brother advice, always the best. And Pequod, maybe beat her up. That's not happening.
Davian shakes her head. No, I don't. I truly don't think that would work, darling. She set her mind on a goal. She's not going to fail this time. Especially if it's for Elizabeth.
They're keeping Benny's body on ice up on Gateway, and it's some big to-do. Me and Davine don't really know anything. Putting his arm out for Davine to come to him.
And Davian goes up to him and crawls into his chest.
Why you retire? Squinting at Hunk. Maybe this all be solved if you in charge. I don't think so. They soft. Looking right at Davine and Hunk.
Davy nods. They are soft.
Sasha only one with any guts. Pickard strip her of guts, though. Too nice. Star Children, very nice culture. Try to help everybody. Look where they are now. Yeah. Same with Ethkai, who makes Samuel, and defend Galaxy, all dead.
Perhaps they need to be more hard. They need to.
Is why they send Ash.
Because Ash is the ruthless one. He's willing to do what needs to be done to get the mission done.
Well, I don't think if I was in charge it would have changed anything, because I'll tell you what. All I knew about Strat was they were to be feared. They garnered respect through fear, not through duty or honor or anything like that. And I don't know anything about the inner workings of them, and I might have been in SIS for a long time, but I was not in charge of anything, save for a small team every so often. I was not an Agent R or O, so I can't go toe-to-toe with a guy like Spender.
Hell, I don't think any of us. Towns is a very skilled individual, but I don't even think he would be able to go up against the Agent Spender.
Why Benjamin, of all fucking people? He's distraught, sits next to Clive.
Clive's bottom lip actually starts to, quiver as he looks down, bites down onto his knuckle slightly, and tears start to fall from his eyes. I believe, well, we all believe it's because Benjamin was quite important to all of them. He was like a heart, heart of the squad type thing. Not just because he kept them alive, because he was always happy, or he always gave good advice when someone truly needed it, or so on and so forth. He was very important to the squad, and I believe Spender knew that.
He was under their noses for a year, plus some change, so I'm sure he gathered information. Any good agent would. It's first rule.
Davy nods. And in addition to that, he also knew that Samantha was quite important to the squad, not only physically in terms of combat, but mentally as well. So apparently Samantha was also high up on the totem pole for targeting.
Time to stop this resurrection nonsense. Rubbing Davine's shoulder, just puts his hand up to Krellin.
Davine shakes her head. We can't stop her, Krellin. We just can't. Out of anyone here, I think you know that to be true, darling.
In Starchild culture, would not be allowed.
I know.
Haven't you done enough to her? Looking right at Davy.
Davine breathes out a shallow breath.
Cancun.
You think that I want my daughter doing this?
Just yell, scream at her, and be mom. That's not gonna work. It's over. It's over and done with. The ship has sailed. It sailed when I was a dumbass and was like, yeah, you know what, Elizabeth? Anything you need, just ask us or the rest of the family.
Davine rubs her forehead. If I did scream at her at this moment, I truly do not think I would be helping the situation, and she would just get angry at me and start screaming at me in return, and everything would be going up in flames more than it already is, Krellin.
Yeah, you would know that if you left the base anytime in the past 2 weeks. Yeah. Just looking off at, well, I guess the back of Davine and Hug.
What the hell are we even doing here, mate? What the hell, man?
I don't know. How are the rest of the kids? Horrible. Samantha feels like she failed. JJ is heartbroken. They're all across the board heartbroken. But Carter is Davine has not seen the footage. I have. Carter walked into a trap. He shrugs. A very well laid trap that nobody would have dodged, and I'd bet my bottom dollar I wouldn't have dodged either.
And Davine nods. I think even some of the members of Alpha 9, Hunk, me, Sasha, Towns, I think we would have got there as well.
What Julius doing? His job. Shrugging. His job and being depressed, along with Patricia, who's holding it together. I couldn't tell you what Ash is doing. He's out there somewhere. We haven't seen him since the day they came down. Well, we went up and found out Benny died. And that's it.
Davine crosses her arms over her chest and shrugs. There isn't much we can be doing at this moment. At least for them, they're probably focused on finding Strat. I believe that is the most they could be doing. Right now, at least.
This why you children should not be gifted with artifacts like Kumo's sword. Putting up his finger to Davy. Was not his birthright. He groans slightly.
I cannot fault you at all for saying that, Krellin.
These artifacts of greatest civilization to ever live. Looking at Davy. Not child of Rockstar.
Davy nods. I know, Krellin, I know.
They should be out of military. Yeah, well, you know. Rainfalls aren't all that smart, Krellin. Maybe you are, but the rest of us aren't. Kill their mentors. If Ash was killed, would you just want to sit idly by and sit home and play your fucking guitar? No. Look at Huck.
You would want to go out and do something about it, yes? Or at
Yeah,
least...
and kill Spender. I may kill Dead Cell member Davine. He chuckles slightly.
Davine chuckles as well. Yes, you did, darling, and I am still very proud of you for doing that and saving a Sherion.
I think we're blowing things out of proportion. We are. Scar will actually stand up and stop throwing around blame and pointing a finger and this and that. Let's just be honest here. You're not in EarthGov, Crown. You're not in the army. Neither am I. Leave it up to the people. If anybody's going to bring Benjamin back, it's going to be Nicole. I saw Power of the Gods firsthand that day at that fucking Headhunter City. Every primal fear instinct in my Leogan brain was firing off at 1,000% when I saw that flaming demonic your daughter coming up from that swell of blackness. I don't even like to think about it. Was pretty cool.
Clive is actually going to stand up as well.
I mean, Star's right. There's no reason to be throwing around blame right now. Anything that you're saying right now, Krellin, Samuel, anyone, the kids are probably already saying to themselves, deservedly or not.
And that's not going to help them continue on, because to my understanding, you don't get out of the military till your time's up. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with them, but for right now, they're basically grounded. In terms of it's up to Ash for now. They're grounded, you know. They don't got a medic anyway. Well, fine, maybe no throw blame, but just saying more capable here.
Well, be that as it may, that decision isn't really up to us, is it, mate? That none of us are in the military, like Scar was saying. If we were part of the military, maybe things would be different, but we're just not. Life dealt us a shit hand, it really did. Benny's dead, but we gotta play that hand as best we can, and we gotta deal with it. And perhaps at the end of the day, we're gonna be taking home the pot, you know what I mean?
And it starts with supporting the family, Krellin, not pointing fingers and accusing things. Fine. Giving Davine another hug and hunk, he's way bigger than both of them.
Davine returns the hug to Krellin, and she's going to stand on her tippy toes the best she can to try and give him a kiss on the cheek.
Wow, mega kiss from Davine. He chuckled.
Clive chuckles a bit as well, puts his hands on his hips.
Yes, you did, Krellin. Yes, you did.
Instead of worrying about what we can't control, ergo, whatever you call magic stuff, instead of that, how about we go support Nicole instead, Look here, Krellin. Just saying, is very difficult to do, even with body. Don't you think Star Children try this many times? We know have magic capabilities, but the greatest tech? Yeah, except, as he's walking over here, except Tumbler Lock.
Davine starts to giggle a bit as she covers her mouth. God damn it, Mark.
Even team up with High Elves to make this device for mass resurrection after Void. Never complete, though.
Davine looks at Krellin. You did? That's quite interesting.
But abandoned because we all die.
Oh. Oh, well, I'm sorry, darling.
Well, either way, he looks over at Clive over his shoulders. What's he see Clive doing?
And Clive still has his hands on his hips. He's just looking at the ground, shaking his head. He puts one hand up, rubs the back of his neck, and that's out of breath. He looks up at Hunk and he just gives him a look. It looks like normal Clive again, and he gives him a look that says, I'm so sorry, I'm sympathizing with you, dude.
Hunk nods his head. Well, either way, you guys, when you're not angry and lashing out, which is perfectly understandable, have a way of raising spirits, so why don't you come back to the lane at some point when you're done with your stuff here today? Suletta could use you, Clive, and Scar, but she's at our place, but I'm sure it would help her to see you right now. Same with the three of you. The kids would love to see you. They never see you. Fishbowl heads. Oh!
We probably shouldn't call him that right now, though, Quellin.
I'm gonna make Carter laugh cause he feel like greatest failure of leader. Yeah, he does, actually. Nodding his head.
Yes, he feels like he completely failed and had someone die under his command, darling.
Well, we'll wrap some things up here and we'll come over to your place and see Suletta and everybody else.
Clive nods. Yeah, no, it's not a problem. We'll be over there, as soon as possible, Hunk.
Frederick, get my toolbox in the shed and I'll fix up the Jeep and we'll make our way back to Pinky. Wow, hasn't asked to fix anything in so long. We're taking off his jacket.
Clive nods.
Probably need some electrical work with help with electrical work with that. I'll help him out.
Yeah, I think the anti-lock brake fuse is blown. Wow. Looking over at him.
Oh, please, mate, that's a cinch to replace.
Oh, dear, looking over his shoulder at Clive and Scar. I don't know what we did, but I think we might have done something.
Hunk sees Davine's jaw start to tremble. Scar and Clive turning back to normal, Mark.
I really hope that would be a light in the shining darkness of what path Elizabeth has set our family on, and our daughter.
Oh God, it will be the bright spot in a very dark time, honey.
Flashing back here, Davine and Hunk are not quite back yet. Suletas comes in, sits down next to Father Goodscar. What's Carter doing?
Carter's staring down at his plate of food. He reaches up, scratches his chin, rubs his mouth, and puts his hand back down on his lap. Reaches over and puts a hand onto Memory Ann's knee and starts rubbing it.
She's slowly chewing her empanada. Pequod will put her arm around Carter. It's not very often Granddad makes homemade empanadas, Carter.
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am, it's a rarity.
You should indulge while you can.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm just not feeling too hungry at the moment.
Oh, that's fine. She'll keep her arm around Carter and sit back in her chair. You know, the first time I ever had an empanada, I never even knew what an empanada was until the first time I had one, Carter.
Carter's head turns over into her direction. Yeah?
Yeah, Jefferson Parish, you know, the town outside the lane, well, pretty far away from the lane, but that's where Granddad grew up. And do you remember Julius? He always used to lie and say he grew up on the rough and tough, gang war-torn streets of Puerto Rico.
Julius starts to chuckle. The rough and tough. He basically made it seem like he grew up in the ghetto.
It's a paradise, the Pequod. Exactly, Memory Ann. Exactly. So things were progressing with Mom and Dad, and Mom wanted to go meet Dad's parents. So Dad brought us down to the paradise that was the rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico, aka Jefferson Parish, Puerto Rico.
Julius nods. He's actually gonna stand up, walk over, sit down next to Memory Ann, and put his arm around her and start rubbing her arm.
And we got to meet his parents. They were great. They fawned over Grandma Davine, the most beautiful thing they'd ever seen in the universe. Fawned over her for hours. And as they were fawning over her, Granddad's mom gave Nicole money, because of course they favor her too. To let it chuckle. Gave her money to go take us to the market to go get food. And that's where we really realized there was no gang war-torn streets. It was a paradise where everything was so cheap. I think the empanadas was like, what, $1 a piece or something like that?
Yeah, no, it was like a credit a piece. We got like 40 or something like that, and it was 40 credits.
The coconut drinks, all the food. That's also where we found out Banksy was 16 years old and your aunt was like the queen of cougars. Remember, Ann laughed.
Carter chuckles a bit. Robin the Cradle, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep, the queen of cougars. That's what we started calling her after we found out. But that was the first time I ever had one.
Carter looks down at the empanadas. Were they better or worse than Granddad's?
Granddad's are way better. Way better. They're
I
made
mean,
with love.
Julius nods. Believe it or not, love is a very important ingredient when cooking. If you don't put feeling into your food, it's not gonna taste, you know? It's difficult to explain, but if I sort of haphazardly and monotonously do something while I'm cooking, it just doesn't taste the same as when I put love and care into it, and I want it to taste the best it possibly can for my wife or my children or my beautiful daughter-in-law here.
You go the extra mile to knead the dough more. Chewing the empanada. Soletta, the extra mile on making sure the gravy is perfect. Love is important in cooking, yeah.
Exactly. Love is very important in all things, but especially in cooking, and that's why these empanadas do taste better than the ones we bought all those years ago in Jefferson Parish.
Not war-torn Jefferson Parish, Carter.
Carter chuckles a bit more. Not war-torn Jefferson Parish. Not the rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico.
And you know, every time he lied about that, Nicole went along with the lie, because he had been bringing her to meet his parents. How many times? 10, 15, 20, 40, 100 times she had been down there, because she knew everywhere to go to get the good food. And of course, like I said, your, I guess, great-grandma favored her greatly.
Julius scoffs a bit. He leans over to Marianne. Yeah, but at this point, who doesn't? Am I right?
Well, she is the favorite of Grandma and Grandpa. Maybe if you had let Grandma over the first year of holidays, no, eating her food.
Julius shakes his head. No, we still think that was required. If it strained our relationship a bit, it strained our relationship a bit. We still think it was required.
I still remember that Halloween where Laz pointed to Grandpa and Grandma and you turned her head away.
Yeah, no, I did. The look on Mom's face, that was heartbreaking.
Well, I wasn't allowed to go either. So that she needed to learn her lesson, not that I'm looking to dog on her right now.
Julius chuckles and nods. Yeah, no, we're trying to keep the dogging on Mom and anyone else to a minimum at the moment.
How's the rest of the squad, Carter?
Carter sighs. Ricky's destroyed about, well, last time I saw him, 175 or so punching bags.
Reminds me of his father, nodding her head.
Soul's not doing great. She's smoking a lot. She seems really worried.
I know Laz is smoking.
Laz is smoking. She's not doing great. I think stress and other things of the sort is starting to get to her. He just looks down and scratches his chin again. I'm just trying to figure out how to keep my squad together, Mom.
Well, you start first thing tomorrow when you get back to work, Monday morning.
He swallows hard and nods. Yeah. He looks at his mom. I'm gonna keep them together, Mom, I swear. I'm gonna do it.
I don't know what's on the plate for you guys. I don't think too much, at least right now. It's Ricky's dad is out there. I don't even know what he's doing right now or where he is. He calls when he wants. It's for the best. Let him do his work his way. When you're in the military long enough, Carter, you get to act on your own discretion, and when you've achieved as much as he has, she'll shrug.
Carter nods. I suppose it also comes with having a higher rank, more going by your own discretion type thing.
And yeah, and Ash should probably have been the rank he is now a long time ago, but again, a lot like your father, if you promote Ash to a certain rank, he can't be in charge of where Sasha likes him to be, and blah 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 blah. Just like Julius.
Julius nods. I mean, yeah, you guys have heard Sasha say it before. She would like to promote me to general, but she currently isn't able to, and that's all right. That's all right. We'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. But that's it. Same thing with Ash, like Pequod was saying.
Well, that and there are unquantifiable things. Like, if you were to promote a Sherion to a rank where he wouldn't be involved with the youth of the Ranger organization, that would damage the Ranger organization. It's unquantifiable.
If he isn't around to train newcomers or do dirty work or so on and so forth, it would be a big hit to the Rangers overall.
A figurehead to be looked up to is more what I was getting at. Somebody to aspire to be, or be under.
Carter nods.
Like his predecessor, Colonel Curtis.
I don't know much about Colonel Curtis, but what I do know is he was a damn good soldier and a very good leader.
It's very rare Lorelai anoints extended life onto anybody. He got it. He'd been with her a long time.
Then goddamn, he must have deserved it.
Oh, he did. He helped turn Ricky's father's life around. Him and the squad, but mostly him. He helped turn Ricky's father's life around. At a time where he needed it. So.
Julius nods. If it wasn't for Colonel Curtis and Ash being on his ranger squad, the family, the Rainfalls as a whole, and Ash, or, well, the Vlorises as a whole, I should say, we probably would not have the relationship we do at this point in our lives.
Pequod nodding her head, eating her empanada.
Julius nods. He looks at Marianne, down at her plate and back up at her. So do the empanadas taste good, sweetie?
Very good. I enjoy grandfather's cooking. I quite missed it during my 10-year away from home. Though now I'd like to get away from home again. Soletta, we all would, but anywhere you go, the nightmare will follow.
Julius nods. I completely understand wanting to get away from it, honey. But the best thing to do right now is be here with the family, because the family is a support structure that will help each other out in any way we need it. If one of you starts failing, please feel free to put your burden on me, okay?
She'll rest her head on Julius's shoulder. I just wish I would have done something. I know I would have been shot in the head, but he's just a man. So is Ripa. A very cunning man, putting up her finger. The greatest enemy the Rainfalls have ever faced. Tewaz was a monster, but monsters can be slain quite easily. It's malignancy and cancer. Well, that's a different thing, and that's what Spender is. It's what Strat was.
Julius nods. He thins his lips a bit. You kids want to know something?
Sure.
Let's take Mushin and, hell, limit breaking out of the equation completely. Let's say I'm just a normal leader, like you or Carter. Same thing would have happened if I was in charge. He shrugs. It was a trap, guys, a very well set trap. There's nothing anyone could have done. Even Ash, Granddad, anyone, I don't think we could have done anything. I know this probably doesn't help you at all hearing this, but I just want to make that known. You aren't alone in this. It would have happened to us too, okay?
Be goddamn straight it would have.
Carter nods. Yeah, but the difference is, let's put Mushin back into the equation. You could have done something to stop it.
And if I was as powerful as I should have been.
If I was just better. Not more skilled or more powerful or anything, just better to my family, to my wife. I could have just summoned a dragon, and he would have ate Ripa before he would have done anything.
And probably blown Spender back to the Stone Age, yeah. She chuckled.
Most
But that
likely.
wasn't in the cards. Just like it was not in the cards that I thought I would ever get to see your father beat to hell by some guy with clockwork wings and a sword, but the answer was there. The solution presented itself and fixed itself. This will happen again. I'm sure of it.
How's on Icy doing?
Not great! Eating her empanada. She spends most of her time up on Gateway, in the interrogation room, with the windows tinted. I don't think she's sleeping at all much, given how she crashed when we brought her back. And it's very rare to see her up on Gateway on a Sunday night or a Saturday night. So,
Julius nods. It's not great, but we will get through it. I've seen this family get through a lot of stuff, and we're gonna get through it the same way by supporting each other and making sure everything's okay.
snarf. Looking up at Julius. Oh, God.
Julius looks down at Memory Ann and nods. Snarf. And back then, you know what happened? The solution presented itself. Dad got with Mom, or they started their romantic relationship together, and everything started to fix itself. Like Pequot said, this will happen again, sweetie, okay?
It's just a matter of time. And hopefully, magic power. I don't really know anything about resurrection. I just know it's something you don't do.
Carter shakes his head. I was never powerful enough to even begin learning about it, but I know for a fact it's extremely dangerous to do.
Yes, if you mess up, the person's soul trapped, and that's how you have ghost stories and haunted mansions and all that type of stuff.
Carter sighs heavily. If she fails, I'm not saying that she will. But if she fails, that's gonna be a lot worse to deal with, yeah?
I don't even want to think about it. She looks up at the ceiling for my sister's sake and Elizabeth's, but yeah. The smart thing to do would have been to just let time pass, see how Elizabeth took it, and if she wasn't recovering, nuke Benny from her mind, as dispassionate as that sounds. But Elizabeth is her mother's daughter, for better or worse.
It is most likely what it should have been done, but once Elizabeth offered or asked Icy to do what she asked her to do, resurrect Benny, there is no talking her out of it. Believe me, if there was a chance to do so, I would be in there right now begging her on my knees to do so, to not do this and just nuke Benny from her mind, but he shakes his head and looks down at Memorian. Once the time deity has her heart set on something, she goes for it, and you don't tell a time deity what to do.
No, you don't. I've never tried. Too smart. Eating your empanada.
You always have been the smart one, especially out of the two of us, honestly.
Well, thankfully she takes after me, but, with great... It's so trivial, and I hate the line. I really hate it, because anytime I think about it, I think of that horrendous Malcolm movie, Carter, where Uncle Scar was portraying Ben Parker. Be quiet laughing.
Carter chuckles. A Colonel Man, I think it's called.
Yes, well, but it's true. That's why it's resonated so many years. With great power comes great responsibility. You should understand somewhat of it. Some portion of it. With command comes responsibility. Well, being the most powerful spellcaster comes with the responsibility of beating the time deity one-on-one when your brother cannot do anything. And now, it comes back round to be resurrecting Benjamin. You shouldn't want to be more powerful. Whatever you are, you are. You make the best of it.
Carter tilts his head. Play the cards life dealt you.
Play the cards life dealt you and focus on self-improvement so next time that sword does what it needs to do.
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am.
Believe me, I don't envy your aunt. I never have. She shrugs. Never in my life have I envied her. The way she grew up, everything she went through, meeting grandmother Davine, your grandmother, the way she treated her, the life she led, and the more power you have, the harder it is to harness. That means the harder you have to train. The harder you have to train, the more time away from your loved ones. Blah, 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 blah. Then you'll find yourself standing toe-to-toe with a deity. I'm sure it's quite scary.
Julius looks at Soletta and nods. It was terrifying for her. The time deity, I mean, she thought she was gonna lose. Thought she was gonna die. Or at least that's what she told me.
But you see, this is why I personally believe in fate. I don't think any spellcaster in Earthgov's arsenal or the frontier space or anywhere out there could have beat that guy, that man, except an Anovian. And we just so happen to have an Anovian in the family, part of the original family, who's also the favorite child of the... I mean, Pequod nods. Yeah.
Carter nods as well. Destiny and fate definitely play a part in our lives for sure.
I mean, I met all those ancient Anovians. I talked to what spellcasters there were on their little, I don't know, enclave, if you will, and none of they have some powerful spellcasters by right among their ranks, but nothing like Nicole. Why isn't she there? Well, I would say it's fate, and fate will guide us through the Benny crisis. Right, Father? He just looks, staring forward. Marianne grimaces.
Carter grimaces as well as his hand, that's still on Marianne's knee and thigh area, tightens the grip a little bit.
Stoic as ever. He's been hurt by this, but he'll recover.
Julius thins his lips and nods. He'll recover, Soletta. All of us will, with time and certainly effort on Icy's part. We'll all recover. Especially you, Father. He looks over at Father Goodscar and gives him a thumbs up. Don't you worry, buddy. We got you.
Pequod looks over at Julius with an eyebrow raised, then back at Father. Yeah, holding his pay.
When Pequod looked at him, Julius's eyes almost imperceptibly flashed over to Soletta and then back at Father Goodscar.
He's been through a lot, hasn't he? Oh, yes, he has. Oh, Hunk having a heart attack nearly killed him. He wasn't around. Yeah, holding his hand.
I bet. And, well, we're not gonna let him almost die or anything like that this time around, okay, Auntie? We're gonna make sure he's A-okay. We're gonna spend all the time we can with him, okay?
Yes, if you'll excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Disappearing. Yeah, Father Goodscar wasn't around when Dad had a heart attack, to my recollection, was he?
Carter shakes his head. No, I'm pretty sure he came around after that whole, like, Yankees game, Granddad having a heart attack era.
The father is I don't know if he was around or not, but either way, it's part of Mother's subconscious. Oh, God. The damage done by many people.
Julius nods. He scratches his chin, looks at Pequod. Did I do the right thing by, like, playing into her beliefs? Should I have just ignored it? What should I have done there?
I don't know. Coming over to Julius. Marianne, it's best to play along. Carter does.
Carter nods. If Father Good... He puts his fingers in quotations. Father Goodscar ever wants to have a discussion with me, or talk to me, or vent to me, through the mouth of Soletta, I'll always play along with him. For her sake.
Are we gonna get cut? Marianne will make a cut motion with her fingers. Soon? I don't know. Pequod looking at Julius, I don't know. I let these decisions up to Sasha. She cut Krellin loose, and you know what? That's the right decision, because Krellin's great, and he's powerful, but you know what he also is? Kind of a dunce at times, and you don't need him. I would not have been able to live with myself if something happened to him, but that's besides the point. He's not trained. Doesn't matter how powerful he is. What if next time it came down to Ash having to save him, and then it costs Ash his life as well? That's why Krellin really got cut. Doesn't matter how powerful he is.
Julius nods. Your mother, as an example, is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful wizard. I could never even comprehend, most likely, you know? We're still not going to let her go on missions, so why should we let Krellin?
It makes sense. I don't disagree. I figured we're gonna get cut soon, given what happened. You might not. It's up to Sasha.
Carter looks back down at his plate. She did threaten to cut us last time we lost someone if it happened again.
But this is different, though. If you're cut this time, nobody's getting split up. Your contracts will be cut.
Carter nods. Right. He looks over at his mother. I would be quite remiss if that were to happen, honestly, Mom.
I don't bet against Ash, Carter. Something tells me Ash is gonna find him and kill him, and then that's the end of it. There's nothing left besides the bug threat, which, well, looks down at Julius.
Julius shrugs. I mean, honestly, there's not much we can do about it other than it's a reaction game at this point with the bugs. We get announcements. We've done all that we can. We've sent ranger squads and so on and so forth onto the planets where we suspect that it might happen, or frontier colonies, and we're doing all we can about the bug threat. But if push comes to shove, we may or may not need to crack planets just in case.
Ash has orders. When he finds Spender, report back to Sasha. So maybe you're not out of the game yet.
Carter nods, looking at his mom. Maybe not. Looks at his empanada, picks up his fork and cuts off a bit of a piece of it, bites into it. Maybe not.
Oh, either way, these guys. We've had a lot of casualties because of these guys, not just Benny. That ship, all those men. A lot more than I could even bring up.
Julius rubs his forehead and shakes his head. He truly is the most dangerous opponent that EarthGov or the Rainfalls has ever faced. I bet you $1,000,000 if he was stood in front of me, he couldn't last a millisecond. But he's always in the shadows, and there's just nothing we can do about it, and that's what makes him so dangerous, in my opinion.
The most cunning enemies are the ones that are 1 or 2 steps ahead. And they know where to hit you, where it's going to hurt.
Carter chuckles.
I personally always thought, this is just my personal opinion, but I always thought Tewaz was a bumbling idiot. I did. I don't like Malcolm, and I'm not going to talk about him, but I really thought the cult lost the day all the heads of Max Tech were killed, because they were the brains. And after that, it was engagement after engagement, ambush after ambush, and they always lost when by rights they should have won. And Tewaz was a power-mad, power-driven man, and they don't tend to think too far ahead. Spender, on the other hand,
I mean, for Christ's sakes, Tewaz had.
He thought a baton was going to stop you. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah.
Not only did he think a baton was going to stop me, but other than the robot Vidar, I think his name was, he had Globnock as his third in command.
And that robot got sliced up very good by Davine Rainfall, and he had that Void Touch Druid who got crushed by Asherion and Lorelei. So, I mean, they didn't think far ahead. They didn't have much of a poker face. Spender, you don't even see his poker face. That's kind of the problem.
Carter nods. And when you do see his poker face, it's
Too late.
It's too late. And even then, it's too unreadable to even try to get something out of it.
Oh no. Looking out, seeing Hunk and Davy looking in on Elizabeth and Isaac. I'll go check on them. I'll be right back.
And Julius nods at her.
Father will keep you company, hooligan.
And Julius just looks down at the table and shakes his head. Father's gonna keep us company, guys.
I really wish there was some, quantifiable way to know who did the most damage to her. I hate to say it, but I think it was Carter.
Carter puts his hand up. I did, obviously.
Given father and all that. Yeah. Watching Suletta walk out going,
Father, messing up her daughter. Messing up the family as a whole. Need I go on, Mother?
no. It's just, I just... Oh, she's had such a horrible life.
Yes, she has, and I wish I could do something to make her feel better.
What are Hunk and Davy doing?
Davine's just staring into the room, her lip trembling, no tears falling, and she's using one of her arms to hug around Hunk and rubbing it up and down his body, while using her other arm to rub her arm itself and in like a comforting manner.
Putting her hand on Davy's shoulder. Not good.
Davine shakes her head. Not good at all. Is this the first time she's slept in I don't know how long?
Maybe 2-3 days. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how much she sleeps up on Gateway in her little private room, but Julius and Patricia brought her home. They just got home about an hour ago. Great.
Oh, God.
Our daughter is not known for working weekends. No, she's not, but...
She's pushing herself too hard. It's so dangerous, and she's pushing herself so hard. She looks over at Suletta. I wish there was something I could do for them to take some of this burden off of Icy. I truly do.
Believe me, I wish I could do something. I sat on the council, and now I'm stuck out here just watching. Is she eating? I don't know. She looks over at Uncle. It doesn't look like she's eating much. Probably not.
Her cheeks do look a bit more sunken in than they did before. Those bags under her eyes.
Stress is often overlooked in terms of one's physical health, but it's a killer, I assure you.
Oh, I believe you, darling. I truly do. What about Elizabeth? Has she been eating, or has she just been same old, same old?
Same old, won't take off the hoodie, not very responsive. I tried to play some games with her, she didn't want to play. Tried to watch some movies with her, she just silently sat there. And then went to sleep. She isn't crying herself to sleep as much, but just becoming more unresponsive.
Davine sighs. She looks down. Oh God, she's exactly like me, but worse this time around.
We didn't need this again.
No, we did not. We truly did not need this again.
No, I agree, but there's can't be changed now.
And Davine nods. She rubs her cheek. Her lip starts to quiver even more, and she pulls both Hunk and Suletta into her and starts to cry.
It's okay. Patting her on the back of the head, Hunk will kiss her. There's nothing we can do. Once one resigns themselves to that, why don't you take Thomas and the kids out tomorrow? They've been stuck with Mama Lan ever since, and Mama Lan and Zap are wonderful, but shouldn't they be with their grandparents? I'll stay here with her. She doesn't really even need a babysitter. It's pointless.
Davine sniffles. She looks at Suletta. Are you sure, darling? You would stay here with her for us?
Yeah, of course. That's why I moved in, and Hunk pulling out a pack of cigarettes to let his eyes go wide. And I think it's horrible to say, but you need to prioritize the living right now. The living. If she doesn't want to live, that's her problem. I hate to say that about her, I really do.
No, it's okay. It's true.
She's living, even though it's hard for her, I'm sure. Nicole and Patricia or Patricia and Julius are living. The other kids are among the living. Your grandchildren are among the living.
Davine sighs. Plus, it always feels good to hold a baby in your arms, doesn't it?
Hunk lighting a cigarette to let it. Yes, it does. She'll be fine. She's not going to go anywhere. The only other place she scurries off to is Nicole's game room because the Jurassic Park cabinet is there.
Let me guess, she spends quite a bit of time in there just staring at the trailer for the game playing over and over again in front of her.
Or sleeping underneath the seating carriage. Yeah.
Oh dear Jesus. Davine pats a Hunk twice on the chest and puts her fingers out for a cigarette.
Yep, here. He'll hand the one he has lit over to her.
Thank you, darling. She starts smoking it.
Take the grandchildren out tomorrow. Don't leave the lane. Don't leave the lane. Stay where it's comfortable. But take them out to the park. Look, it's Frost Tyrant mating season currently. I mean, there's going to be more pups around. Take them somewhere. Do something with those that you're able to help. She is... gestures to Elizabeth and Davy.
We can't do anything for her right now, and trust me, that's coming from personal experience. I know we can't do anything for her.
See her off in the morning before she scurries up to Gateway to sit with the cadaver. God damn it. Looking angrily in the room.
Davine sighs heavily. I'm gonna make sure to give Maelstrom the biggest hug and kiss on the cheek that I possibly could.
And besides that, all you can do is support your daughters.
Davine sighs, hugs around Hunk's arm, and looks up at him. I think this is the hardest thing this family's ever gone through, I think.
Let me have the cigarette back.
She hands it back to him.
He drags off of it. I think you're right. I thought when she was sick with the wasting sickness in her head, that was the worst. But nope, somehow I'm always proven wrong. Well, that was horrible, but everybody was just angry at you two. This is different.
I wish we weren't proven wrong. If the worst thing to ever happen to this family was, everyone being angry at us and, well, losing my daughter would be absolutely terrible. I would be inconsolable. I would probably be like Elizabeth is right now.
We still never gave her the goddamn normal vacation she wanted. Didn't give her Cancun, and then we're not gonna bring them up, but yeah, the last... Yeah.
Davine's eyes widen. If she brings Benjamin back, and I believe she can, I wholeheartedly believe she can, we need to give her her normal vacation like she's always wanted.
And we will. Still smoking the cigarette. So that, and you will. We will. We'll go together. But right now, she's asleep. And so is Elizabeth. And they're quite comfortable. They're holding, look, they're holding each other. It's quite cute, actually.
It is quite cute. I remember when Nicole was still Elizabeth's size, and it would be quite funny right now, actually, to see the two of them at that size holding each other like that.
It would be adorable. I miss those days, putting up his finger.
Oh, dear God, I miss those days as well.
She's asleep. She's fine. For now, she needs sleep, obviously. She looks wrecked. But your son in there, well, he's among the living. And so is Patricia. And so is Carter and Memory Ann. And Father. lighting another cigarette. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Of course you are.
Davy nods. She puts her hand onto Celesta's cheek. How are they doing before we go in there? How is everyone?
Julius being strong, Patricia being strong, Carter, I think I'm sure he blames himself and is devastated, and Marianne the same way. But at least they're in there eating what you cooked for them.
Good. Very good. They're eating. That's wonderful. Okay.
I'll get Elizabeth to eat something tomorrow morning. You make sure the time deity gets something to eat tomorrow morning, and then you can head out with the kids and give Mama Lan and Zap a break. Thomas and company are a handful. Hunk chuckles. You can say that again.
They are very much a rambunctious bunch, aren't they?
Now come in and see your son and daughter, because they need their mother as well. This one and this one can wait.
Davy nods. You are so correct, Letty.
Yes, she is. She'll guide them in to see everybody else as sitting down, Scar flops down on the couch and just stares blankly at the bookshelf. She'll let her look terrible. This is hours later.
Clive nods. He scratches his cheek, which is coming in with stubble, and he shakes his head, sits down onto the couch. God. You know, it's not often, mate, where I wish I was like a spellcaster or a motion form or anything. I'm actually perfectly fine with being, myself most of the time. Just it's moments like these where I feel useless, mate. I wish there was something I could do for the family here.
You feel like a dumb... You know, did I ever tell you I worked at Sword Base?
You mentioned it before, yeah, actually.
To get there as just a dock worker, you had to have credentials and references out the wazoo. That's where I wanted to go, because it was the major league for dock workers. Can you believe that?
Clive chuckles. I mean, it wasn't Sword Base like the tippity top, but wasn't the Arcane Council stationed there or something?
Tippity top, the most protected base, because of all the little relics and junk they had there. The Area 51 of nowadays, basically. And to get there, you really had to... I passed 10 background checks. They just kept doing them on me. And every day you would be... anytime you would leave, they'd wipe the location of the base from your mind. Chuckle.
Oh my god, that's some serious security there.
They'd wipe everything from your mind except the, it was Docking Bay 42 on Ring 1, and one shuttle would take you there. It was the only shuttle that went back, and it was a stealth, like, Corvette covert type of shuttle. So nobody could ever know where it was. It was super secret, and I worked there. And when I was there, around all these, like, hoity-toity spellcasters, I used to think, man, it's like... I feel like like the ants I used to look at crawling around the ground when I was a kid. I feel even worse somehow now. He'll get up to get a cigar.
Clive chuckles. That's a good way to put it, mate. That is a good way to put it. I never really did anything special like that with my life. I just, I basically sat at home collecting video games and stuff, and then I got my electrical, engineering degree and everything like that, and I worked as that for God knows how long. But that it's a great career and all, just never amounted to anything serious like working at Sword Base. It's...
Well, even then, I was just a goddamn dock worker, pulling out some beers, handing one over to Clive.
Clive takes the beer, cracks it open, and starts to sip at it.
I was just a dock worker, and then one day, this guy came out in this top hat and duster, and I thought, look at that fucking gay-bo. He starts chuckling.
Clive starts to chuckle. Don't tell me. Don't tell me who I think it is.
And he said something like, "You there? Can you help load these boxes? Bring your power loader over there. What's your name?" And I said, "Scar-Free Tooth, sir. Anything you need, I'll get my power loader." "Oh, very good, Stephen Freemouth." Yeah. And I loaded the pallets onto the thing, and then the light coming from the exit ramp started dimming, and I turned around in the power loader and said, "What the hell are you doing? I gotta get out of here." And he said, "No, you're coming with me." And that's how I ended up meeting the Rainfalls, basically. Chugging his beer.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, mate. That's insane.
I could use a man of your skill set, Mr. Freemouth. Yeah.
I use a man of your skill set. No offense, mate, but you're a dock worker. Couldn't he have just picked anyone? Or didn't the Arcane Council assign him someone like that or something?
Oh, I'm sure he just didn't feel like sitting around waiting for them to, show up. And shortly after the "I could use a man of your talents" came, "Do you think that power loader could kill Ash?" And I was like, "Who the hell's Ash?"
Even in the very beginning, he was trying to kill Ash like that.
He thought I was going to be his bruiser bouncer that would kill. And when we all know Ash could kill me in less than 2 seconds.
Right, yeah, no, like, what the hell?
I took one look at Ash and I was like, this motherfucker's seen some shit. Look at the way he just sits there and looks. He's got that look of, I've seen too much and I don't want to see any more, but I know I'm going to see more. This guy would kill me with a paperclip. He starts chuckling.
Honestly, believe it or not, that's sort of how I felt when I was first like going around meeting all the rainfalls. When Laz and Oz and all them came to my house included, I saw Samantha Rainfall there, and she had like this look on her face, and JJ Rainfall, and all of them, they looked hardened and ready and yada yada yada, and I'm like, God damn, I could never match up to any of them. Even if I trained for like 20 years, I couldn't do it. And that just like doubled and tripled as I continued to meet more and more people, Ash included.
Did you ever ask yourself, how the hell did I end up?
All the time. Have you seen my wedding photos, mate?
Yeah, you look quite shocked.
I look like the most out of place person there. When she when she said yes, they'd snap that picture. In my head, I was thinking, what the fuck? Am I dreaming? What the hell is going on? I'm getting married to. That's it. That's it right there.
Yep, I remember. I was your best man up on stage. I wasn't all that surprised, and I'm not just saying that because I'm your friend. Suletta always wanted just a good man. I don't think she ever cared how they looked, or a good man that would treat her and Memory Ann right. Not, he waves his finger in the air. Not, the poster boy of men's summer body Olympics or something like that. Same with Davine. She just wanted a good man that would take care of her. And Julius, and Nicole, and, everybody else.
I mean, I'm glad I could provide that for her. I try my best. I really do. I thank God for every single second that I got to meet her, and I love her dearly. It does help that she's quite the looker as well. I still can't believe how I'd landed that, even if I'm the nicest man in the world.
Oh no, yeah, it's nothing to scoff at, Miss Suletta. Never has been. Among my favorite of the early rainfalls, or the apartment. Her and old Sasha, drinking his beer. And Integra, oh yeah, she was the keeper.
Clive chuckles, sips at his beer. Integra and you were together for some time, yeah. If you don't want to talk about it, mate, I understand. But moments like these, I think it's good to talk about something like this.
Oh, we were together. Oh yeah, we were together. There was even plans to be together somewhere. It was never picked, but then shit started hitting the fan. Ash Ash had his Carter moments, or whatever you want to, Galleon moments, and it all went downhill pretty damn quick. His wife lost her career and purpose in life. Ceres, she's good now, but an Integra's health just flopped in on itself. Years of worrying about Julius and Ash, and then they disappear because this Malcolm character, and she was fucked up at that point. But then there's only so much the human mind can take.
And it was just one hit after another for her. I'm sorry that you not only had to see that, but deal with it. I'm not sure if that's the right way to put it.
She told me she never told. He looks at his beer can. She never told me She never told anybody else this, but she did. She was gonna lose her career one way or another once they started going through the books and finding out everything she kind of covered up for Julius. And that news hit her shortly after they set off the Majestic. And Ash. She covered up things for Ash too. So I think you couple the news of your life's work is going to be ruined with the two people that you ruined it for are now MIA. They were wanted by EarthGov at the time too, because they thought they were traitors and blah 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 blah, which they were not. But yeah, they kind of ruined her career and all that stuff. So I don't think Julius. I've never told Julius that. I don't want to put that on him or Ash.
Clive leans back in his chair and shakes his head. I wouldn't want to put that on them either, mate. I've been a part of the family for the shortest time and all, but I think that Julius holds a lot of guilt over a lot of things with Integra. It's partially one of the reasons why I think that Integra, his daughter, is his favorite.
The name.
Exactly. He wants to treat at least one Integra right, which in his mind, and evidence proves that he really didn't treat the first one right. So, he wants to be there for this Integra and all. I wouldn't put that on him.
It can never be understated how important a male figure is in a girl or a boy's life. You know what I'm saying? But I think it does get understated. Hunk used to go around, rah, rah. Nicole doesn't need me, she needs you, Davine. That is not true. Julius is living proof of that. And I don't like saying it, but so is Carter. I tried with Carter. I tried every single day. And Patricia would just come in the room and leave him alone. He'd let him watch his Memory Ann show. Julius would come in the room and, come on, Uncle, he doesn't want to go play outside right now. And look what happened to him.
He's messed a lot of things up, that's for sure.
Sometimes you just got to get down and dirty and rough him up a little bit. My dad did to me many a times.
My dad did the same thing to me. If I did something real bad. You want to know something that I really haven't told many people in my lifetime?
Yeah.
So, I used to have a condition.
He puts his hands up.
And I'm not just talking about my lisp or anything like that. It was a condition called kleptomania. Believe it or not, this was only. Not, a little bit, only small things. It was only from about the time when I was like, hard to pinpoint when it really started, but I would personally say around like 6 to 12, maybe? Probably younger than that, maybe like 11. But I did have a condition called kleptomania. And one day, when I was about 11 or 12, my father caught me trying to, I don't know, I think it was like a card game pack or something like that for Pokemon or Magic or something, putting it into my pocket, and I was gonna steal it from the store. And he took it out of my pocket, put it into the shelf and bring me right home. Left the cart right there in the middle of the store. And you know what he did when he got me home? He put me over his knee and started spanking me. Gave me a real good talking to, and you know what I never did after that? I never stole a thing.
Never got the case of the sticky fingers.
No, I didn't. Sometimes you feel the urge. You really do. It's a mental condition. It's not something that just goes away like that. He snaps his fingers, but I, no, my father taught me a good lesson that day. Not to steal, not to do things like that. He taught me like a father should.
What did you think when Laz Rainfall showed up at your door?
Brother,
You saw the scarf, and then the beautiful pale, fair skin, and the hair, and the freckles, and you knew who it was, didn't you?
I recognized her like that. He snaps his fingers again. And not only that, but like 50 thoughts went through my head at the same time. The first one was, oh my god, it's a rainfall. It's leisurely rainfall, right? Second thought was, oh my god, she's really beautiful. And that is a beautiful, or a handsome man right next to him. We're right next to her. And we were talking about us. The third thought is, oh fuck, what did I do to get the rainfalls at my doorstep?
Have they come to murk me?
Have they come to murk me? Have I done something wrong? Have I said something wrong in one of my videos?
Well, turns out she just wanted to offer you a scarf.
She just wanted me to be a part of the family, and I am eternally grateful for her for doing that for me.
That's her mother, and her mother brought me into the fold too.
They like bringing in eclectic people, don't they?
I think look out the window. I think they feel sympathy for us. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, back then
Brain damaged fuckwad with nothing going for him other than a huge 80 million credit check from General Rico, signed by General Rico, and a teleprompter. That was me, looking at Clive.
Clive chuckles. I mean, me, I was a down on my luck bloke with messed up teeth to the point where nobody could understand me, and
You remember when they disrobed you in front of Suletta?
oh my god, you know for a fact that I was already, it's a somewhat immature term, but I was crushing on her hard at that point. And when they said you have to disrobe completely, I was like, really? In front of everybody? But what I really meant was, really? In front of her?
Yeah, it all worked out in the end, though.
Yes, it did. I like to think that that's what really got her interested in me. He starts laughing as he takes another sip of the beer.
Seeing your triumphant naked body.
My triumphant naked body as I hunched over and tried to hide my Ben and Jerry's from everyone.
As they dipped you into the pond of serenity, or whatever the hell magician shit that is.
I won't even begin to try to understand all that, mate. I just know it fixed my teeth, and again, completely grateful for them.
Ugh. Pushing the plate with the beef and cheddar towards Frederick. Samuel just flexing his fingers, looking at his hand.
Frederick just sort of sighs heavily and starts to slowly eat the beef and cheddar. God damn, this all fucking sucks.
Sure does. Flexing his fingers.
Frederick sighs again. What can we do to help the kids feel better? Do you think we should, like, I don't know, come in as like Quo-Esophagus or Fat Frederick or something? Maybe that'll work?
Don't know what will work. Shaking his head, looking at the beef and cheddar. Don't think anything will work. Me see empires fall. Shakes his head again. Same.
Well, I suppose
I don't have experience in that, unless you count Max Tech, which, I personally don't really count that. I I sort of wish I have that kind of experience at the moment. Maybe I could be a bit more wise to the situation here.
Is knife from the dark.
Frederick looks up and tilts his head. How do you mean, Quellen?
Well, spender move, kill Benny, knife from the dark, cripple Rainfall family. Is effectively what done. Uh-huh.
I mean, it was a smart move on his part. Whether he knew it or not, he was going to get at least 2 people by killing Benny.
Saving Rainfall, malcontent, majestic daughter.
Exactly. Benjamin and Elizabeth. He was gonna get at least 2 to go down if he killed Benjamin. And then, add onto the family on all that, and it was, at least in my opinion, maybe Samuel or you would know better, but it was a pretty smart strategical move.
Me Ash comes so close. And Carter get in way. Get Agent R killed. And Soul. Slice. On same planet, in same town.
I know, Quellen, but we can't do anything to change the past now. We really can't.
In Star Child culture, when you child, before you get your job, you cast job, you learn. Very, very, very great discipline. Picking up the sandwich, biting it. Whatever you cast job may be, like librarian, you learn from the most strict and stern librarian. Only this culture me ever see raise they children in weird way.
Do most of
Baby Carter, but then forced to military. How makes sense?
it really doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Do most other cultures don't raise their children like we do?
Star Child culture, very strict and dedicated to continuation of performing your task.
Right. Frederick nods and scratches the top of his head.
Born to continue your birthright job, not born to a big heaven trinket of greatest being to ever exist, mortal being, and then sent into military.
I mean, I just... It's really stupid, okay? It's stupid what they made him do, and Kato himself is stupid, a fishbowl head. Yes, he is. I just... He rubs his forehead.
If to be given warrior birthright in Starchild culture, you would be learning, at age 5 of Carter age, to fight and kill and discipline. If Starchild had Sword of Kamul, Spender be dead. This culture, they baby they youth, then get result of dead Benjamin, and feel hopeless. And now Carter blame himself.
Frederick nods. I mean...
Even Ash scared of Spender, looking at Samuel then Frederick.
Are you scared of Spender?
Now am, looking at the sandwich. Very cunning, very smart, like Starchild Castellian. Secret police.
Sort of like the modern day like SIS to Castellian.
Only they make you disappear for good.
What?
Not like towns always doing right thing. Groaning.
Frederick sighs. He shakes his head.
Pequod mighty woman, great leader. Many dragons under command, should be using them. Martial law. Everywhere.
I mean...
Enforce Earthgov rule and dominate all. Is what Star Children would have wanted. Well, that's not gonna happen. Putting a sandwich in an open chassis compartment.
The current leadership, they're just, I think they like to go about things in a more peaceful manner than dominating stuff like that.
They're soft, unwise, weak. But they did beat the Void God, unlike, shrugging us.
Frederick nods. That is something to give to them, I suppose.
Julius beat him up good.
Julius did. Icy did. All of Alpha 9 did. They kicked the Void's ass pretty well, in fact.
Our people laid the groundwork so it could be done, but when the chips were down, we couldn't quite get it done. Too devastated at that point. Everybody dead, basically.
Well, thank God you guys did set the groundwork for them to get it done. We all probably wouldn't be alive right now if you guys didn't.
Their birthright is royalty. You think like Carter. Samuel nodding his head. Carter, birth of royalty. And Samantha and all these kids. Well, why are they fighting?
I don't know, cause maybe it's because they felt like they needed it, or maybe they wanted it themselves. I think it's more up to the person than whatever someone decides for them.
It makes people respect them and the family more if their leaders fight with them. Nodding his head.
That too. Imagine if I don't know, you were a person of war, Quellen, instead of a librarian, and you were fighting, and the equivalent of a general was right next to you, and he was encouraging you that entire time, and he was fighting with you the entire time. Wouldn't that make you feel better and more encouraged?
Would definitely respect them more. Exactly.
Yeah.
Even when we went to the Ethkai home planet and that mantis woman mind-controlled Julius to beat Nicole, all the Ethkai corpses scattered around the ground among their robot servants. He gestures to himself. Yeah. Died fighting alongside they men.
Like any good leader should. He crosses his arms and shakes his head.
Just angry. Very stupid. Looking back at Mother Goodash. When we sit here play pretend soldier. And then Benny die. Yeah.
I mean, in my case, I still don't think there's much I could have personally done, but you guys,
Out of the three of us, I'm the only soldier. Krellin, may have great capabilities, but never trained.
Frederick nods. Samuel, if they just sent
Instead, I'm not
Samuel
good
out-
enough for the one for you. Looking down at the table.
Frederick walks over and puts a hand on his shoulder. You can't. Don't take what they say to heart. That'll just destroy you. Samuel, don't take what they say to heart.
But is true. 99.9% EarthGov weapons in arsenal can't pierce he chassis. So if he there, Spender try shoot him, Samuel just break his face. Yeah. Looking at Freder. Railgun tech could pierce me, maybe, but only the kind that is on ships, and Towns' wrist computer has an incredibly yeah, that's about it. See?
Frederick nods. So basically, only like Pequod or Waz or Towns could ever have a chance of hurting you.
The dragon, Nevermore, something like that. Pequod's dragons, Nevermore. Mushin, Julius, clearly, it'd have to be one of their big hitters, yeah.
Oh, the Moon Maiden, something like that.
I have no defenses against magic. The Moon Maiden, yeah. Samantha, I think she'd probably find a way. Oh, she would, in her blood.
Frederick chuckles. I would not be surprised if like Sasha or something or someone or yeah no something just like somehow built a weapon specifically just to destroy you if you ever turned against us.
Maybe time you let Sasha look at you sniper rifle. I can do that, yeah.
It would certainly be useful, not just for her, but think about for like cults and stuff, if they're even going to stay in the military at this point.
Looks out here. They're having a good time chuckling. They've each drinking like 4 or 5 beers. Think death of Benny snapped them out of this. Coming back over.
Really?
Go look for yourself.
Frederick runs over, or more accurately, waddles over.
Well, yeah, apparently they had a fight about healing my brain damage. Patricia wanted me to say vintage. Nicole wanted to heal my brain damage. I count my lucky stars, the vote. Well, Nicole had the final say because she's the spellcaster. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here saying, nice. We would not be friends. You could not be friends with me. I had no personality.
No, that sounds just like Pequod. It really does. When you said that, I immediately thought of Pequod.
She healed my brain, and then I was like, what in the hell? I was like, where am I again? You look familiar. You kind of look... Aren't you Rico's daughter? And then I kind of started catching up. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you mean. Don't worry, mate. If that ever happens again, I'll put in a direct request to get your mind fixed ASAP.
Straight to Nicole, please, and thank you. Don't even take me towards Patricia.
Not a problem, mate.
See? Looking at it, Frederick.
Frederick waddles back. Oh my god. Oh, it does seem like turning back to normal.
Shouldn't take death of innocent boy.
No, it shouldn't, but... I mean, we should be thankful for what is given to us, White Crow, and this is a huge gift.
It is, I guess. Looking in at them coming back out. They drinking many beers. Clive on his 6.
Well, you know what? That sounds just like the old Clive and old Scar that I used to know, so thank God for that.
The family need their favorite Uncle Clive and Godfather Scar. Not fucking clown military pretenders. Samuel laughing.
Frederick chuckles. I mean, they were talking some sense back at Fort Bragg, and trust me, I'm the first to realize how crazy that sounds talking about Clive and Scar right now.
Coming out to listen close. I opening another beer, throwing Clive one. I just don't know what to do. Seeing Elizabeth, when we walked in and you see her and Nicole in the room, it's like, here we go. Here we go. We're back into the apartment, only it's a grown fucking woman doing this in Davine. It's like, and Snarf is dead. He was a good guy. All over again. Deja vu. Like, I had almost wished Nicole never healed my brain, because if she didn't, then I'd just be sitting there nice, and I'd be unaware of the horror that's unfolding.
I mean, that is fair enough, mate. I definitely get where you're coming from. When I saw RC and Elizabeth there, in that room together, I'm ashamed to admit, but the thought crossed in my mind, like, what if I never joined the Rainforest, Then I wouldn't have to deal with that, but we should be happy that we're around here and our minds are fully put together, mate, because I'm not sure how we can do it. I have no clue how we can do it, but many hands make the work light, and we could just be 4 more hands to help out with the family and comforting and such,
Memory need her father, and Carter need his godfather. All these children need their favorite uncle. Yeah, I suppose. Turning the beer can in his hand.
It is true. I need to be there for my daughter. She's torn up and heartbroken about all this. Hell, I need to be here for Carter too. He's my son-in-law.
I gotta be here for them. I gotta be the father figure that Memory Anne's always needed, and I gotta be a good father-in-law for Carter. Even with all the mistakes he's made, he's still a good boy.
Less you worry about what need do, hand on Clive's shoulder, more you worried about get rest. Get rest and face tomorrow morning.
Clive puts a hand onto Krellin's hand and nods.
You're right, Krellin. You're right. I thank you for saying that, mate. I really do appreciate it. I probably should get some rest.
Me have many millennia to dwell on Starchild extinction. Grief not get you anywhere, only kill you from inside. Turning on the TV, there's some documentary on about the Third Reich. Try to take your mind off things. Tomorrow morning, Suletta need you. And Carter need you. Pointing at Scar. Yeah, he'll set the beer down.
Clive is gonna set the beer down as well, cross his arms and lean back on the couch and nod.
You're very correct, Krellin. Thank you again for all that you do for us.
No problem. Coming back into the kitchen. These cocksuckers. Crossing his arms.
You know, they still teach about them in schools. You know that, right? I fully accept is the wrong word. Encourage it. I fully encourage it, mate, because
History repeating itself.
exactly, if you don't learn about the past, it's bound to repeat itself. That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Now, you know those ancestry DNA tests you can have done?
Yeah, I know 'em.
I had one done. I had to have one done to get, we're talking about it, sword base. Part of the background check, so I had many, many done. My ancestry traces back to Germany. Back in the 1940s, my name is actually Scar, my original family name is Scar Free Berg. When they moved to America, they changed it to Scar Free Tooth. My great 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 ancestor, they were in the camps. This motherfucker hated Leogans, and he hated Jewish people.
Really? I didn't. Wow, mate.
Their camp was liberated by Russians. Liberated by Russians, and then in-dock processed back into, I think, France, and then, so it would seem, given ancestor records, family records, my family fled to America and never set foot back in Europe.
I mean, fair enough. You got even more of a reason to hate these fuckers than I do.
Oh, I despise the fuck out of them. Absolutely. Squinting at the TV. Probably a good documentary, though. It's in black and white. That means it's old school. That's an old school one. This is, I think, Fox History 4.
But you know what? It probably is a good one. I actually really like documentaries. I like learning about stuff like that.
So do I. So do I. Hours later, Clive and Scar falling asleep at an indeterminate amount of time. What the hell? Looks over at Clive.
Scar, what the fuck are we?
Ow! Looks down at the ground. God damn! It's hot! Where'd my shoes go?
What the? Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus!
Clive starts like bouncing from one foot to the other.
Are we in a fucking desert?
I think this is some type of, well, no, it can't be Nicole doing a trick or Soul given Benny's death. What the hell is going on? Climb up this fucking sand dune. Oh!
Oh God, it's burning my hands! Holy crap!
He gets ahead of Clive. Clive sees him look over the ridgeline and then duck down under.
What's wrong?
Shh. He'll look over the ridgeline again. Oh shit. There's tanks over there. And these two fuckwads up on top of the tank talking. One of them has his hand up, and the other one's wearing black in the desert. What a dumbass.
What are you talking about? Here, scoot over. Let me see.
He's gonna climb up next to Scar and peek his head over and then immediately duck back down.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Guy looks kind of familiar, doesn't he? Coming up a little more.
And Clive pokes his head back over.
I mean, both of them sort of do, don't they?
Schnell! 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 All the tank heads point at Scar and Clive.
Oh my God! Normal Clive puts his hands up and it starts like packing up. 999. You
Putting.
will,
Go,
you
go ahead.
you will come out for us to see you, my Leogan and myself.
What kind of fucking game is this? Putting his hands behind his head. Is that me? Mein du Raffahanga?
Yes, I agree, Skardoff. We should tell them exactly who we are. Don't you agree?
9.
9. You do not think we should tell them who we are?
Schnell, schnell, schnell! Gesturing to Clive and Scott.
No, we will not accuse them. We will tell them exactly who we are and exactly what we can do for the family, not them. And then really put it into their mind. Yeah?
They are too weak.
They are too weak, but we need to push that into their mind so they never peek their ugly heads around these parts ever again, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come, follow me. Stay behind me, Herr Führer.
Herr Fiora! Looking shocked!
What the heck? Did he just call him Skardoff?
Is that me?
I think that is you, mate. I mean, how many other Leogans do you know that look like that?
Not many.
Is that me? As Clive walks up, hands behind his back, they hear his God, they hear his heels click together and his hand shoots out in a salute. Guten Tag. My name is Clive Rommel. It is very nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
This here is Skardoff. He is mein Führer and my very good friend, whom I am under. I am the general of this army, yeah?
Yeah. Looking shocked at himself.
Right. Right. So, why are we having this stream exactly, can I ask? Well, it's quite simple. My dearest Clive, you two are too weak for this family. To fix anything about this family, you have proven so time and time and time again. So we will be taken over. We will be assisting in the greatest of ways.
Diesen war Firmler with Siegen. What
Exactly.
did he say?
He said we will start the Fourth Reich once more. How can you not understand him? Are you dunce?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you just say the Fourth Reich?
Yeah. Putting his hand up.
Yeah. Dear Jesus, are they always this death scarred off?
Yeah.
We will need control, yeah? We will defeat Carter for you.
Carter had been getötet. What does that mean? My Germans, does that mean Carter killed Benny? Yeah.
Benny was killed by Carter, yeah. So, in retaliation, we will kill Carter. Now, nobody will believe that it was what truly happened, but we know. We know that Carter has been planning this for a good long time. He was going to have him kaput, dead, in the ground 6 feet under this entire time. He's been planning for it since the beginning. You don't believe us? We don't care. We are right, you are wrong.
Diese Familie wird überleben. This family will survive? I took German in high school. Leaning into class. Normal class.
Well, thank God you did, because I have no idea what these people are saying. Correct. This family will survive. By our hand. We will be strong for this family.
we will support them as we should. The Fourth Reich shall rule for 1,000 years,
Yeah!
and we don't care what you say, Clive and Scar. Hail Skaldorf,
as he does another salute while clicking his heels.
Clive, Nazi Clive, feeling compelled to offer Clive his Luger in somewhat of a symbolic gesture, passing of hand.
He lowers his hand, puts his hand off to his sidearm, unclips the holster, and pulls out his Luger. Sets it into his hands, his flat palms, as he looks up at Clive.
Do you accept? Do you wish to give us control? To be strong for this family? To actually succeed in something for once unlike you two?
As Clive looks down at the Luger, closes his eyes, grits his teeth slightly. He looks up at Clive and Rommel.
Yeah.
As he'll take the Luger.
Yeah! Scar putting up his paw.
Very good. Very good.
And both of my Clives at the same time.
The Fourth Reich shall last 1,000 years.
Guten Tag!
Guten Tag indeed, my friend.
The next morning, what's left of B's squad sitting in the office, well before Icy's come up or anything like that.
Carter looks around. He looks at Ricky. How you been over the weekend, Rick?
I've been doing good. As good as I can be. As he sits back, you see him chewing on his pinky finger, and you can see the bags under his eyes.
Yeah, have one of these. Pulling out a pack.
He pulls the nail out of his mouth and takes it. Thanks, it's, probably a better habit. Puts it in and pulls out a lighter and lights it.
Sam just sitting blankly in the chair. Oh, God. Oh, boy.
Oh, Jesus. Laz will reach over and take one of the cigarettes, light it up, and start smoking it.
Pass one over here. Yeah, just pass the pack around.
Soul will take one for her and for Colt, and then pass it around to everyone else who wants one.
Never thought you'd be making nightly trips to the gas station outside the lane for cigarettes. No, I did not.
Laz blows out some smoke and shakes her head.
Trust me, I didn't think so either.
There's one right next to the flower shop, so you can just say they've started to get my regular order down.
Everybody looks nervous. Well, I think we're getting cut today, Colt. Yeah.
Carter nods, crosses his arms. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't blame her.
Nah, I can't be mad if it happens. I just really hope it doesn't.
I don't know. Laz and I haven't had anything. Sam, don't know. Shrug. Leans against JJ.
JJ wraps his arm around her and pulls her in a bit closer and shakes his head. Nothing. I've had nothing as well. Right. Well, I mean, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, I suppose.
You'd say that again, Carter. Putting a cigarette in her mouth.
And Carter looks at her, puts his hand on her knee again and starts rubbing it. Yeah. Hope for the best. Plan for the worst. Let's hope that we stay as a squad and we'll be able to fight together again in the near future, hopefully.
What's the update on Elizabeth? What a dumb question. Yeah, I thought so.
Sol just shakes her head.
Apparently Elizabeth is, still, I think the best word people have been using for it is catatonic.
Well, I try not to hold it against her. If Laz died, I would have went on my hands and knees begging.
Ellie, Dad would have put me on a special watch up on Gateway, let's say that.
I would have begged Aunt Nicole, so I can't blame Elizabeth.
Cutter nods. I would have done the same thing as her. Ask Icy to resurrect Memory Ann, that is. It would be terrible if I lost her.
What about Grandma and Grandpa? How are they doing? They're like incognito. I haven't seen them much. Not great.
They've been, dealing with the fallout of everything. Putting a lot on their own shoulders, I suppose, is another good way of saying it. Saying a lot of what ifs. What if I had done this and that? And he shrugs. I think it's been real hard for them, as it has all of us.
JJ's dad was not happy Elizabeth asked Benny to be resurrected. Apparently the plan was to, if Elizabeth didn't recover, nuke Benny from her mind, but Elizabeth beat him to the punch.
JJ nods. He scratches his chin. I honestly think this is gonna sound terrible, Jesus Christ, but I truthfully think he should have just been nuked from my mind.
Battlefield triage. He shrugs it. That's how medics... Well, I wish Benny was here to tell you, but yeah. You work on who you know you can save, not... Yeah. He looks away in shame.
Guessing, Miss Nicole isn't doing the best either then?
No, not at all. The whole family is... Oh, God. Not going well.
Soul shakes her head. I'm extremely worried about Aunt Icy, honestly. Because, if she looks down at her hands, if she fails again to resurrect someone, it's gonna be extremely difficult on her. And she's actually attempting it this time around. And then, if she fails, Benny will be sent to, whatever word you want to use for it, purgatory, limbo. It doesn't matter what word, but it'll destroy her.
Wait, that's what happens? What?
Soul,
He looks shocked.
Soul looks up at Oz and nods. That's what happens. If you ever go into, like, a haunted mansion, and, like, it's legitimately haunted there, ghosts, ghouls, the works. Someone tried to resurrect someone there, or a terrible moment of, like, mass suicide, for example. A terrible something happened at that place. To have spirits stay in purgatory or limbo and just stay there for the rest of their lives isn't the right word for it. Spectral existence.
Why don't you just pick up the weight of the universe and put it on her shoulders? Jesus Christ.
Well, if anyone's got the power to do it, it's her. I don't know if
Just 5 minutes fucking faster. She starts crying.
JJ hugs her tighter. Darling, honey, no, there was nothing to be done. We couldn't have. It's okay, honey. It's okay. We did all we could. We can't blame ourselves for this one, please.
She'll keep crying as Memory Ann, and he kept looking at his watch too. Analog watch, an old one. It looked fucking expensive, the scumbag. He knew somebody was coming who he was very afraid of. Looking at Soul.
Soul nods. I mean, most likely 2 people he was extremely afraid of, right? As she nods her head subtly over towards Sam.
Yeah. And she'll shrug again, but wasn't in the cards. We should have met together. It was an error on Carter and my part too. We picked a location and we were gonna meet there. We should have. SOP is to find the closest point that we can meet feasibly. You draw the line on the map, you pick that point, and then you gather your elements together so you're at full strength, and then you move. Had we done that, well, Spender'd be dead, Ripa'd be dead, all those men, because I'm pretty sure those were, no, the combat, they were androids, would be destroyed, and Benny would still be here. It never crossed my mind. I was just so elated to see Ricky and Benjamin alive. They saved us, and then we got through on the radio to you guys. I was so excited, and we set out.
Carter leans back, crosses his arms, and looks at Marianne. You shouldn't blame yourself for it. I'm the one who gave the order. It's my fault.
Well, I could have thought of it. Any of us could have. We were just so caught up in the fact we actually survived.
Honestly,
Had everyone.
don't put that on you two. Sure, that's SOP, but with bugs on the planet, the place we picked could have been where that big fucker we heard walking around was, or where a nest was. We could have all died if we'd gone for that.
It was a king, is what they're calling it. Rubbing Ricky's shoulder, it was a king. They're calling it a king. They pulled footage from the, the stoplights and stuff like that before they cracked the planet, and it had some type of brain control over the little ones. That's great. Smoking a cigarette. That's just great. Some type of command and coordination thing it had. Yeah.
So we might have walked into a different trap if we tried to meet up somewhere else.
No weapons we had on us was gonna stop that thing. Sam kisses JJ on the cheek.
JJ kisses her back on the cheek and starts to pet her head. Yeah, no, we can't blame ourselves for mistakes that we've done in the past. That's just the thick and thin of it. We can learn from them for sure. Next time we will follow protocol. Just, we can't focus on the mistakes and blame ourselves for them and have those mistakes drag our mental states down utterly and completely, okay? And he looks at Sam and nods, okay?
She just buries her head in his chest.
And JJ just closes his eyes, tilts his head down, and just whispers out a "God damn it."
Smoke your cigarette.
And even if you were 5 minutes quicker, who would have wanted to take the first move when that synth had a gun against Memrian's temple?
I was toast one way or another.
And that many more trained on me and Benny when neither of us could move? I don't think anyone was walking out of there. Either way, you could see he's starting to break down and tear up. I think we were leaving with someone dead no matter what.
Carter knows that's exactly the truth, because Spender planned for it.
Carter closes his eyes. You're right, Ricky. That's what Spender planned for. That's what he threatened with me. And when he interrogated me, he threatened that one of you was going to die. Mentioned Oz, Sam. He grits his teeth for a couple seconds. Benjamin. And I didn't listen. Thought I was big and bad. And I just didn't listen. He made good on his threat, that's for sure.
Well, listen. They made it personal first. We were following through. That's the way I see it, and I would like to see it through to the end. It's often forgotten, but I was with Bashan Oak here as long as Memrianne was. That's true.
Carter thins his lips. I want to see this through to the end as much as anyone else here does. Trust me, I do. I would love to be holding Spender's head right now.
I'm not leaving. If they let me stay, I'm staying. I'd rather die than let you guys go against this without me.
I don't think we're gonna get cut. I just don't know if we'll ever get a chance to, but yeah.
Soul nods. From all that I know, we might not get a chance, you know? She looks at Carter, right? Carter nods. Ash is out on the frontier right now. He's doing work tracking down Spender and Ripper and going through a list that your father, he nods towards Colton, prepared for him.
Well, maybe we'll get a chance. I don't know.
I've barely seen Dad since he's been out on the frontier looking for him. A couple times I have, he's been different. Like, short answers and steely. I'm scared for the guys that he finds, honestly. They're not having a good time.
I mean, fair enough. He's he's definitely angry. He's definitely pissed off. He's most likely, I don't want to speak for him, but he most likely wants to get this done and wants revenge just like most of us.
Yeah, I know he does. Mom's been keeping him centered, I think. It's just... Oh, if I didn't have Ellie, I'd be losing my mind right now. Ellie and you guys.
Well, if we didn't have each other, I think we all would. Look at this one smoking. Look, gesturing down to the lad. Who would have thought? Oh, not me.
If I had to bet money on it, I would have lost about 6 million credits.
Same.
Laz chuckles, blows out some more smoke, and then puts a hand around, or an arm around Sam and starts rubbing her shoulder. I mean, it helps with the stress. I feel like I need them right now. I'm sorry.
Got Laz's leg broken. Thought I was going to die. I felt like a terrible husband because I was going to eject my wife off a building into a xenomorph-ridden city with a broken leg, and a pistol. Yeah. But it was better than the alternative.
Soul shakes her head. Oz, if there's one person here that you could that anyone could ever call not a terrible husband, it's you, and it's specifically because you were doing that for her.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Oh God, this is terrible. I try to think back in my mind to when my grandfather passed away, but it was like not even close, because he was sick, and he went to a better place and he's not suffering. I haven't slept in weeks. At least I feel like I haven't. I know I have, but you sleep, but you don't feel rested.
Have you been having nightmares about it, too?
No, thank God, no. None. I didn't have to see it firsthand, and I have not seen the combat footage, and I don't want to. Only JJ and Samantha have. At least, of the four of us.
Don't watch
JJ shakes his head. You don't want to watch it, mate.
No, I don't.
As soon as Oz started talking about, Laz being ejected and stuff, Laz's eyes just started widening. Her jaw set in place, and she started staring right down at the table.
What's wrong?
She wraps her arm around him and holds him close. You're not gonna leave me. You're not gonna eject me, okay?
No. There's no reason to. I was just talking about that specific circumstance of like 40 of those things crawling up the building, the creepy crawlers.
She nods. She looks at him right in the eyes. You're never gonna eject me. It's either both of us or none of us, okay?
I promise you next time, if there is, which there will not be, it will be both of us. Here, give me a hug. I'll hold you.
She hugs him and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Ugh. He sighs, slightly shaking his head.
Carter, with his arms crossed, starts just looking around the room. It looks like he's scanning the entire area, and he shakes his head. One time I don't scan the fucking area, and that's when we get ambushed. He chuckles to himself lightly.
That's usually how it goes, but I mean, I don't know what we were supposed to do. Ricky, go check that roof, and Benny, go check that roof, and I'll check this building here, and Carter, you check that building over there. Then we'll all check these They had us 300. Yeah.
And clearing the buildings wouldn't have mattered. Those bugs can hide in the walls and the vents. It would have been a fool's errand if those people weren't there.
Coming in, hand on JJ's shoulder, not interrupting.
I know it would have been a fool's errand. It's like doctors who get in internal organs sent in. They don't scan them for rabies. Why would they? That would be irresponsible. But there's always a chance, I suppose. And Carter looks over. Oh shit! Sorry, ma'am. He gives her a salute.
Oh, you're okay. I'm at ease. How's she doing? Scratching JJ's head.
JJ looks up at Sasha and just gives her a subtle shake of his head.
She nods her head. Cigarettes, huh? She'll come over and take one.
Blaz nods, puts the cigarette in her mouth, takes a long drag off of it, and exhales the smoke. Yes, ma'am, cigarettes.
That's okay. I enjoy a cigarette every now and then. Lighting one.
Good for stress, right, ma'am?
Yeah, maybe not good for your body, but good for stress, and we've got spellcasters to fix that, so... You want an update?
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the current update is nothing. She looks right at Carter. Ash is out there killing people. He's hit well over 40. That's 4-0. They're basically Strat remnant camps. When you guys took down their base, killed Fortune and Dead Cell, the Strat grunts, like the actual humanoids, not the androids that were out, returned home, and obviously saw there was no home, or at the very least, they got wind from Spender that, hey, our base was attacked, scattered to the wind until further orders. Towns has been watching them ever since. Quietly. Compiling lists, and there's more camps out there that Towns doesn't have eyes on yet. Towns hands the list to Ash. Ash goes to work, and Ash has orders to return, or at least contact me when he finds out Spender's location. In terms of progress on Benny, your aunt is always up here. Normally I would love to see her up here, like staying late, but she's actually the last one to leave out of the 5 of us, and that's not good. Carter.
Carter nods. Trust me, I know how bad that is, ma'am.
She sits in that interrogation room, which has been now jury-rigged into like basically a flash frozen room. She sits in there, and it's negative 10 degrees? Yeah. Nodding his head to preserve Benjamin's body, and she's in there all day and all night, and she doesn't really sleep. Towns found her passed out on the floor over there the other day. We didn't send that along to Julius and Pequod because I felt like it would have started more drama, and we don't need more drama right now. Either way.
JJ actually nods. He puts 2 fingers over his lips and shakes his head. Don't tell them that happened. That would destroy them even further. They're being strong right now from all that I've seen, but I think hearing that would just hurt them even more than it would help them.
With the way things are going, JJ, it's only a matter of time till they see it for themselves. He shrugs. It's only a matter of time.
Well, we might as well postpone the inevitable, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Probably by a few hours, my guess. Looking at his wrist computer. Memrian, oh god, this is horrible. Running her hands down her face.
I would say, how could this possibly get any worse? But then I would be channeling the universe to absolutely fuck us over.
In the meantime, what do we want to do as a group? Is it time to go home? Only this time for good? Or are we ready?
Carter shakes his head.
There's no shame in quitting, but that's what everybody tells you, but it's often the people who say there's no shame in quitting that are the ones that never have to live with a shame of quitting. At least that's what Lorelai used to tell me.
I can't quit, ma'am. I I'd feel like I was spitting in his face if I did.
I would feel the same way.
And Carter shakes his head with his arms crossed. You didn't kill me, Memory Hand, and Ricky, even though Ripa wanted him to, because he said that we had learned our lesson. That they wouldn't, that us, meaning they wouldn't come after us anymore. I want to prove him wrong. I'm staying.
I'm in it till the end. He shrugs.
Laz nods. Wherever Oz goes, I go.
I'm gonna be there when they die. Maybe I won't be the one to do it, but I want to be there, Mother. Okay.
The soul nods. Squad needs its heavy hitter, doesn't it?
I'll be there. She looks up at her mother.
JJ nods. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be here. And I'm gonna be there when he fucking dies.
All right. Well, then you'll get your chance. Once Ash finds him, we'll send you. But who knows when that will be.
Carter sighs. Call it idiotic optimism, ma'am. Or maybe just wishful thinking. But I think it's gonna be sometime soon.
Ash is only one man, but he's very thorough, so I'm in agreement. And when the time comes, you'll get your chance. You can go kill him and Ripa and whoever he has around him. Until then, you're stuck. There's nothing for you to do. We're not gonna do drills. We're not gonna do. Show up. You don't even have to show up for muster on time. Just let me know you're here, and that's about it. Don't think you need any motivation from me anymore to train.
Carter nods. Oh, we're gonna be training like some motherfuckers, man. Or at least I am, that is. He chuckles to himself and rubs his hand over his mouth.
Why don't we go get some coffee, JJ? Looking at Samantha, then JJ. We can take everybody, all of B Squad. We go get some coffee, JJ.
Yeah, mate. Let's go get some coffee. I think that's just what we need. Something sugary in us. Perhaps get our spirits up a bit higher than what they are currently.
And then we can come back to Gateway, and Ricky can destroy more punching bags, and we'll find something to do. How about that? I'd rather stay here. I need some normalcy in my life, and home is usually normal, but right now it's not normal. This is normalcy. The apartment is normalcy. I get that, believe me.
Gateway seems like the only place where it's like, even though there are a lot of memories there with Benny, Gateway seems like the only place where we can sort of separate ourselves from the situation, and I think that's what I need right now.
Okay, how about we'll take Samantha to go get some coffee, and then maybe we'll bring you back some a little later. That would be fine. We have dinner at Mother's tonight, family dinner. Me and Soul are cooking a pot roast.
The soul smiles and nods. It's gonna be delicious. I know it is. The two of us put together, we're unstoppable.
Would you like anything? Sasha? Oh, no coffee for me. Yeah, no. You guys are free to go, though, JJ. Why don't you take her to go get some coffee?
JJ gives her a nod, stands up and picks Sam up. I think that sounds absolutely smashing, don't you, honey?
Smashing. Squeezing his chin.
He smiles at her, gives her a peck on the lips, and will start walking her out.
Letting go of his chin with a sad smile as Oz will, come on, I'll carry you.
Thank you, honey. She hugs around him very tightly.
She'll sigh and look at Carter.
Carter looks at Sasha, sighs, and rubs his face again.
Well, you don't want to be here right now. Your aunt will be here soon, and I would rather you guys not see her that way, if you understand what I'm getting at.
And Carter nods. Yeah, no, completely understandable. Thank you, ma'am.
Has anybody here eaten breakfast? No. How about we go up to the apartment and I'll make some breakfast and stuff like that?
Soul looks over at Talons. You would really cook for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like my son cooks for you every morning, but mine's better because who do you think learned from him? Who do you think he learned from? Cold
You,
chuckle.
you obviously.
Yeah, you can go destroy as many punching bags as you like, Ricky.
I'd like that, thank you, sir. Ah, one of the quartermasters yelled at me after the 20th one I got this week.
That's okay. I'll set him in line. But maybe you guys could go work out and the girls could go plan out there. Do something that isn't sitting around twiddling your thumbs.
Carter lets out a breath and nods. That is a wonderful idea, ma'am. He stands up. Hear that, base squad? He points to Ricky and Colt. You two, me, you, all of us. We're gonna be training. He puts a hand onto Soul's shoulder and onto Memory Ends. You guys are gonna make the best goddamn dinner that we're ever gonna have, and you're gonna plan it out once we get back to the apartment. Deal?
Sounds good to me, Carter. Kissing him on the cheek.
Damn good. All right, let's move out and let's get to training, boys.
Ha ha! Sausage egg McMuffin, the favorite of the time deity. May I buy 5 million?
Oh man, I definitely think she'll like these at least. Does your bag keep them warm? The bags that she gave you?
Yes, magic bag.
Very nice. He rubs his hands together. I think she will definitely like these. And hell, maybe she'll actually start, eating now.
Is good food for hangover? Clive and Scar drink many of the beers.
That is also true. A good egg McMuffin can solve a hangover. He snaps his finger just like that, or at least that's what I've discovered.
If go back to normal, this going to be, hate to say it, but even if Benny stay dead, going to be nice for family to have them back. We'll need them greatly in the time to come.
They are very comforting individuals and always seem to know what to say, at least when they're normal, so it will be very nice.
Good morning, Clive!
Don't yell, Quellen! They have a hangover. He walks in and looks around.
Where'd Clive go? Looking around the living room? No, probably throwing up in the bathroom.
Oh, let me go check. He'll go ahead, walk in, knock twice, and then slowly open the door and peek his head in. He walks
Nothing?
back. No, nothing. He's not in here.
Clive, where you at? Coming in here.
Let me go check in the master bedroom. He'll go ahead and knock on the bedroom door, walk in. What the hell? He walks back out. He's not in there.
Only gone for a short time. We've been gone for 3 hours. You know how long it takes to make 5 million sausage egg McMuffins? Oh yeah. Looking back at Sam.
I mean, they could be anywhere right now. Do you think they have their whisk computers on them?
They hear the door open.
Oh, Clive, hello. What? Oh, fuck. Oh, what the fuck?
Wow, look, Clive. Looking at him confused. Samuel coming around the staircase. Clive, I got you. Looking at the post.
Guten Tag, Herr Unit.
Yeah! Putting up his hand.
Oh my god. He walks over, stumbles over to Samuel, puts a hand on his shoulder. Samuel, please tell me I'm dreaming. Just shoot me in the face if I'm dreaming, please.
Pinching Frederick's shoulder, trying to wake him up from the horror.
I'm not dreaming.
No, nine. You are not dreaming, Herr Frederick.
He walks up to Frederick.
I know how surprising it is to see Skardov and Clive Van Vrommel right in front of you. I know, yeah, but we are here.
He clicks his heels together, does the salute again. Welcome to the Fourth Reich, gentlemen.
Carter wird fallen. What that mean? Carter will fall in German.
When did you guys learn German?
Yeah!
Yes? That's what that means. He just said yes to me, Samuel.
What the hell's... This is not time for jokes, guys.
What do you mean, joke? He leans into Samuel. We are what this family needs, Samuel. We will get what needs to be done, done. We are the saviors of this family. We are the Fourth Reich.
Diesen Familie unwundeten Peis Obilien. His head going back, walking back into the chair. Oh,
Fudwig turns to look at Samuel. What did he mean? What did he say?
This family will survive at any cost. Roughly, he butchered a few words, but yeah. Wow, so brave! Clapping!
Clive nodding along with Scar. He's completely correct. This family will survive at any cost. Oh God. Even if we need to make camps. Even if we need to have an all-out war. Even if we need to defend Normandy again, which we will do just as we did all those years ago, successfully.
Ah, Himmler! Coming up shaking Krellin's head. Wow, me Herr Himmler!
Colonel Himmler. It has been too long. He clicks his heels together and salutes him. Heil Hitler. Scald off.
Yes! Hal Skardolf. Yeah, putting his hand up.
That is right. That is right. He he walks over to Skardoff and puts a hand right onto his shoulder. Hail Skardoff. Oh God. What? What the fuck is going on, man? He walks over to Samuel. Do we just kill them, Samuel? I think we might need to kill them.
What about the Egg McMuffins? Yeah, shaking Krellin's head. When was last time you see me? What Himmler mean? Looking confused.
Himmler? Oh God. Carter must have gotten to him, Skardoff. You were in charge of very important things back in the day. You were in charge of the camps that would keep Carter and his many close associates down, you know?
Tapfer Haman. Himmler was not a brave man. Looking scared.
He was! He walks over, takes off one of his gloves, and slaps Samuel across the face with said glove.
But we got you these Egg McMuffins, sir. Handing it sadly to Clive.
You got us an egg McMuffin, you say? Well, this is greatly appreciated, but I must say I'm not hungry at the moment.
During this time, Frederick saw Scar hand a coat hanger with something on it with a big, coat jacket cover, a jacket over the hanger, and gave it to Krellin and told him to go change in here.
What? He walks up to Scar. What did you just hand him? What did you just hand him?
Wow, coming up!
No! No! It's all blowing up right in our faces!
Hell, Skardolf. Putting his hand up! Yeah!
Hey, Skardoff.
His plan today, General. Looking at it.
Oh, it is quite simple. Today, we will be going up to Gateway, yeah? We will be going up quite simply to present a truce to Herr Carter.
Wow, so brave of you. Taking Clive's.
Thank you. It is what needs to be done. Himmler.
Herr Himmler to you.
Herr Himmler, I'm so sorry, Herr Himmler. My apologies.
But why would we go up to make a truce to Cardo right now? You guys are dressed up as Nazis.
Mein du Kaffeehänger, Frederick. That's just gibberish.
Have you forgot all of your German? What he said was, in these trying times, we must make peace, or else all the work we have done to keep the family up as it is will be undone. The death of Benjamin by Carter's hand, it is terrible, yeah, but we must make a truce with Carter.
Ho ho ho! Samuel putting out his hand. Carter didn't kill Benjamin. That's Spender did, right?
Who in the hell is Spender? Himmler, do you know who Spender is?
He's the smoking guy. Looking at Clyde.
Ah, yes. Spender was the American's nickname for Carter. How I forgot. He was quite a fan of smoking back in the day.
Yeah! Putting his arm around Frederick.
Frederick tries to like shrink away and like back away from Scar. Please don't touch me right now. I don't feel worthy of being touched by you, Skardov.
Skardov looking confused at Frederick. Smiles slightly at Frederick. I'm Herr Gergen.
Samuel, what did that mean?
He's calling you, Herman Gorgon, the member of a Third Reich. I think he was the Minister of Aviation.
Me? He looks down at his fat body, then back up at Samuel. Minister of Aviation?
And Herr von Braun, gesturing to Samuel. Great, I'm Warner von Braun.
No, that one I did recognize. Oh God.
Not only was I a traitor to Germany, but I got full. Oh, never mind. Looks over at Clyde. You want me to make a white flag to present to Carter? Wow! See me outfit?
You are quite spruced up at the moment, Himmler. And yes, Von Braun, Herr Von Braun, I would quite enjoy you making a white flag for us to present to Carter. It would be greatly appreciated, please.
Himmler was hero, right? Looking at Clyde.
Yeah, of course, Himmler. Of course, Himmler was a hero. He did many great things.
Ash hiding behind this little outpost bunker. Ash, wait. Reaching out to Ash.
He's gonna look at Kaz, turn, and just walk around the bunker while pulling out Ravage.
Shouldn't we have a plan or something? This is not smart, Ash. You're just a guy. Sarah's, leave him alone. What's Ash gonna do?
He's gonna keep walking. Once he sees this guy, he's going to look into Ravage, put a single flame round in, and shoot it right into the guy's ammo pouch, blowing it up and basically blowing the entire chunk of his side out.
Ah! He falls over, missing half of an abdomen.
Ash is just gonna keep storming towards the building.
What is going on? Following Ash slowly. Did I do something? He's not talking to me. No, you didn't do anything. Red alert! Red alert! Coming out this way, right out the door here.
Without even looking, he's gonna put his arm over and fire a shot right into the guy's head and keep walking towards the door.
This is like Strat Endgame or something. You could say that. Following Ash, but distance.
He's going to kick the door in and walk straight into the room.
They killed Benny. Benny. Following Saris. Is he the one who delivered the baby with Ash? As this guy comes out shooting at Ash.
One of the bullets is going to bounce off of his shoulder. He's going to look where it did, put his arm up, and just coat the entire wall in flamethrower fuel.
Dead, burning alive. Yeah. Spender caught them in a trap. As these guys slam a barricade here to try and keep Ash out, backs against the wall. Fuck you, Valorian!
He's gonna look, take the pouch with extra sticky detonator rounds, toss it in front of the door, and shoot it with a fire round.
Ooh, damn. They go flying, but they're disoriented, not dead, as this guy sneaks out the side and comes running up with a ripper behind Ash.
He's gonna catch the guy's arm, torque his wrist, and shove the ripper up through the bottom of his chin out the top of his skull.
Falling over with the ripper still going. Yeah, they killed him. As this guy, god damn it, they're waking up.
He's gonna walk in, put a bullet through each of their knees, and take a running punt kick into this guy's head.
Falling this way, grabbing his head.
He's gonna turn to the other guy, fire the last shot out of Ravage into his head, look down at it, and flip it around so he's holding the barrel as he walks up to the guy who's still barely alive.
Oh, what's the matter, Valorius? As Kaz looking in. Says they caught the kids in a trap, killed Benny, and Ash has been this way ever since, and we're here for moral support. Right. Coming in the room. What's the matter, Valorius? You angry? Somebody finally got one up on you?
He's just
You fuckers killed... I had friends at that base. Many friends that I've known for a long, long time. Even before you were in the military. Before your sorry ass traveled through fucking time.
He's gonna kick him in the ribs as hard as he can, and then he's just gonna start wailing on his head with the butt of Ravage.
Jesus Christ. Sarah shakes her head. You might not be good with computers, but you better start learning. Go through the computers, Kaz. Help me. There's a lot. We're looking for anything in relation to where Spender is. Okay. He'll walk away, but watching Ash beat the guy to death the whole time as Ash keeps beating him to a death. Up here in the apartment, Ricky hitting his punching bag, Colt holding it for him. But we'll start with Towns and the girls. Towns sets in front of Soul and Memory Ann oatmeal with very thin sliced pieces of peaches and a little honey and cinnamon drizzled on top. Soul gets this made for her every morning. Memory Ann, oh my god, look at
The soul gives like a sad smile down to the oatmeal, looks up at Towns. He certainly learned well from you, didn't he?
every morning, Sasha, I make it for Sasha. It's first dish I ever made for her. Julius taught me it, actually. Looking at Soul, I was like, what do you make for Pequod every morning? And he was like, bacon, eggs, this, that. I was like, well, I don't think Sasha wants that type of greasy food. And so Julius gestures down to the bowl. He even taught me how to slice those peaches like super thin without having a special slicer.
Soul chuckles, looks down at the oatmeal in front of her. And then you taught Colt how to make it, and she takes a bite of the oatmeal, and her eyes widen. Oh my god, that's really good.
Yeah, he's still got a little bit to learn, honey, but he'll learn in time.
No, I'm sure he will. Just, she looks up at Towns. Eating it straight from the master, it's awesome.
Apparently it's a recipe Julius learned in Gallia, believe it or not. He shrugs. Peaches
Yeah.
were a lot harder to come by in Gallia, though. Let me tell you.
Really? You couldn't just like go around and pick them off a tree or something?
They were They were considered rich people food, fruit, if you will. Poor people ate plums. That's what they were. At least that's the word here for them.
I take it that none of the people I would know who came from Gallia were of the rich folk.
Oh, no. Shaking his head. Ash was a slave. I was a complete fucking goon, poor and then crazy. And you know your father and your grandmother's story, so.
Right. Well, I know you've probably heard it millions of times before, but I'm sorry you guys had to go through all that.
To me, he pulls out his chair and sits down. To me, it was all worth it. I would do it again and again and again if I got to have that as my wife. Brienne.
Soul starts to laugh. What was your reaction to her when she first started like hitting on you? Because I assume she's the one who started hitting on you, not the other way around.
He'll lace his fingers together and sit back in the chair. Utter confusion. I had no idea what she wanted. She would just follow me around Gateway and talk to me, and I was like, "What the? This bitch is nuts."
Soul started laughing. He starts laughing and she shakes her head. No, man, she just wanted to get to know you.
She didn't even know what I look like. And
Exactly.
it was after our first mission where I had showed great courage, apparently. I saved, I can't even remember now. Saris twice and Ash, but yeah.
I mean, fair enough. Just that makes it all the more like beautiful, in my opinion. She didn't even know what you looked like, and she was still like falling in love with you.
And plus, I mean, I didn't really understand the ramification of dating Lorelai's star pupil. Most men did. That's why they wouldn't go near her out of fear.
I mean, fair enough. If I wasn't, my mother and father's daughter, I wouldn't date like myself or someone or anyone like that.
Colt.
Exactly. I wouldn't date Colt.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's got to be tough. Yeah. Either way, it all worked out in the end, but it was about a week of her following me around, and I was just incredibly confused. Memory ends, snorts out a laugh. Everybody I asked why she was doing it just called me a dumbass. Even your father, I think.
Soul chuckles. Wow, even my father knew what was going on.
Yeah. Your father's not as dumb as people make him out to be at times, though he can be dumb, but yeah.
I mean, who isn't dumb at least some of the time, right?
Must be incredible to get this cooked every morning. Yeah, I'd imagine so. Nodding his head. Does Carter ever make breakfast for you? Oh no, I do all the cooking. Looks away.
God, she just starts eating her oatmeal.
No, it's okay to rough Carter up, but not in a sexual way. Just tell him, like, this is how it's gonna be, or I'm gonna leave you because I deserve way better. Sasha laid down the law with me so early on. Probably our first month, like after we had, kissed, and I was like, I'm actually dating somebody. I never thought I'd do that. She was like, I run the show. I think is exactly what she said. I run the show. I tell you what to do, when to do it, and why and how to do it. And if you ever question me, I'll leave you. Worked out well. 2 good kids. I mean, he shrugged.
Soul nods. I agree. You should just say like, punch him in the face or something like that. I'm sure it'll make you feel good.
I would, but not right now. He's going through so much with the, Benny.
I mean, fair enough. I wasn't suggesting to do it right now, but in the future when all of this is hopefully fixed.
Towns, don't say hopefully. It will be. It will be. Some of the craziest things about living in the past and coming to the future is, well, science proves a lot of things wrong. Like on Gallia, when it rained, people thought it was like a bad omen. Like, oh, something bad will follow because the sky is getting dark. Or they thought they'd angered the gods. When in reality, it's just a natural part of any habitable planets, and some uninhabitable ones, planets' atmospheres. So coming from the past, where people believe that, and fear and superstition ruled the day, to the future, where all of a sudden it's like, on Gallia, you could only talk to people in, like, there was no computers or phones. There was communication stones, but you had to be super rich to have those messaging stones. Besides that, unless you had telekinesis, which only a spellcaster, a high-level one, I suppose, would have that. I didn't know any people who had that on Gallia. But either way, you come to the future, and I could just call Julius or Ash whenever I want, because this thing, it proves a lot of things wrong. But the one thing that I remember vividly from Gallia that rings true is spellcasting, magic. It can't be understood, explained, or reasoned with. And your aunt is the best person I've ever seen that has a grasp on it. So she'll get this done.
I certainly have faith in her. Don't get me wrong. I'm just. She looks down at her oatmeal again, almost ashamed in herself. I'm tempering my expectations, Dad.
Oh, I understand. I do. But it's probably just because I fought alongside your aunt a lot. Like, a lot. Anytime things were looking bad, you would just see some guy go flying and broken in half, and Julius's fist smoking. She's always been there when it counts, or when we needed her. So, and my neck was on the line too when that time deity came down, which meant my daughter's neck was and my son's. So
That was. She sort of shivers. That was a terrifying day.
another time, I felt completely useless. Believe me, we all did. Laughing.
I mean, She looks at Towns. You've known him longer than I have. Have you ever seen my father that useless?
No, I've never seen an enemy your father couldn't topple, given enough time. About the only other time I'd ever seen that is, we went to some satellite array a long time ago, a relay station, and, that's where we first fought the Epsilon Squad guy. They were... We didn't actually understand what was going on back then, but we were winning back then. Sure, we were walking into an ambush and stuff, but we had cut down on their manpower numbers so much that they had to start sending out the Epsilon Squad guys to either lead or augment their little freaky cult forces, to bolster their strength, because they were running out of bodies. And we didn't get it back then. We just thought, oh, this is serious. They're sending out that guy in that prototype armor. That's about the only other time. Your father beat that man, and he just kept getting up. But your father wasn't Mushined. So take that with a grain of salt.
Soul nods. If he was Mushin, he probably would have had if not mollywopped him, an easier time at least.
He would have been mollywopped. Armor's only gonna do so much.
Soul chuckles and nods. That is very true.
That's the only other time I can think of, really. Any other time, he was your 1v1 guy, he was your this, he was your that, so, yeah.
Even back on Gallia when he had no idea he had the Mushin shit?
Yeah. Ash was always your, sit in the back and, Ash is gonna pick this guy off, I don't gotta worry about that guy. Because I wasn't really good with my bow back then. Never really good with bows or crossbows. I don't know why I had one. Dale gave me one. But Julius was your front runner. But I remember your dad getting his ass kicked a lot back then, the more you mention it. But he was taking orders from Dale. So, Dale would be, take the attack on in, Julius. And that meant running into 4 dudes.
Soul chuckles. I remember one time, I don't know why he ever told me about this, but I remember one time, he was running towards an enemy, and someone threw a flashbang, and then, everyone, including himself, who was, right next to the enemy, got flashbang, and he got completely fucked up.
That would be Gulchin. He was this dwarf guy. He was on the original Alpha 9. He died to the Empress Xenomorph. Back when your aunt was leading the squad shortly after your grandfather retired to make some really bad life decisions. Memory at Wolf.
Ooh. Soul just sort of chuckles, looks back down at her oatmeal. Dad, believe it or not, I actually do like hearing about Gallia and stuff. I suppose that's wrong. I like learning. I suppose is a better way of putting it.
The Gallia was a fever dream, nightmare pitch. The planet was... The main continent of the planet was... It was the main continent because it was the only, easily habitable continent. Because it had greenery and grass and this and that. And you could plant things there and they would grow. The rest of the planetscape was like a desert biome. like some of the biomes at Rainfall Lane where Suleta's sand crocs live. There were vast desert scapes, so the majority of the intelligent life flocked to the continent of Gallia. The kingdom of Gallia was there, and it was thus named after it. And there wasn't many options, save for a couple islands. There was not many options.
Oh, that sounds absolutely terrible.
It was. And then when we went back, when Agent R took us back with Lorelei, and they had unearthed places we went, and she took us all to prove that, like, if you have suspicions about maybe something's wrong or you feel like you've traveled through time, well, you have. It was quite jarring.
That must have been freaky to learn that you're actually like millions upon millions of years old, even though you're, like 20 or 30 something.
I think I'm one of the only people that got the lesson from it, though. The lesson was to be grateful you're here. That's why they showed us, like, mass graves and all these horrible sites where people were trapped in caves and had to cannibalize each other and then they died. I really think that's why Lorelei took us. I think I'm the only one that walked away with the lesson, but yeah. I would believe that.
Yeah, I'm sad to say because it is my father, but I would completely and utterly believe that.
I was glad Hickson got wiped out. The Asinine Centaurs, they were, at least as far as we know, native only to Gallia, and they were complete idiots, so I'm glad they're gone.
I've heard stories about them. I'm glad I have never met one, and most likely will never meet one.
When things get better around here and Benny's back and everybody's happy again, ask your father about the first pair of tits he ever saw. They're not your mother's. And they're not Izzy's.
Soul blinks a couple times. It was an asinine centaur.
The local hooker of Hickson, I think the town was called. I believe I could be wrong, but yeah, ask him. Ask him. Yeah, she wanted to get with your dad.
Oh my god. Soul pinches the bridge of her nose and shakes her head. He didn't, though, right? Just tell me that at least.
No, your dad was drunk, but not that drunk.
Okay, thank God. He wouldn't have sex with the donkey.
Plus, your grandmother might have been a rat, but she was there. I think she would have talked him out of it.
I don't doubt that either. I don't doubt that for a second. Well, I don't know, maybe like bit his ear to snap him out of it or something.
Ricky destroying another punching bag. Sasha looks up, looks back down at her paperwork, and keeps working.
Carter claps twice, goes over, picks up another punching bag, and hangs it up. That's what I'm talking about, Ricky. Pats him twice on the back. That's what I'm talking about.
If you've seen the scene from the original Avengers where Captain America's hammering the bag that quick, that's basically what Ricky's doing. And eventually he just lets out a loud yell and his keyblade ignites on accident and he cuts the thing in half.
She looks up, shuffles uncomfortably with her paperwork on her leg, and keeps working.
He's gonna let the keyblade turn off. Sorry about that, ma'am.
Oh, I don't care. She keeps working.
Carter looks over at her. Are you sure you don't want us to get you like a little like TV tray or anything, ma'am?
Oh no, I'm fine. This isn't all that. This paperwork actually isn't all that important. It's paperwork you have to file after you crack a planet. Yes, all these papers have to be signed.
Carter looks at the papers, scratches his chin. Yeah, being higher up sort of sucks, doesn't it?
Well, she'll look down at her papers. It has its downsides for damn sure. But it also has its perks. Pay is probably one of the bigger ones. Pay, respect, admiration. You can do whatever you want for the most part. Like, Ricky's father is a great example. Ask Ricky's father what he can't do. Now. Then, yeah. I mean, the man can pilot, He went to medic school, surgeon school. He's done it all.
Asked you to teach him sniping.
Yeah, sniping, weaponsmithing school. I mean, all skills he acquired because how do I put this? All skills he acquired because of his time in the military. Staying in the military, all skills he acquired. He will leave with a greater amount of skill sets than most people could ever hope to have. I can't pilot. She shrugged.
Carter chuckles. I could only ever hope to learn how to pilot, and even then, if I did pilot, Les would probably make some kind of fun of me.
Well, why can't you? I hope. Why not do it?
He tilts his head. Good point. Why not do it?
She'll click her pen off. You can do whatever you want. I know when you guys first joined the military, I told you that, like, I feel like we went through a lot, and to see you guys have to join the military and fight, it was the Moog. To fight in the Moog, it's like, it does, in my opinion, defeat the purpose of everything we struggled for. But if you don't have a malleable skill set that can be turned into making money outside of the military, or you have skill sets that you're not happy with outside of the military, that's what the military's kind of for, Carter. Just like Ricky's dad started as a slave that probably couldn't even write his own name. Look at him now.
Very accomplished individual.
Hero that's on recruitment posters, ma'am.
Think about it. If, like, Elizabeth and JJ and Benny, prove my point. They had the ability to develop skill sets to help them make businesses and stuff like that, but do you know 99% of what Benjamin and JJ will be doing is this, pushing paperwork? If you feel like you don't have that skill set, or you don't want to do the band forever, the door will always be open.
Carter chuckles. He walks over and sits down next to her. Trust me, I do not want to do the band forever.
I enjoy my position. I've always enjoyed my life in the military. I grew up on a farm with my uncle, and there was nothing there. There was nothing to do. And the only time I ever felt like I ever accomplished anything was when I got on our tractor and tended to the crops. And then I'd stand on the tractor engine, like crawl up and climb up and look around, and just be astonished at how much was actually out there that I never really got to see because my uncle wouldn't let me go alone anywhere. It was not an EarthGov planet. It was a frontier planet. And he was a smart man, a very smart man not to let me. I was a good-looking young lady. But either way, I would not trade my life now for a buck-toothed farm girl life any day.
Carter nods. He stares forward for a good, 5 seconds. Shakes his head. Even when the tougher stuff happens.
Even when the tougher stuff happens, because I know I can deal with it. Imagine if somebody who can't deal with it or shouldn't be dealing with it is in my position. Like a Malcolm Chance, or, yeah.
Carter nods. He looks down at his hands. How do you deal with it, man?
Losing people under your command?
Carter nods.
Well, I didn't really lose anybody under my command till kind of late into my career. When your father and Ricky's father went off on the Majestic, me and Saris were rangers at that point. Well, Saris was about to be one. We went out on our first frontier deployment with Colonel Curtis, and after she got made a full ranger, Lorelei split us up. Lorelei wanted Saris to take over. Her name was Captain Hex. Lorelei wanted Saris to take over Hex's squad. And I was sent on an offensive against the Geist. It was my job to take quite a few infantry battalions and ranger battalions and send the Geist packing. Because your father definitely fought them. He did. And Ash. And whatever they were. Squad Sigma, whatever Malcolm called them. They fought them. And then they escaped through teleporters. Sound familiar?
Carter nods. It's the same teleporters, I'm guessing.
Which now leaves a blank question in my mind. If you need a very powerful spellcaster to turn them on, who the hell on the Geist was the spellcaster that turned them on? I've been thinking a lot about that lately. But either way, we traced them back to one final planet, and we had to invade the hollow Earth of the planet, and we did, and we wiped them out completely. But I lost 79 men and women under my command that day. It was a 4-month-long siege, but the hollow storm itself is where I lost men. Not until the final day.
Carter nods. That must be terrible to have to deal with, ma'am.
It was. It was horrible. Somewhat augmented by the fact that, your parents came back into the picture pretty quickly. They rounded me up to take me onto their squad. They wanted to get me onto Sigma. But either way, when I got back and I explained to Lorelai what happened and how many men we lost and machines we lost, weapons of war, she asked me one simple question. Did I question myself? Was I questioning myself at that current time? And I said, absolutely. I feel terrible because I was the one who gave the orders, and I was under special orders. I was only a lieutenant at a time. No lieutenant should be leading thousands of, but because I was this special girl, her star pupil, I got this special treatment. But I sent men of higher rank to their death, and that bothered me. Either way, she told me, good. You should question yourself. It means you're right for the job. She'll lock eyes with Carter.
Carter locks eyes with her. And goddamn, she can start to see tears start to well up in his eyes.
Because somebody that doesn't question themselves over their decisions and actions isn't cut out for the job. She'll put her arm around Carter.
And Carter nods towards her. Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Lorelai's reputation of being ruthless and cutthroat, that was only towards our enemies, and you should be like that towards your enemies. You have to be. There's... my anger towards you surrendering to fortune wasn't out of your... technically speaking, what you did is dereliction of duty. It's not out of that. It's that if she didn't take pity on you, you would have died. Thankfully, she did.
Carter nods. Trust me, I think about that. I think about that day quite a bit.
And sure, you guys might have not been cut out to take her at the time, but it's better to go down fighting. Push her big black ass off the train.
And Carter starts to laugh. Oh God, how I wish I would have.
Either way, if you're not questioning yourself, even if you're not in command, if you're not questioning yourself about what happened that day, you're not cut out to be in a leadership position later on in life, anywhere in life, whether a band or the headhunters. Go ahead, Ricky. She looks at Ricky.
Oh, I was just saying I kind of wish I had. I ended up falling off the train either way, man.
Yeah, you did. And thankfully you're like your dad and you can take a hell of a beating. And Nicole was there to heal you.
Guess I got most of the good parts of Dad.
There's always been more good with your father than bad. The problem with your father was all the bad erupted at once. Whereas with people like Julius, it was like this, every couple months or years, or maybe an every week thing. She looks blankly at the paper. If you were Integra, but yeah.
Well,
I
you go.
I do not envy Integra's job having to deal with my young father.
And I'm thankful I got most of my dumbassery out of the way quick, ma'am.
It's always good to get it off the table early. Either way, I mean, even when Benny comes back, you're going to question decisions you made that day, for the rest of your lives, which will be forever. But we would have walked into the trap just the same. I've watched it over and over and over and over and over, and I do think a lot of you guys grew up in a world where Mars was this big relief center that Pequod built, and if you're struggling on the frontier, you can go to the relief center, get free food, free housing, live there, and then go on to job training if you want. If not, you get a certain amount of free time there, then you got to go somewhere else. There's other mouths to feed. But you can't do this infinite charity. Back when we were coming up, Mars was the central command of enemy HQ, Max Tech, and they were right in our backyard. Or depending on how you look at it, we were right in their backyard. Either way. Lorelei was ruthless and cutthroat, and EarthGov had fangs, not teeth, and EarthGov's bark was far less worse than its bite. And we haven't been that way. Spender comes from a time where you had to be that way. Even before Lorelei took charge, it was winner take all. And maybe we lost our fangs, and we probably shouldn't have.
Carter nods. Maybe we should go back to how it was, ma'am.
Well, there's a thin line between totalitarian conquering empire and benevolent government organization. There's a very, very thin line. I can remember the last stronghold of the UIR, where your father killed the lightning count for the second time. He killed that cocksucker twice. Both laughing. The second time he killed that guy, we weren't even supposed to be there. We were going in to get a scientist to bring Uncle Blaze back, an expert in the soul gems that exoframes like your Uncle Blaze have. We were going in to get him. It was not a sanctioned thing. Lorelei was not happy we were going. The only reason we knew about it was because Lorelei was like, hey, your and SIS told us, like, the scientist is here in basically the last stronghold of the Lightning Counts UIR. They're elite troopers. Lorelei's gonna bomb the goddamn mountain, nuke it. And we were like, wait, we gotta go in there and get that guy. She let us go under the pretense of once we land, we have a certain amount of hours, and then the place is getting bombed. So, don't go over time. We don't do that kind of stuff nowadays. Instead, nowadays, Ash is sent to be a diplomat with, in the example in my head, Krellin, to Fornost. If Lorelei ever wanted a hostile control takeover of Fornost, she could have, and they would have backed her, I assure you. If it was like, we need this for strategic reason X, Y, and Z, she would have got it.
Carter nods. I'm sure she would have. There's no questioning that she definitely got shit done back in the day.
I always kind of thought I always kind of look at it as like an over expenditure, or I don't know. You take colony after colony after colony, it gets so big, manpower, even if they're in the billions, gets stretched so easily over the vast expanse of the universe. So at some point, I think focusing on one area and holding that area is probably the better way to go about it, but those are decisions your mother makes, not me. Thank God. Like, I really don't care, I'll be honest. If I send Ash to a planet and they insult Ash, disrespect Ash, I could give two shits if Palaven gets overrun with xenomorphs tomorrow. If you want the truth. I really could. I could give two shits, and if they called screaming for help, I'd hang up. But that's why I'm not in charge like your mother is.
This one is completely true. I could not be the Primarch. I could not lead EarthGov like she does, that's for sure.
Nor could I. I can lead the military and be ruthless and cutthroat, but when push comes to shove, and I bet you all my money, Palavin's gonna come calling at some point. I will not be the one picking up the call and saying, yes, I will send troops there to save you, even though you disrespected my personal friend, Asherion Valorius.
Carter chuckles. I could bet my bottom dollar, though, that my mom was gonna rub it straight in that chick's face that she needed our help.
If the woman's alive to come crawling to us at the end.
That is also true, if that bitch is alive.
In a just world, she isn't gonna be. Ricky's finished sweeping up the sand from the ruined bag and is gonna sit down.
Well, that's not up for me to decide. I hope she isn't, though, I'll tell you that much. She thought your dad was there to strong arm her. Whatever.
If Dad was there to strong arm her, he wouldn't have come with just that Kaz guy.
Your dad doesn't do strong arming, he just shoots you. That's why your dad is so good at his job.
That's true. I just don't envy you guys. It's gotta be hard to decide when to have fangs and when to have an olive branch.
We've got an armada of dragons. I've got the time deity in my pocket. Nevermore. Julius. At some point, you gotta let him loose. And show what you can really do. Flex. That's the whole point of this xenomorph incursion. If he thinks he's gonna win by doing this, it's to me, a lot of people will die. I don't want that to happen. It can't be prevented. It's out of my control. I don't worry about it. But believe you me, Julius and Nicole will be sent to Flex.
If he thinks he's flexing, then we're gonna show him how we flex. It's gonna be like Danny DeVito versus Arnold Schwarzenegger.
My bite is a lot worse because I have Julius. And then Nevermore.
Well, he's in for a rude awakening because he thinks he's already won.
Well, she'll fix her papers. I wouldn't put it past him, but in a way he has one, I'd say, for now. If his goal was to cripple our family, then he succeeded.
Carter nods. Oh, God, he definitely did. That son of a bitch definitely succeeded in that.
I didn't know Strat even existed until Julius and I went to officer training school. Or no, I'm sorry. I got a battlefield commission from Colonel Curtis. Battlefield commission means you get commissioned, but you didn't go to officer training school. I got battlefield commissioned to lieutenant. Julius and Nicole battlefield commissioned. Then we all had to go to officer training school. Because eventually, even if you get a battlefield commission, when the wartime ends, ergo, like the cult's defeated, you then have to go to officer training school. If you choose not to, you're going to lose that rank. That's how it works now. So we had to go to officer training school. I didn't know Strat even existed till maybe 3 or 4 years after officer training school. Probably closer to 4.
Damn, they were that. Well, they still are, but they were that secretive even when they were part of EarthGov.
They were the hired killers. That's what they were. I mean, they weren't hired out randomly to kill people, but they were your hired killers, basically. Yeah, the CIA had an organization like that. It was their little paramilitary unit. If you do your history research, they had a paramilitary unit. And what do you think the CIA needed a paramilitary? When the CIA is part of the United States government, who has access to all these units in the United States military? Wet work. And nobody knew anything about the CIA's paramilitary unit back then, I assure you.
They were there to do the dirty jobs that nobody wants seen.
There's a good saying. Well, it's not a good saying, but I read a quote once. It was, I'll get you the book if you'd like to read it. It was a book written by a guy who was in the CIA paramilitary unit. It's very old. He was asked what was the first thing he felt after he shot a civilian in Africa, and his response was recoil of my rifle. Colt, groan.
Carter just blinks a couple times.
That's the kind of people that were in this paramilitary unit from the old world, and that's exactly what Strat was, and I'm sure Spender was in charge of that paramilitary unit back then, or at least he learned from it and modeled Strat off of it.
Jesus Christ! Now I just want to kill them all the fucking more.
Yeah, that kind of person having that kind of power with the shield of anonymity, they need to be gone.
Oh, you've heard it a million times, and I don't want to bore you, but it's better to talk about things than dwell on what we can't control. But, the reason the UIR was dismantled, basically, by the time your parents even came around, was them. The UIR would hide out in colony towns, frontier colony towns. They'd have their base of operations, under a bar or something like that. Their command bunker would be there, and they'd be waging war on another portion of the planet. And when the Rangers went in to wage the war and protect the frontier civilians who were the militia who were trying to fight the UIR off their planet, who do you think went into that nice little small town and killed every single person, man, woman, and child? And then took all the intel and burned the town to the ground.
Strat.
They cut the head off the snake and the body dies. Yeah.
Yeah. No. That is. It might have been what was needed back in the day, but that's still terrible, in my opinion.
The general populace loves EarthGov, and they did back when your parents and I were younger. Of course they did, but the frontier loves EarthGov, and they only love planets bend over backwards to get your mother to let them join now, and that's only because the way your mother has handled business. Planets weren't bending over backwards for EarthGov protection back in the day unless something horrible happened first, like UIR invasion, or some type of space-borne disease, and then EarthGov disease control goes in and blah, 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 blah. Nobody was begging to come in back then. Today, people beg. And more so I think it's a lot because of, maybe it's not even EarthGov they beg to join, it's because of the rainfalls. Cold, I'd believe that. So to say your mother has done things wrong, I don't agree with that.
But if you're a leader, you basically can't do everything perfectly.
No, and you can't always play by the rules.
You gotta throw sand in their eyes sometimes.
And we played by the rules early on with Strat, and we lost. We lost 500 men, a very expensive ship. We almost lost Ash and Ceres. Were it not for her big dragon, Decimator Dez.
Thank God we didn't lose them too. I know it wouldn't necessarily be my fault, but I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if we also lost Ash and Ceres.
I would never be able to forgive myself. Either way, thankfully we have Dez. And Ash is still kicking to be out there right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit more biased, but thank you. I'm happy they're still here.
Thank the dragon next time you see him. He's the magic dragon that can fly at like Mach speed. I think about it a lot nowadays, because we could have just sent those dragons out there and glassed every planet inside a reticuli, and that was on the table, but we all agreed, like, hey, there's probably no people living out there. You'd need a ship, like a military-grade vessel to even make it there. But all the wildlife, and we're arbitrarily exterminating life. And what if there is a sentient species out there, and those dragons nuke the planet? If we had done it the other way around, well, they'd all be dead. And we wouldn't have lost 500 men. And Ash and Ceres almost wouldn't have died, as well as their bounty hunter friend. Ash's whole squad dead, so... yeah. But that goes back to questioning ourselves. I do it too, Carter. Even now.
Carter nods. I suppose it's just human nature to question yourself over stupid decisions that you feel you've made.
The the silver lining in all of this is when Benny comes back, because he will. It's not a matter of if. If you tell yourself if, or you try to do this, prepare for the worst thing, just have faith in your aunt, Carter. When he comes back, give him a nice big hug. And be grateful you got the opportunity to see him again, because anybody else's family would not be given this opportunity.
Trust me, I know that much, and when I see him again, I'm going to give him a nice big hug. Carter just sighs and rubs his face and leans back. It's gonna be nice to see him again.
Carter hears Memory Ann let out a shriek.
And Carter immediately stands up and draws his sword.
What the hell, Mom? Cold looking out into the... Oh, Father! It's alright. Coming over, hugging Memory Ann.
Soul hugs her as well. Don't look, Memory Ann, just don't look.
Yeah! What me name? What me name, Clark?
Himmler. Herr Himmler. Krell Himmler.
Herr Himmler Krellen requests Carter and friends come out to lobby, waving white flag.
Carter, still with his sword out, blinking, looking out. He looks at Sasha. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. As he just starts, dejectedly walking out.
When did grabbing him by the arm? When did this happen?
I don't know.
They recently got told about Benny's death, Mom. Oh.
Last I heard from Grandma and Grandpa, they were actually being pretty normal.
Normal? Letting go of Carter's.
Talking, no, we gotta focus on what we can do instead of what we should have done, and we can't throw blame around, and yada yada yada. They were giving good advice, and they were just being normal and, shooting the shit and stuff.
And now the Fifth Reich is standing in our apartment.
He starts laughing at the Fifth Reich cop.
Carter sighs as he rubs his face. He sits down. If I just treated everyone better, he wouldn't be goddamn Hitler right now.
Yeah, I think your uncle's Hitler. Your father-in-law is Rommel, and Krellen said Himmler. Krellen's the guy who designed the concentrate. Alright, she'll fix her collar and walk out.
This is terrible. This is just terrible. Carter stands up and follows after her. Oops.
Ah, my Hoopsha Ranger Fair General. My very pretty Ranger General is what he said. Thank you. Fixing her.
Carter clacks his teeth together a couple times.
Herr General,
He gives her the Nazi salute.
Head recoil. She quickly salutes and looks away. Yeah.
it is wonderful to be seen you at this moment. Come closer, Herr Carter.
As Carter will look at Sasha, then look at all the Clive in uniform, look back at Sasha and just start walking down the stairs and walks in front of him.
We're going to defeat Spender. Family will prevail at any cost. Hail, Skardolf! Yeah! Oh my god, she starts laughing.
Don't say that. Don't say that, please. I would never say that again.
But beat Spender. Arm around Frederick, still waving the flag.
Please don't say Hail Skardolf, please.
Yeah! Shaking hands with Ricky.
Yeah, nice to see you, Scar. Yeah.
Yeah, patting Colt on the back. Yeah. Going in to see. Let's go ahead with Clyde.
These are trying times, Carter. I still hate you. Still hate your guts like you could not believe, but
I believe it is imperative to keep this family together in this trying times. To present with you a truce, at least until Benjamin has returned.
Wow, that's very noble of you, Clive.
Carter's eyebrows shoot up. Are you serious? If I shake your hand, you're not gonna like somehow poison me to death, or at least like make me shit my pants till I die, or anything like that? Nine. Nine, 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 nine. If you shake my hand, there will be no fighting, there will be no war. Not until Benjamin is back. You and I, we will not be allies, but we will tolerate each other. That is the deal I am presenting with you. No death, no shooting, nothing of the sort. Cutter looks back at Sasha, and then over.
She'll shrug and gesture with her hand towards Clive.
Cutter looks at Clive. Okay, truce. Yes, of course, truce. Very trying times. We need this truce at the moment, yes. Clive shakes his hand. It is wonderful that we could come to this agreement. I'm very happy that we could.
Carter hears Memory Ann let out a wail. He sees her grabbing Scar, shaking him. Scar just with his hand held up.
No, Marianne, no, you can't. You can't snap him out of it. He's just like this, Marianne, stop.
Sieg missed prize. Victory at any cost. Just blankly looking at Scar.
What? So like teleports behind Scar and also starts to shake him. Why? Why victory at any cost? Why are you saying that?
Mein du Kaffee hanga, soul. My Fräulein. That doesn't mean anything. He just looks at Scar. Why every man in my life either hurts me or is ruined. Oh, Sasha looks away.
Carter's face just like lowers into just such guilt on his face as he looks into the kitchen.
This Herman Goring, arm around Frederick, Minister of Aviation, and Samuel von Braun. Hand over
Carter looks over at Samuel. Samuel von Braun, is it?
He clenches his fist and his eye light goes red, looking right at Carter, which means he's in combat.
Carter puts his hands up. Truce! Remember truce, Samuel?
Wow, white flag! Waving it, accidentally hitting Carter in the side of the head lightly with it.
Carter gets hit in the side of the head and rubs his temple a bit and nods. Yes, truce. No combat, no war, no ambushing, no roofie attempts.
Hail Skardolf! Hail Skardolf! He walks, hailing himself, walking away. Marianne collapses to the ground, crying. Towns runs over.
Carter points back. I'm gonna go. I have to go. Carter starts walking, and he accidentally bumps into Scar as he's walking. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle.
Yeah, patting Carter on the head, handing Ricky a Skardolf youth knife. Yeah, you take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. He's gonna slowly put it in his pocket. Thanks, Scar.
Wow.
You must love the Skardolf youth. They are always just such fun to be around.
Carter sees Samuel reaching for. Nobody's ever seen it before, but he. On his leg holster, the side pops out, and there's some type of like mega advanced plasma pistol, and he's reaching for it, looking right at Carter.
Sasha.
Hey, Samuel, what you got there? Ah! Oh. Put it back in his chest.
He's gonna fucking kill me.
I think he's had about enough of you and the galleon.
I mean, fair enough. That is completely fair.
What's one more? The blow's already softened by Benny. Yeah! Putting his arm.
9! 9! We will not be hurting anyone else, even if it is Carter, but I do like the enthusiasm. Once Benny comes back, I want you to use that same exact temper that you are showing right now. I'm very proud of you, Von Braun. Herr Von Braun, my apologies.
Sieg mit Preis. Victory at any cost.
Sieg mit Preis. Victory at any cost.
Wow! Waving the flag. Clive leaving. Krellin will continue to wave the flag, backing out as they disappear. Oh god, Colt slides down.
Why are they at their most reasonable when they became Nazis?
Why is Krellin dressed like that? I expect it from Scar and Clive.
Just as fucking Himmler.
Krellin, Himmler. Here, let's go check on the girls.
Yeah, no, I need to get to my wife. Carter runs into the kitchen and straight to Memory Ann.
Oh, honey, Colt kissing soul.
He was just talking nonsense in German. He called me so Fraulein.
Oh, she's inconsolable.
And Carter just gets down onto his knees and hugs her and starts to pet his head and comfort her the best way he can.
This is not what we need. This is not what the family needs right now. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Looking at... You want me to kill them? I'm sure that wouldn't go over well. They're Nazis! He gestures out.
Carter sighs, they are Nazis who just offered a truce with me. They aren't going to kill me or attempt to do so. They aren't going to fight me, roofie me, or anyone else around me until Benjamin comes back. That's the deal they just presented with me.
God damn it. Looks over his shoulder. I don't think this one's on you, Carter.
Carter slowly turns his head over to Sasha and raises an eyebrow. How is this not on me?
They recently found out about Benny. Your granddad and grandma went out to inform them multiple times the week of his death. They sent them away. And then apparently, he'll shrug, they found out last night. Well, yesterday afternoon. He points at Carter. Yeah, that's what granddad told me. He looks up.
And Carter nods. Oh yeah, no, I know that, but did Benjamin's death really affect them that much? Trust me, we're all affected by this. I feel like shit right now, but they turned into Hitler? And
It just keeps ringing in Ricky's head. Victory at any cost.
He's gonna pull the knife out of his pocket and hand it to Sasha. Can we put that in the incinerator, ma'am?
Yeah, I'll take that. You don't want this. This is actually a Hitler Youth knife. I don't know where they got this, but they just... Wow. She'll close the knife and put it in her pocket.
Please don't tell me they actually went and invaded a Nazi memorabilia place.
There was a report about that Nazi museum. Midwest. I think it's Oklahoma. It's not on you, Carter. I would just not worry about it.
okay, I guess this one isn't on me this time around. Carter holds Memory Ann tighter and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Just comfort her, get her up. And how about, come on, Ricky, Soul, Colt, let's go shopping for the the chuck roast ingredients. Towns, call the museum, find out an ID on the people who apparently hid it. Yeah, I'll go down to the office. He runs away.
Yeah, I think I need to get some cigarettes, ma'am.
Walking out with Soul and Colt as Memory Ann is crying in the chair, Carter holding her. There was a report earlier this morning that there is a World War II museum in Oklahoma, and they had like a uniform Himmler, or no, I'm sorry, not Himmler, Rommel wore, stuff like that. It got robbed this morning, and the cashier shot dead. Oh my god.
Shot dead?
Shot dead. Yeah, yeah. She looks down at her daughter-in-law right in the head.
We're not telling Memory Ann about that.
No, of course not. Holding the door open.
I don't think she'd be able to recover from finding that out? He's gonna head out.
She'll one more time turn and look at Carter and grimace as Carter is stuck consoling Memory Ann. Down at the coffee shop, Sam's blankly looking at her fancy green drink. Oz will hand one to JJ. I am starting to worry, JJ. I know that's stating the obvious. Makes me feel better to state it.
JJ nods. No, I understand, mate. I understand. Anything you want to get off your chest, don't hesitate, mate.
Just never seen Samantha like this.
Neither have I. It's He looks right at her. It's worrying, to say the least.
Failure is a hard thing to accept, but she didn't fail. Good luck telling her that.
He shakes his head. Even if I tell her that, which I have, trust me, a multitude of times, she's not going to believe that. In her mind, if we were just 5 minutes faster, if we did this, if we did that, then we would have saved Benny, but that's just not true, and I don't know how to get that across to her. I don't think I can.
Laz and I are only standing here because of her. I mean, I know you all came, but she was the first up there. And Laz too. What is this "don't eject me" thing? I don't.
JJ looks over at him. I think she's scared, mate.
Well, it was the best decision with the time I had. Otherwise, they would have ripped my wife apart, and I was not going to let that happen.
Well, I know that. He turns to him and leans forward. And trust me, I agree with you. If me and Sam were in that position, I would have done the same thing, mate. But I still think she's scared. I think she's scared of losing you. I don't know,
Had a lot of close calls, her and I. Before you joined, I got the xenomorph tail through my stomach. We almost got nuked by the Ray, the little advanced Star Child thing, the robot at the oil rig, and now this.
JJ nods. I think it's starting to add up, mate. I can't remember who said it. I know someone did today, but the human mind can only take so much. He nods his head over to Laz. I think the idea of losing you, especially after just losing Benny, is I think it scares her to think about, mate.
Well, it scares me too. Losing her, when we crashed and her leg was broken, and I set her leg in the air boot, gave her the painkillers, she screamed, rightfully so. I would have been crying like a baby. Anyway, as soon as that scream left her mouth, I knew we were dead. He looks over at her. I knew we were dead. And I looked over the building, and it looked like the whole side of the building was moving up towards me. All I could think about was, before I got on the ship, I had talked to Ricky. What's going on with Benny? And Ricky, assured me that he'll try to talk some sense into Benny, blah, blah, blah. And then Ricky said, don't forget to take a rifle. Get one off the rack over there. There's pulse rifle, Car 50. I said, oh, come on, Rick. Don't worry about me. Worry about fixing Benny up. God, what a dumbass. He shakes his head.
You can't blame yourself for that, mate. I mean, you guys are the pilots. You guys aren't supposed to be in that kind of situation. I can't blame you for not taking a weapon or anything like that, mate. I really can't.
Don't you worry. From now on, I will have a underbarreled grenade launcher pulse rifle, and she will have one too.
JJ chuckles and nods. I think that'll actually make her feel quite a bit better.
About the only thing that seems to perk Samantha up is your smashing when you say smashing. You ever think to outsource in times like this?
How do you mean, mate? Outsource?
Monkey Boy brings great joy to Laz. And he's the simian son I never thought I'd have. He says it so the girls can't hear him. Either way, he's a good boy. In some ways better than Jace, I suppose. Monkey Boy makes her feel better. We get home, Monkey Boy's all over her. I think he can tell something's very wrong with her right now. What about calling Krellin? Looking over at Sam. She loves Krellin, always makes her laugh. His stupid way of talking.
That's not a bad idea, mate. Not a bad idea at all. We should probably do that right now. Go over there, call up Krellin, and try to cheer her up.
Hit her with a smashing first, and then...
Of course, mate. Anything that I can do to cheer her up, I will.
He'll lead JJ over, sit down next to Laz, put his arm around her.
JJ will go ahead and sit down next to Samantha, give her a kiss. Have I told you look positively smashing today?
No. She'll look up at JJ and smirk.
JJ smiles, he leans forward, resting his nose against hers. Well, you do look positively smashing, honey.
She'll rest her head onto JJ's completely. I don't feel smashing.
Well, I know you don't, honey. I know you don't. He puts a hand onto her cheek and gives her a kiss. You know who I think might help with that?
Not your family. Don't call anybody in your family.
What?
We gotta call Krellin! Oh, she chuckled.
JJ leans back, he tilts his head. Yeah, I was just gonna call Krellin, honey. Are you okay with that? Would you mind that?
Yeah, call him. Go ahead. She'll smile sadly.
He smiles at her, looks over at Oz worriedly, and will call up Krellin.
Wow, me Heinrich Himmler. She smiles me. What? She blinks twice.
Yeah, who, mate? Would you mind repeating that? It's JJ, Sam, Laz, and Oz.
Refer to me as Herr Himmler, please. Oh my god.
Laz just blinks a couple times, looking at Krellin, looks at Oz and just leans on him. He's a Nazi.
Somewhere the spirit of John Kevin is cheering. Sam starts laughing.
My apologies, Herr Himmler. I did not know I should have addressed you as such. My apologies.
Why are you dressed like that? Don't know. Looks confused at Sam and JJ. Skardolf, give me this. What did he just say? He looks at Laz then, JJ.
I think I could be wrong, but I think he just said Skardoff.
We now part of something called Fourth Reich. Oh, she starts cackling.
JJ lets out like the only way I could describe it is like a scoff. Who exactly is part of this Fourth Reich, mate?
Frederick Goring, Minister of Aviation, Samuel von Braun, Skardolf, Herr Himmler, me, and that guy you wanted Clive to play in movie and he say, eh, that was me long time ago. Erwin Rommel?
He's Rommel. He's acting like a Rommel. Why isn't he Adolf?
Don't know what happened. Scar and Clive acting very normal. All of a sudden, oh no, what we do, have to help family. Then they sit in living room, and they talking like normal, drinking beer, just talking about they past. Then we go in, turn on TV, try to comfort them. They fall asleep, we wake up next day, go get them breakfast, come back like this. And now me, Himmler, have better uniform than Julius. Oh no, you don't.
I don't. I personally enjoy Julius's more, mate.
And higher ranking should have been this way all along. Oh my god!
Oh god. Laz leans forward. What was the thing on the TV? What was playing on the TV, Krellin?
Some black and white thing with this symbol behind a bunch of people yelling. He points to the swastika on his arm.
Oh my god, they were probably watching a documentary or a movie about the Nazis or something.
What channel? What channel? Fox 4 History, me think? Oh jeez.
They were watching a Nazi documentary, and they fell asleep, and most likely woke up thinking that they were Nazis.
Clive keeps saying, at any cost, this family will prevail, like we did in Europe.
Like they did in Europe. Out of curiosity, is there any specific place that he specifically mentions when he says, like we did in Europe?
Poland
Oh my
and
god!
France.
And France, and France. Well, that does line up with quite a few things about who we're thinking of.
What about Russia? He say not to talk about Russia.
How did you guys do on Normandy Beach?
We win! Thanks to Clive, tactical expertise. Me was architect of Armageddon, building some type of camps to put Carter in. Oh my god, hand over mouth!
Just out of he covers his mouth, like he should not say what he's about to say, and then uncovers it. Were they called concentration camps?
Yes, with many things like oven.
Oh my god! Right.
Carter
Of
cooking food for us, maybe? No! Sam looking at Grump!
I think that means that you guys were cooking Carter, if you understand what I'm saying here, Krellin.
Do you not know the history of Earth? Why care about Earth? Looking at Sam! Me was asleep, me don't give two shits.
You should care about Earth, especially considering whose uniform you're wearing.
Before me meet Davine and Nicole, they saved me from depression. Did not care till then, thank you.
Of course, Herr Himmler, my bad.
Was supposed to watch Earth, but every time watch, just see you always fighting yourselves. Barbaric race. Wearing that uniform, that is just... I'm sorry, I can't take what you're saying seriously.
I mean, just wearing that uniform, I think it just proves on point that we were, and still are, yes, a barbaric race altogether.
But this Clive, good Clive. No, he's not! Sam, back to her normal self. Yes, is good Clive. Take white flag up to Gateway and present truth with Carter. Truce, I should say. Oh my god!
You guys actually truced with Carter?
Clive say no combat with Carter until Benny is back live.
Oh my god. Laz looks at Oz. That's insane. I never thought that would happen.
Do you think Benjamin's death did this to them? Me think so, yeah. Well, I mean, part of life is looking at the silver lining, honey, right? Kissing Laz on the cheek, holding it there. And the silver lining is they might be Nazis, but at least they're not causing drama attacking your brother.
That is very true. I can't believe it. They actually truced with him. I never thought it would happen. It's a very good silver lining, at least.
Why you call me when me busy with Third Reich, JJ?
Don't you mean the Fourth Reich, mate?
Well, whatever number it is. Apparently we win first, second, third, and now fourth. All Reichs always win.
Right.
And never ally with Japan, because they do dumb things like attack this place called Pearl Harbor.
Oh my god.
And Benito Mussolini, our best friend. Me think that's some type of Italian restaurant. No! Looking at...
It is in fact not an Italian restaurant, mate. He was a terrible dictator, mate.
Oh, he shrugs. But this normal Clive, what you want? Why you call me? Herr Himmler very busy right now. Laughs.
We just wanted to give you a call, check on how you were doing, mate. We apologize, Herr Himmler. We didn't realize you were so busy.
Maybe raise spirits, which you have, thank you. Oh, he looks at Sam, looks back at JJ. In JJ's mind, she thinks she's going to be kicked out of family for failing. In the back of his mind.
He thinks back, oh motherfucker, of course she does. Okay, yeah, no, I'll help her through that too.
Hail Skardolf in the back of his head.
Right on, dude, right on.
Maybe me come give you autograph soon, Samantha. Oh, that would be interesting.
I think that is a smashing idea. You should come and give us autographs soon.
Going to build this thing called the Eagle's Nest. See you later. Hangs up!
JJ turns to all of them. He's got to build the eagle's nest, guys.
I knew this was bad. We showed Clive Patton, and we were like, "You want to play Patton, right?" And he was, "No, that's actually who I was." And he pointed to, that Rommel. I knew it. The way he was staring at and stroking the picture of Rommel with his hand.
But I still don't understand why Rommel and not Adolf. Like, Adolf was the leader.
Because the only one... She purses her lips. The only member of the Third Reich that gets any actual respect is Rommel, because he was a brilliant tactician. And the Nazis held out so long in Africa and a couple other places because he almost beat the United States at the Battle of the Bulge if it wasn't for Patton breaking through. He had the United... That's why Clive is Rommel. Hitler really was just a fucking idiot and a loser, which is what Uncle Clive thinks Scar is, I think.
I mean, you've heard him before. Like, Scar asks him, you ever think I could be a Beastmaster? Oh, yeah, no, mate, you're not good enough to be a Beastmaster. You just aren't. I'm sorry.
It's the first time I laughed since Benny.
JJ sighs and he puts his forehead onto hers. I have missed your laugh, love.
It's cute, I know it is.
It is. It is positively, absolutely adorable, and I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't care because you are. It's absolutely smashing.
Smashing, pinching his chin, kissing him lightly on the lips. There you go.
He returns the kiss and then gives her another one and hugs around her.
What, you guys want to have some coffee and then maybe head home and try to, oh god, we have to eat dinner at Clive's. I just realized that. So let us putting on a dinner at Clive.
And he's gonna be Rommel for that dinner, isn't he?
Oh, you poor grandparents. Aunt Nicole, they don't deserve this.
Oh god. Les just leans forward. They don't deserve any of this. Oh my god. No one deserves Rommel, but Jesus Christ, them of all people?
I want to be so mad at Carter right now, but his hands are actually clean in this, I think. Yeah, I'd say so. Looking at JJ longingly.
JJ's looking back at her longingly with a smirk on his face and nods. Actually, yeah, no, I can't be mad at Carter for this one. He's actually pretty innocent in this whole ordeal here.
I need to go home and shower. I haven't showered in a week and 4 days. Okay, Davine Jr.
JJ chuckles and he nods, gives her a kiss on the cheek. We'll get you a shower, love. We'll get you home as soon as possible, okay?
Yeah, here, give me the coffee. We'll get them in to-go cups and we'll get out of here. Here, you can even come with me. I'm not leaving.
Laz hugs around him even tighter, puts her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry about freaking out in the office.
It's called post-traumatic stress, honey. You can do it. That's why I'm here.
She nods. But you probably also have it too, so you could do it with me too. Don't be scared, please.
I have it. I do, but I don't think it's as bad as you, honey.
You just really scared me.
I didn't have to see you with a xenomorph tail through your stomach. You had to see me that way. I was knocked out.
She blinks a couple times and nods.
You've been through a lot more than me.
Doesn't mean we can't help each other, honey.
No. And maybe we can get Monkey Boy. Would that make you feel better?
Monkey Boy, really?
Yes, I'll try to fetch him when we get home. We'll go together. How about that?
Yeah, no, I would really like to see Monkey Boy. I could use a hug from my son.
We'll get him. We'll get him. Flashing up to the office. Sasha and Towns now down here. Pequod's hand goes up against the tinted glass window.
Julius looks at Pequod. Can you see anything?
Huh? She looks at Julius. Oh, I'm not even trying. I was looking at my hand.
Oh. And Julius turns and
holds her hand over hers, puts his hand over hers. Well, her hand is still on the glass, and he looks down at her. It's gonna be okay, honey.
For all my might, all my money, all my power, I'm useless.
He shrugs. For all my strength, for all my training, for all my everything, I'm useless too. He nods to himself a bit. He holds her hand a bit tighter and looks down at her and leans forward. Would you do me the greatest honor in the world and be useless together in this situation?
Wouldn't want to be useless with anybody else.
He smiles at her and kisses her. Neither would I. He rubs his face and tries to look in the window. I wish I could do something, though, Jesus Christ.
Should be one of us. She's been through enough. We're older and we've always been better at dealing with stress and problems. She didn't even want to be the captain of the squad.
Julius shakes his head. Should be me in there. I wouldn't want to put this on you or her. It should be me. I can handle it. I could get through it. I don't envy any spellcaster. In fact, most of the time I think I'm not a spellcaster. Just seeing what our children and her and every one else has had to go through. But right now, I wish I could go in there and take over for her. And just be the big brother that I should be to her.
Makes me so angry. Do you remember when she was, well, the Alpha 9 days, she'd say things like she wished she was never born a spellcaster because it complicated things between Laz and Dad. I wanted, you know those like wire cutters, Julius? I wanted to get a pair and shove them right in Laz's eye. I don't know why wire cutters. Just the first thing I thought of.
Julius swallows hard and starts laughing. Yeah. Yeah, trust me, I remember. I always wanted to this is gonna sound like really malicious, but each and every time she said that, I believe it or not, I always did love Icy more than I did Laz. But I always wanted to just like run up to her and start like poking her eyes out with my thumbs. A really malicious thought, I know, but that's what I wanted to do to her.
Well, you could have actually done it. If I tried that, she would have just motioned. Sneaky motion. You remember when you did that to Clyde?
Julie starts laughing. Trust me, honey, if there's any one day that is forever and always going to be in my memory, even if I somehow hit my head and get amnesia, that day is going to be in my memory. Sneaky motion, blood hunter shit is someone.
He accused you of blood hunter shit, and then you used the blood hunter stuff on him. My eye.
Sneaky motion.
Oh, she puts her hand on her stomach. I wish I could do anything besides sit out here and tell jokes about Quark.
Oh, I wish so too, honey. He rubs his face and then puts his arm around her.
You think it's a good idea? Looking at Julius? Or would you have just... Benny is erased from Elizabeth's mind if she doesn't recover, naturally.
Julius looks down at Pequod, looks in through the window, or tries to look in through the window but can't. Shakes his head. I'd rather lose one sister than two.
God, I hate that you said that, but that's exactly how I feel, Julius. I don't want to play favorites, but I can't imagine a world without her. I can imagine a world without Benny, and I don't like it, but yeah.
Julius nods. Icy is my little sister. She will always be my little sister. Even though she could snap her fingers and destroy the universe,
I'm always going to protect her, no matter what. And I don't want to see my sister this way, but I'm going to have to. He looks down at Pequod, and I'm going to have to be strong. And she could see tears start to well up for not only you, but the entire family, including mom and dad, because this is going to destroy them. If it's going to put this much stress on Icy, it's not going to be good, honey. She's going to, I don't want to say crumple, but she might start crumpling, you know?
She'll put her hands on Julius's cheeks and passionately kiss.
He kisses her back, he picks her up and deepens the kiss, and then he pulls back. I'm gonna be strong for you guys, okay?
Already are being.
Oh, you know, I try. He chuckles, puts his head onto her shoulder, and gives her cheek a kiss. And thank you for being strong as well.
I'm not that strong. I just got a lot of money that amounts to nothing right now.
Money, that is always going to be useful, honey. Don't think about what it's not doing right now. Think about what it is doing. Think about all the electricity that it's funding down at Rainfall Lane. Think about the food it buys. Think about the clothes it puts on our back. Never think that the money that you've earned for us so willingly and so thoughtfully and so lovingly is useless. Never do that.
Should have invented a machine that brings people back. Never thought of that one. Looks at Julius.
Julius chuckles.
Cloning? That's kind of goes against some of my morals, so.
For as powerful as technology can be, I don't think it can invent something like that, honey.
Probably
As-
not.
As sad as I am to say that, I don't think it can. But we're gonna be alright. And no matter what she needs, he points into the room, no matter what Elizabeth needs, we're gonna be there and provide for her, okay?
Till the bitter end.
Till the bitter end. He sighs, scratches his cheek. Remember the first day that we met Elizabeth?
It's beautiful. I was shocked that a newborn infant could look so much like Davy.
He starts to chuckle. While we were walking up to the hallway, you started gagging because you were talking about my mother.
Well, it's hard to feel negative feelings towards her right now, but they will always partially be there.
I mean, fair enough, honey. I don't blame you for that for a second. Why would I? But still, it was pretty funny. And then we get in there and we see Davine Jr. being held by Dad, and oh God, he shakes his head. Oh, I wish I could go back to that moment, just holding little baby Elizabeth and knowing that anything that happened to her in that exact moment, I could protect her from. He puts his tongue in his cheek and shrugs. But we're gonna protect her now.
We are. She shrugs lightly. Too late, though.
Too late indeed.
She had to follow in Dad's footsteps. She says it was to make friends, but I think it was because she wanted to be like her daddy.
She was always a daddy's girl, wasn't she?
Absolutely. Nodding her head, just like her mother, but well, she does call Dad Daddy.
She does. I remember Or when she asked for her mask. Hey, Daddy, can you get me a mask like yours, but like really trick it out and stuff, please?
Oh, she starts crying.
He holds her close. Oh, yeah, no, I know. And then she learned how to use shotguns, and oh god.
Call from Ash. She yells from the office.
And Julia sighs. All right, let's get in there.
Hopefully with good news.
Hopefully, he wipes some tears away from her cheeks, gives her a quick kiss, and picks her up and walks into the office.
Ash coming up, covered in blood. His eye visor, Sasha's head recoils.
Hello, ma'am, says. He's gonna salute.
First things first, are you okay? That's somebody else's blood?
A few somebodies, not mine, nor Ceres, nor Kaz.
Good, good. Pequod nodding her head.
Okay, Julius nods. Anything? Anything at all, bud?
Couple more bunkers down, nothing. Just a bunch of grunts. I'll be sending you the ones that I checked off towns for you to send cleanup and recovery in.
Ash, those guys don't have an HQ to go back to. Why don't you come on back? Pequod, that would be a good idea, I think.
With all due respect, not yet, ma'am, sir.
Okay. She shrugs. Why don't you hit up one, maybe two more, and then I'll be ordering you back. Don't make me order you back. One, two more, come get some food, and if you want to go back out, fine. Pequod, I agree with Towns. If they don't have an HQ and we have eyes on them, they're not going to escape you forever, Ash.
I understand.
Kaz can come to Gateway, we don't care. Let him drink it. He can drink at any bar for free. Nobody gives a shit about his Max Tech ties anymore. He's earned his keep.
Understood. Two more and then I'll come in. That way you don't have to order me, Sasha.
Good. Yeah. Come, we'll get some food. Pequod, we have to get Nicole to eat. So we're gonna come hell or high water, Mushin limit break, and put food down her fucking throat. So we'll have food for you.
Of course. Is she... How is she?
Not good. Town shakes his head. Pequod, she's in the room with the cadaver, and she's... Well, she is rivaling you for overtime, Ash.
Poor thing. How are the children?
I was just with them, me and Towns. Horrible. As to be expected, but holding together, surprisingly enough. Except maybe Samantha, but that's another can of worms in and of itself. Oz, Laz, Sam, and JJ. Laz is not doing great. I'd like to point that out, but we all know it. But they went off. They tried to take the kids out for coffee, but the younger kids, Carter and them, wanted to. They wanted some normalcy, and apparently Gateway's normalcy. So we stayed with them.
I can understand that. Gateway has a structure, a set of rules that home might not have. Maybe the routine is what they're seeking.
Working out, cooking food, cleaning. Yeah. It's definitely not as depressing as the lane, that's for sure.
A lot easier to keep yourself busy up here.
That's true. And for Ricky, he doesn't have to try to put on his straight of a face around Ellie. She's told him he doesn't have to, but, well, you know how valorious men are, ma'am.
He can be himself up here. She shrugs. Believe me, I'd rather be here than home. And I hate to say that. Pequod shakes her head. I really hate to say that, but it's so shit back at home. Yeah.
I can believe that. I'm guessing Elizabeth is not on Gateway?
Davine 2.0.
We couldn't
Hoodie, won't talk. Go ahead, yeah.
We couldn't get her to move from that room if we tried. Even if I motion limit broke and got her up here, because I could, she would just sneak her way back down to that room, or into Icy's game room, and into the Jurassic Park machine.
Those dipshits out at Fort Bragg just found out Yesterday afternoon he died.
How are they taking it?
Apparently horrible. Well, normal, horrible or great, depending on how you like to look at it. Apparently Dad said they were acting like really normal. Maybe it snapped him out of it. There's always a silver lining in it. Sasha and Towns look at each other, then look away from each other. Either way, 2 more and then come home, Ash, please.
It will be done. Just keep an eye on Ricky for me, please. I'm worried about him.
Oh, we'll keep a good eye on him, don't you worry. If he wants to come down to dinner tonight, he can. We can arrange his girlfriend to be picked up. Sasha, that can be done easily. I can get a ranger to go do that. Easily.
I think it would be better for him. I'll try to get back as soon as possible, ma'am. I'm have the rangers ready to re-equip my ship. I'm beginning to run low on explosives.
It will be done. But you return after 2.
After 2, ma'am. And I'll get done with it as quickly as possible.
Good. Sasha out. Ending the call. There is a silver lining. Maybe they'll go back to normal. Oh, just shut up. Looking over at Pequod.
Julius, who was leaning on the table, his head shoots up at Sasha. Okay, Sasha, we're just trying to look on the bright side.
May I present to you Krellin Himmler, Skardolf Hitler, Frederick Goring, Minister of Aviation, the Unit Fox, Clive Rommel, and Samuel von Braun. Oh my god, she starts shaking.
Julius puts his arms around Pequod. But
That's a picture. You see the window that's the picture's taken through? That's a picture from the children's apartment, same one we were in. Towns took the picture of them, and you see that white flag Krellin's holding? Well, they came up to present a truce to Carter. And they shook on a truce. No combat against Carter until Benny's back. This family will prevail. Victory at any cost. Blah, 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 blah. This family will survive this crisis.
Well, there's this silver. I'm sorry. Put the picture away. I can't look at Krellin Himmel right now.
Himmler.
Himmler. My bad. He sighs. There's still a silver lining here. There's a truce, right? One of you witnessed the shake happen. There wasn't any crossed fingers or anything like that.
Oh, I saw it, yeah. Then Krellin tried to talk to Samuel, and it looked like Samuel was about to rip his spine out.
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, Carter tried to talk to Samuel, I should say. I said Krellin. Carter tried to talk to... Yeah,
now that makes sense. That makes sense. Julius looks down at Pequod. Remind me not to talk to Samuel right now.
Why Nazis? Apparently, it's the personas they think that will guide the family through this crisis, as they guided Europe through the crisis of World War II. Towns covering his mouth.
So they think that acting as Nazis, the general of the Nazis, the leader of the Nazis, the person who made the concentration camps,
Krellin.
Yes, Krellin, the aerospace head, and they think they're the ones that are going to fix the family.
Yeah, blankly, Sasha blankly looking at Julius. Yeah, that's what they think.
And Julius just drops his head and shakes it. Well, as long as they uphold the truce.
Where do they even have that? We've made movies with where do they even get the gear? We've made movies with Nazis in them. And I always have that gear destroyed, the costume. They may or may not have hit up a World War II memorabilia museum. We're working on verifying if they did or not right now. Towns, it was an old school place. Had no cameras, so, and there was no witnesses. It's definitely, a possibility. Oh, God.
How
Wait, hold on. How is there no witnesses? They had to talk to like a cashier or something, right?
Yeah, the cashier was shot in the head.
Julius just has to sit down next to Pequod and lean forward and start stroking his temples with his fingers.
My suggestion is this, putting both her hands on the table. Our family, I'm saying our family, not your family. Our family is going through a lot right now. Would you agree, Julius?
Of course I would.
Turn a blind eye and let towns cover up the messes. And deal with what's already on your plate, which is a lot. Too much.
Julius holds his hand out. Honestly, that's what I was planning on doing anyway. I can't do anything about Clive.
What's the worst that can happen? People see him in a Nazi uniform and they think it's another ridiculous skit. He's done very insulting things in the past, and all it's done is make you money. Let him go. Especially if it's going to create peacetime around the lane. The last thing we need is Elizabeth distraught, Nicole distraught, your father breaking down emotionally, your mother breaking down emotionally, and a world war breaking out with paintballs against Carter down at the lane. We don't need that down there. No, we don't.
No, we do not. No, we do not. Well, we're gonna turn a blind eye to it. All of us are. And Julius looks at Towns. Towns, I'm sorry, man, but you're gonna have to deal with the covering up of it.
I'm not too worried about it. They hit this museum up. They got their little toys. What's the worst that can happen? Come on. They're worried about the family. They're gonna be focused and centralized at the lane. That's true. Patting Julius' shoulder, reaching around, patting him on the shoulder. It's true.
Julius reaches around, starts patting her on the shoulder. Yeah, no, we're good. We're fine. It's all gonna be fine. What's the worst that they can really do to us?
Wow, why we here? Krell Himmler coming out.
Herr Himmler.
Me have minigun?
Yeah, no, you do. Set it up in the...
He strokes his chin a couple times.
Right here. Set it up right here for me, please.
But why are we doing this? Frederick really confused. Like, why are they setting all this up when there's a truce? Yeah! Patting Frederick on the shoulder.
No, Scott, don't think about it. There's a truce going on. So why are we setting all this up if we're not going to be fighting anytime soon, you know?
Sieg mit Preis. Von Braun, Sieg mit Preis. Herr Göring. Excuse me. Sieg mit Preis. Victory at any cost. Setting down a mortar round launcher.
Yeah, Herr von Braun. Victory at any cost.
But victory over who, if enemy has truced? Looking confused at Clive.
He puts his hands behind his back, just like any famous picture of Rommel that you've ever seen. He's emulating him like perfectly.
We are going to renege on this truce with Carter. Did he
What?
really...
He shot.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, Herr Himmler. We are going to renege on the truce. Why would we ever offer a true truce with him? The son of a bitch who killed Benjamin.
Sieg mit Preis.
Victory at any cost, Herr Himmler.
He's just looking shocked at Clive.
But does it truce that shit's against the Geneva Convention, guys? Reneging on like a surrender or a truce like that? I'm pretty sure that's against the Geneva, right? Samuel, am I right?
It is. But then again, the Nazis never played by the Geneva Convention, did they, Herr Rommel?
Nein. And that is why we won.
Well, going to attack Carter when he at his weakest. Is that your plan? Looking at Clive.
Ja, Herr Himmler. We are going to attack him at his weakest. When he least expects it. When he has to deal with the fallout of him killing Benjamin. We will...
Looking shocked.
What is the matter, Von Braun? What is the matter?
We backen a Tiger Panzer. What do you mean we need the Tiger tank? Looking right at Scardo. Yeah!
He means what he says. We need the Tiger tank. We need the Lefortas. We need them all.
There's a Tiger tank in Poland. It's in a museum. But I mean, you can't use it. Arm around Frederick.
Oh, Herr Von Braun. Who says we can't use it?
Für das Vaterland. For the fatherland.
For the father. Oh my god. For the fatherland. The one that Carter is trying to take away from us. For lane, the fatherland.
Well, okay, maybe we go get tank, but nobody get hurt, right? No, nine.
Nine. Nobody will get hurt. Nobody on my watch will get hurt. Understood, Herr Himmler?
Understood. Saluting Clive with the Nazi salute. Hi, Rommel. But should be easy to get tank if they see you and give you whatever you want, cause ambassador. Yeah.
It should be very easy. Just come up with some lie about needing it for some kind of, photo shoot or something like that. To show that even now, Earth would defeat the Nazis, even though we would stomp them into the ground. Like I always say, the Fourth Reich will rule for thousand years.
So when are we gonna use all these MG-42s to attack Carter, Herr Rommel? Bald. Soon.
Exactly. Herr Skardorf, or Führer Skardorf. Excuse me, my Führer. We will be attacking soon. Like I said, when he least expects it.
You promise nobody get hurt, right? Looking at Clive at this museum.
Yeah, we promise no one will get hurt. That is a promise made on my hat, Herr Himmler, and you know how much I love mine hat.
Baba Genghis Zeppelins. Begin construction on the Zeppelin? Yeah.
You heard the Führer. Begin. you heard the Führer. Begin construction on the Zeppelins.
Okay. If you insist, Herr Führer.
He does insist, and do not question the Führer's orders again.
Wow, what's Zeppelin? Big balloon, very impractical. Wow, looking at Clive. Okay, fine, let's go get you tank.
Wunderbar. Let us go get the Panzer.
Wunderbar, Herr Goering, rubbing Frederick's shirtless shoulder.
Ludwig was with like a super sorrowful expression on his face. Wunderbar.
Hunk and Davine sitting here, Blaze holding Davine's hand, Hunk holding the other.
Davine looks between the two of them, smiles, and rests her head onto Hunk's shoulder. Look at them playing over there.
Yes, they're quite happy to see their grandparents. Mama Lan and Zap are excellent company, but nothing beats the comfort of one's grandparents. I might not have had grandparents, but I can somewhat understand the feeling.
She nods her head. I just hope they haven't been, I don't know, like scared or something while we've been gone and we haven't been able to see them at all.
Oh, they definitely know something's up. Kissing Davine's hand, They're too smart. Look at Hale. Look at Rebecca using kinesis to push Thomas on the swing. That's like too damn smart.
Far too smart. She starts to laugh. If I didn't know any better, all of them would become like detectives in the future, something of the sort.
Blaze pats Davine's hand, lets it go, starts looking at his own hand. Have you considered maybe you don't tell the time deity what to do. I'm not insisting upon anything, but I'm merely stating the obvious. Coming. Just say it. I'm looking over at Blaze. You don't tell the time deity what to do, but a mother asks of their daughter. Have you considered perhaps telling her this is the end, and we all know Elizabeth isn't going to make it out of this? Call Lorelei and have Benjamin removed from her mind. Now and forever. Every second of the fucking day. Looking right at Blaze! And I feel like a goddamn villain for even thinking it. Because Benjamin was good to my daughter and a good fucking boy.
He was the best boy for my daughter. And I think of asking Nicole to just drop it. To stop. Every single second, Blaze. It has crossed my mind more times than I think you will ever realized. Trust me, it has.
It's on the table. If the whole family supports the decision and votes for it, then there's not much even the time deity can argue.
Davy nods. That is extremely true, but... She opens her mouth and closes it. I feel like if I know my daughter, and I would like to think I do, this time around, the needs of the few will outweigh the needs of the many.
For Davine Jr. Looking at Blaze. That's her little sister. She always said she wanted a little sister because she was always, or brother, because she was always the smallest one. She had JJ, but Elizabeth came from right here, putting his hand on Davine's stomach. You idolize Davine, and then you get a mini Davine. Come on, Blaze, give me a break. Yeah. He nods his head, sadly.
Davy nods. And besides, JJ got taller than her quite quickly. Elizabeth has always been, Elizabeth's fun-sized, is what we always used to call her.
I remember when she left home and all that crap. But then she came home and we were at the golf course and those two went off together. And they were talking about Benny. Remember? And they walked off the golf course to go play games and take pictures of Elizabeth in Nicole's games or whatever, those machines to send to Benny because he didn't come that weekend.
Oh, trust me, I remember that quite well.
You turned to me and said, I think this is the beginning of the reformation of the Rainfalls, and you were right.
She thins her lips, still in a smile, and nods. I actually was correct that time around, wasn't I?
Well, they were super close up until Elizabeth left, and then Nicole got all angry because she was hurting us, and in the end, we should have just went down to Woodbury and said, come here, Elizabeth, and beat her. But we didn't.
We should have. Luckily, Letty did that for us.
Then we almost lost Nicole. Then, yeah.
We almost lost Nicole, and then we lost Benjamin, and by proxy, are starting to lose Elizabeth.
Yes, we are.
She sniffs a bit, leans harder onto Hunk. Please be honest with me, please.
Yes.
How do you think this is all going to turn out?
I've been around a very long time. I have never heard of resurrection working. It was attempted a few times in the fledgling years of EarthGov, and always failed. But it wasn't a deity trying. And Nicole's a special case, so if I had to place my money on it, I would put faith in Nicole to get the job done. I do, not I would. I see it being done. At a
Davy,
cost, but yeah.
Davy nods. Blaze feels her grip on his hand get like tighter and tighter as she looks over at him and smiles. Thank you, Blaze.
Have faith. We have to have faith in Nicole and Elizabeth, frankly, to pull through this, but if anybody could get it done, it's the little girl who could interact with void magic. Even Lorelei was astounded that no spellcaster could. And that was the key to beating whatever that guy's name was. Tay was.
Davy giggles to herself, then looks up at Hunk. I can't remember if you were there for this, but I remember it was during, Julius' drama, I believe when Pequod had left. And Icy walked up to Lorelei and Lorelei tried to stop her and she turned to her and said, I'm not scared of you, everyone else is, but I'm not, and made her nose start to bleed. The look on Lorelei's face.
Oh, that little bitch. He starts chuckling.
Davian starts to laugh. And then Lorelei admitted to us all that she hadn't been able to read Nicole's mind for some time, and that's how powerful she was getting even back then.
I used to question why they ever gave her to me. It's like, she's special, so you have to watch after her. Like, you know who I am? I don't know if this is, but she turned out pretty well.
Yes, she did. Through the wonderful, wonderful fathering of her on your part, my love.
And mothering. Kissing Davian on the cheek. And just in general, the family. She wouldn't have got here if it wasn't for all of us. None of us would.
Davian chuckles. Especially if it weren't for Pequod and Julius. I think they help her out quite a bit even nowadays.
If wizards can take the essence of a soul and put it in a stone that powers my chassis, and thanks to Nicole, this stone will never go out again like it did last time, and I am eternally grateful, then she can bring the young Benjamin back to life.
Davian nods. That is very true, Blaze. Thank you.
The greatest source of her strength comes from her mother, her father, her brother, her sister, your family. You don't survive that type of harsh training with Lorelei unless you have a strong emotional connection to somebody, something, as a spellcaster. So Lorelei has said. And I've been around a lot of different spellcasters in my time. I served with hundreds of different ones.
Well, then we'll help her get through these hardships as well. And while we're helping her get through these hardships, we're going to strengthen those emotional bonds that we all have with each other even more, and bring our family even closer together now.
Damn straight. Holding David tight with his arm around her as Suletta walks by, looking down at Rebecca, and Hale using kinesis on Thomas, having fun mini-hooligan.
And Thomas looks up at her, smiles, then tilts his head and nods over towards this group over here.
This is her favorite thing in the world, picking up the laminated drawing.
He squints his eyes and then nods towards the drawing, points to himself, and does a little pencil motion.
You should be quite proud of yourself. She'll pat Hale on the head and walk off. Wow, she looks sad. She broke Hale's concentration. Thomas's swing stopped.
Thomas's swing stops. He actually hops off and watches her walk away. They all seem sad, don't they?
Jace pushing Integra. Really sad. Looking over at them.
Jace looks over at them. He looks up at Integra. You're usually pretty smart. You know what's going on? And Integra shakes her head. This time around, I actually have no clue, and that's sort of scary to me, honestly. Even though I'm a baby and I'm not really supposed to, know that much stuff, it's still scary for me not to know what's going on.
And Mama Lan, always wailing and crying at night when they think we're asleep.
I'm not started. I'm still really worried about her.
And who's Spender? Rebecca. Looking over. Me and Rebecca heard Zap saying, "I'm gonna kill you, Spender." What the hell's that even mean? Looking at Rebecca confused.
I don't know. I don't even know if he was on his meds at that point. So maybe it was just some figment of his imagination if he was not on his meds, and if he was, then I got no clue. I don't know who Spender is.
Something's off. Picking up her drawing, holding it to her chest, looking at the grandparents. Way off.
Thomas starts picking at his lip, like trying to peel the skin off of his lip, that kind of thing. As he starts pacing around, he looks over at the grandparents and tilts his head. I don't really think it matters what's going on. All that matters is that they are sad. So he turns around, puts his arms out to everyone. What we gotta do is try to make them feel better, right? Because, I mean, who better than us? We're babies, we're cute. If we smile and giggle at them, they always smile back at us, right? So why don't we try and make them feel better, you know?
I get on Thomas's shoulders, Rebecca gets on mine, Integra gets on Rebecca's, and we levitate Jace in front of us.
Thomas smiles, scratches his chin. You know what? I like that idea a lot.
We put Integra on top, the queen, and then we levitate Jace in the air like a ghost.
Jace chuckles. He stops the swing for Integra and then walks over. I'm up to do that. If it'll help them feel better, then of course I'm up to help.
Kneel down, Thomas.
And Thomas will get down on one knee, so he's kneeling.
She'll get on Thomas's shoulders, levitate Rebecca up, herd Rebecca together. The adults up here are not paying attention. How's Elizabeth? Terrible. I think she said 2 words to me the whole morning and afternoon, so.
Davine shakes her head. No luck on getting her to eat?
Oh, she did eat a little bit. She ate a little bit of oatmeal. Cornflakes, actually. But that's it. A couple spoonfuls, 3, 4.
Davine sighs, rubs both of the people's hands that she's holding, looks up at Soletta. Thank you for getting her to eat. No matter how little it was, it's still something in her stomach, thank you.
Well, you'd think Benny would want you to eat would work, but it does not. It just makes her cry, so.
Any remembrance of the person that me or her are mourning is going to make us cry. I remember if anyone mentioned Snuff's name or held kobolds, how I would start crying.
I would suggest, and it's only a suggestion, parenting is hard. He chuckles, looks around. I would suggest that with your next children, you just do not let them join the military. If they show interest, they are told no, and if they fight to join, you fight back this time. JJ is a special case. JJ is tough. JJ is more like his father, which everybody always says, and that's the truth. Elizabeth is just too weak. That was the point I tried to make to her, you know. And my parenting skills are among the worst. Look at how Memory Ann turned out. I was overly strict on her. I pushed my own daughter out the door by being strict, and when she came to me and said, I hate the fact that I love a man I don't know yet. He's a baby. I can't have him. And I would just, you know what? Just wait. Just be happy. Be grateful you have him. Uh, I wouldn't listen to her. I pushed my daughter away. That's what I did. My parenting skills were among the worst. But I just, Elizabeth, I tried to go down there and show her that she wasn't tough. And when she bit into her hand, I felt so horrible. I stopped, but I should have just kept pressing. If I did, she would have realized that biting into your hand isn't going to stop this pain, and I wasn't even doing anything to her. I barely tried. Oh well. Suletta looks away. I got soft in my rainfall years, I suppose.
Davine thins her lips. But at least you tried to do something, Letty. That's more than I could say for myself.
I rolled over. She pushed to join the military, and what did I do? Say yes, like I always do.
Our next children, darling, no matter how tough they are or anything like that, they cannot join the military. I can't go through anything like this again.
But it's hard in this family. Imagine your father being Julius Rainfall, your mother being Patricia, your father being Hunk, your mother being the time deity. It's difficult in this family. You have bona fide heroes as parents, and many children want to follow in the footsteps of their parents, whether it's a career in CNC machinery, a career in being a boat captain. But when you get these illustrious careers, well, then it's hard not to want to at least try.
It's all the more that the children have to live up to.
Look at Laz. She joined the military, school for college, but she became a pilot, as her mother before her.
Davy nods, following in her mother's footsteps. She always had that like talent for piloting, and then she did that, and well, we all could have guessed that she would have become a pilot.
Elizabeth, I encouraged her not to join, but she was like, I want a mask and I want this, and I'd run the blaze and be like, make this for my daughter, make this. Next time around, it's going to be, no, you're going to do some form of education, or you're going to study under your Aunt Laz, or you're going to do something, or if you join the military, you're never allowed back on the lane. It's not a slight against you, looking at Davine, but if they turn out to be like this, like you, and they don't have that internal, I don't know how to say what I want to say. I'm strong. I've lost one husband. I've lost two husbands. I really have. I've watched my daughter be ruined by Carter. I've suffered greatly, and I will still get up and fight every day. I don't think you could say the same if you lost him.
I wouldn't be able to. We all saw how I was when I lost a friend, not my husband.
And if they're going to be like that or predisposed to be like that, then the military life is not for them. Whether peacetime or war, they're not cut out to make it. I unfortunately agree. Holding Davine's head.
As do I, if...
My whole squad in the Archfiend incursion, save for Lazuli, Enrico, died during the incursion, one at a time. Friends, close friends, we were in basic training together, all of us, very close friends. One after another fell to those creatures. I still kept going. And that's before I lost both of my husbands.
Davy nods. She looks up at Soletta. Do you want a hug, Letty?
I could use one.
Davine will stand up and give her a hug.
The kids coming up on their like Goomba line from Mario Wonder, with Jace floating with the drawing in between.
All right, everyone, stay stable. I'm keeping you up. As little Thomas will let out a whistle to get their attention.
Huh? Hunk looks over, lets go of Soletta's shoulder. Jesus! As Jace comes levitating towards.
Jace, as he levitates towards the grandparents, he does the little like circus, and like presents the four of them all stacked up in a line.
Oh god, the fucking flying circus is in town. Stepping aside.
What the hell are you kids doing?
Miss your granddad, huh? I know you'd prefer Samantha. Picking him out of the air.
Jace is gonna smile at him and then give him a hug, like a really tight hug around his neck.
Well, we miss you. Don't worry, Pequod Jr. Picking her up! Blaze, yes, we do. Picking up Rebecca. How has Uncle Zap been treating you and Mama Lan? Hale still on Thomas's shoulder.
Rebecca smiles at Blaze. Good.
Having a lot of fun times out there. Changing his voice to sound like Zap. Done playing Moto.
She starts laughing, and will like start patting him on the shoulder and nods, points at him, and then Integra looks at Soletta and smiles. They're really fun, but I think it's hitting them. Whatever it is, hits them hard too. Mama Wan cries a lot.
Oh, I know. It's part of being a family. Everybody's affected. You can say that again. Did you guys get the Hale reaching up for Davine? Did you guys get the tour of the SWOTOR memorabilia in Turkey? Yeah.
Yes, of course we did. Integra picks up Hale, tosses her up into the air, and catches her before giving her like a ton of kisses on her cheek.
Thomas reaching up too. He wants Grandma.
He reaches up as Davine will hold Hale in one arm, pick Thomas up in the other, toss him up in the air, catch him, and then do the same to him.
Has he made you guys play SWOTOR? Tell me the truth, Integra. And yeah.
I'm pretty good at Scoundrel.
Oh God, Jace, what are you playing?
he looks at Hunk. Engineering sniper.
Jesus, he's starting his next ranked team. He face bombs holding Jace.
Jace nods. And Integra, that's what I'm guessing at. We starting us early.
Don't Rebecca gonna be the champion Sage Healer?
Rebecca's eyes widen as she starts shaking her head wildly.
Oh, you poor thing. Well, I mean, not poor thing. It's not so bad, but oh, that's not how I'd want to spend my time. Things are just unfortunately complicated right now, Integra. So, but we're all going to dinner at my house later tonight, and I think you'll probably be going home with your parents tonight.
Okay, yeah, no, I'd like to go home with my parents if everything is okay and they'd like want me there.
Thomas done gonna be my Vanguard tank, cause Banks is such dick.
Thomas looks up at Blaze and in Rugrats talk. How the hell did he know I'm playing Vanguard tank?
Hale laughing, but she's just laughing from the attention from Davey. I don't know. That's weird.
Like, that's a really good guess.
Did he let you pick your classes, or... Well, Jason and Integra, the ones who can talk well, no. He just made characters for them, picked their class, and spec.
Jace just shakes his head. No, of course he didn't.
Yep, he's prepping his next goddamn raid team. LD50 gonna pay. Did he say that?
Word for word.
Yeah. Well, luckily there's not going to be another SWOTOR World Championship, given the grief it caused around the family and the kids. Sasha was not thrilled when she went up to the apartment and saw them all playing SWOTOR instead of doing PT.
David starts laughing. I mean, I wouldn't be pleased with that either, and I'm not even in the military.
Do you remember when, I mean, Carter told me, but it happened. I'm sure Carter told me. Apparently, Sasha came in and, what's going on here? They've been playing since this morning. They need to go do something physical. And Zap told her to shove it. AOD-50 is the threat right now, Ranger General. You shove it where the sun don't shine. Oh, he was off his meds.
Oh my god, he was most certainly off his meds. He would never say something like that otherwise.
If you knew better, you'd be focusing on Dagos, not this smoking man. Oh, God.
Oh my god, Zap. Deering shakes her head. That man, that poor man, has been utterly destroyed mentally.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sure Mama Land's keeping him on his meds, and hopefully they'll come around for dinner tonight.
Hopefully, yes, I would quite adore seeing them tonight.
You miss me, Thomas? You miss Grandma?
And Thomas nods. He hugs. Deering gives her a kiss on the cheek, and then does a finger gun towards Hunk.
Well, that's good to know. We've missed you guys too, a lot. Rubbing Jace on the head.
Jace gives him another hug as Thomas purses his lips, nods, looks around, and to all the parents, it looks like he's just staring at Integra, and Integra nods. We've all missed you guys too.
You know, it would be an awesome drawing, Thomas. You should draw one of me and Grandma one day.
Thomas raises an eyebrow, looks at the picture, looks at the two of them, and gives them a nod and a thumbs up.
This will, if you draw a picture of me and Grandma, it will never leave our fridge.
His eyes widen. His eyes actually start sparkling for a second, and he nods, very happy to hear that.
Just like something tells me this will never leave your and Hale's fridge, I think, dear. Yeah.
Oh yes, now I know positively, isn't that right, Hale? That photo will never leave a fridge or a frame or whatever, or wherever you wish to put it.
She nods at her grandmother, reaches out with her hand, and kinesises the drawing to her, holding it to her chest. Yep, looking at his empty head.
Especially if we try to take it away from them, she'll just kinesis it right away.
What are you looking at, Blaze? Oh, I just... It's hard not to... it's where they've attacked from in the past, and I don't know why. I just keep thinking they're gonna jump out. You and me both. I mean, Carter's not here, but the park's never been the same since those two incidents.
Yes, no, I agree. And who knows, perhaps they'll grow the balls to actually try to attack me one of these days and then promptly pay the price.
Davine. I knew how badly he'd fucked up. You didn't see me try to stop Uncle.
No, you didn't. He must have been quite confident if he called me an elvish bitch.
Don't say it. Oh! If one paintball ever hits you, it's game over.
Oh, honey. Damien looks over at Hunk, smiles, and gives him a kiss on the cheek. I am very happy that you say that and protect me like that. Thank you.
Well, Carter deserves it, you don't.
Damien tilts her head the other way. I think I deserve a little bit, but maybe not the paintballs.
Either way, you can think what you want. I'm the head, and I say no.
Damien smiles, leans in close, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and then looks at Hale. Give your granddad a kiss on the cheek. I think he needs it.
She will. I do need it. It's nice to... Maybe we could go get some ice cream or something. Take him off the lane for a while.
I think that is a tremendous idea, if you feel comfortable to do so, honey.
We can get you one of them frappa latte mocha caramel macchiato.
Integra smiles, rubs her stomach, and nods. I would very much appreciate that.
You haven't had one for a couple weeks now since Aunt Nicole's been busy.
No, I haven't. Is Aunt Nicole okay?
Yeah. He'll smile at Integra. She's okay. Just busy with work. And then he looks away.
Okay, good. I'm I'm happy that she's okay. She looks up at Zuletta and smiles.
Yes, she'll be back soon. God willing.
Thomas hears the small God willing squints his eyes and his head shoots over to look at Zuletta.
Oh, come on, let's not stand around. Let's go take you out for some treats. Grandparents have time to They need time to catch up with their grandkids.
Yes, we all need time to catch up with the grandkids. She smiles at all of them, gives Thomas and Hale even more kisses on the cheek. Let's get going.
Here, give me Integra, because Jace prefers a woman's embrace. Just admit it. Looking down at Jace.
Jace looks at
You
him.
won't hurt my feelings. You're a man that knows what he wants. What's wrong with that?
Don't you enjoy a woman's embrace more than a man's?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Stiletto will. Oh, I get the gigolo. Taking Jace.
Jace starts to chuckle.
All right, everybody's got one. Let's head up.
Yes, let's get going.
Shouldn't we maybe talk about this, Ash? That guy's having a cigarette break. Maybe we can grab him and interrogate him. I've got this truth serum on my ship. Ash, hello? Ignoring it.
Ash is going to walk up and take Shatter out and stock strike the guy in the back of the head.
Oh, you mother! He turns around.
He is going to stab him up through the throat and then turn him around and start walking him towards his buddies as a shield.
Oh my god, I thought I was brutal. Sarah's don't talk, Cass. Puts her hand up. This guy's on a computer down here, this guy's opening an MRE.
Once he gets the guy to here, he's going to let him stand there and fire through him with shredder rounds, filling those two with shrapnel from both his bones and the rounds.
Knocking this guy over, not destroying the computer. This guy actually ducking behind a bunch of boxes. Valorius!
He's gonna throw the corpse down and start calmly reloading the gun as he walks towards him.
Hey, you'll be happy to know, Valorius. We got word you might be coming. About 2 hours ago. Apparently you're leaving a pile of bodies in your wake. If that computer's still working out there, why don't you take a look? You're looking for Eagle 1? You won't find it, you fucking cocksucker. It's white.
He's going to fire the last round from the sticky det launcher he has right here and give the guy just long enough to turn and see what fired next to him before detonating it.
Boom! Blowing him up. Kaz and Sarah see his torso go flying one direction. His arms go, well, one of his arms go another. Good God. Yeah. She looks away. It's only gonna get worse for them. They're loyal to Spender. Their loyalty is unfounded. I'll take a look at the computer, Ash. Reload your guns.
Understood. We've got one more to hit before we were having to come back.
You want me to... having to come back, as in Gateway?
Yes, they said you're welcome to stay and drink to your leisure.
Oh, okay. He'll shrug. Alright, maybe we can have some drinks. Ash isn't gonna be drinking, Kaz. The best bar is Ranger... There's a Ranger bar, Ring 7. That's the best bar. Go there. They'll love you. They know of you now.
And if you're hungry...
Oh. Why don't you want to eat something and drink something? Let's have a couple drinks, cap off the... It's Monday, and we can get back this couple days from now. That's not good enough for Ash.
No, I'm going to go. I've been told I should come down and eat. I'm going to.
If they didn't call you back, would you go back?
No.
No, he wouldn't.
No, I'd stay out here till the job is finished. He's gonna look down at the guy and put a bullet through his head just to make sure.
Yeah, but your kid's back there. And then your daughter-in-law, basically. These guys, I can go out there and do this on my own, if you want. It's personal now, Kaz, you don't get it.
Not only did they take a very young man from us, they took family from my best friends, and they took my son's best friend from him, Kaz.
Ash, you've been with us every step of the way, Kaz. This is... all those men, the ship, Ash's squad. Yeah, I got you. I got you. He nods.
They've taken person after person, and then did the most recent one out of nothing but spite.
All because Carter, Rainfall, and the rest of those kids kept getting the better of him. It's wiped. Closes the computer, crushing it.
Well, he said he had already done it. He's gonna nod towards the legs that are just there on the ground.
I guess it's been a long ways, yeah. Bash, Okir, they've racked up the bodies. Yeah, I get you.
They've killed a lot of people.
Oh god, that guy, the old guy, I forgot about that. He puts his hand on his helmet. I went home and got so drunk after that, and then you showed up a couple weeks later. Yeah, I forgot.
That old guy was one of the very first people in the military or EarthGov to really give Julius and I a chance.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. There's nothing you could have done. I need to make sure they're gone. That's all I need right now.
Where they killed Benjamin, that whole planet, that was an EarthGov colony. Forget protecting frontier people. That was an EarthGov colony we cracked. A planet, a whole planet. That was a metropolis, a mega city. Oh, man. He looks up at the sun.
And if they're willing to do that, what's gonna stop them from releasing them on Earth just to try to get to Carter? If they can, of course.
I thought Intel suggested he was like all about, he knew better, so he'd protect EarthGov the right way. Why would they do that on an EarthGov planet? To set the kids up? Jesus Christ. He shakes his head.
You think I'm ruthless when it's personal? He did all of that just to spite a young man, a child.
How stupid does it make me sound if I tell you the truth of I didn't even know Strat existed, really, back in my Ranger days. Not stupid at all. I didn't know until... She chuckles and looks at Ash. Ash came to me one day and said, if you want to be reinstated, Pequod and Sasha would love to have you. We have a problem that needs your attention. Shit. He looks shocked at Sarah.
I was one of the highest ranking rangers and didn't know about it for years.
SIS's personal hit squad. Hell, Towns didn't even really know about them. He just knew kind of what they did, generally speaking.
Outside of Strat itself, there was probably, what, Saris? Less than 30 men in the universe who knew that they existed?
You don't got anything like that anymore, do you? No. Thank God.
We don't need it. We have a time deity and a Julius.
That's comforting. Crossing his arms, looking up at the sun, flashing down here. Pequod and Sasha lead Julius, or Pequod and Towns lead Julius down here. Pequod, what do you want to show us down here? Surprise. Maybe it will, perk Elizabeth up? I don't think anything will, Sasha.
Julius raises his eyebrow and shakes his head. I wouldn't get your hopes up too high, but let's check it out. Maybe it will. Who knows?
Oh, by the way, she turns around. Lorelai's in this room. Oh, God.
Julius, legitimate fear, which is rare to see on his face, but legitimate fear crosses his face as he takes like a stumbling step back.
The Lorelai, everything's forgiven. Relax. She forgives the walking away thing. Water under the bridge after the guy died. She knows Davine Rainfall pretty damn well.
Okay. He gestures towards Sasha. Can you blame me? I mean, after all I've done and the walking away, I'm a little scared of the woman, okay?
Oh, she definitely wouldn't be up here doing this if Benjamin didn't die. This is a somewhat secret typing a long sequence of numbers into on a keypad. Pequod trying to keep up with it. How many digits? 89. Sounds chuckling.
You got all of them memorized?
Yes, Nicole and I had been working on this. It was supposed to be a big secret surprise for her little sister. Well, I need a very powerful wizard to complete the project. You remember that suit Nicole used to use? The yellow armor that was put in the forge?
Yeah, I'm back in Alpha 9, of course.
After Okir died, seeing the way it affected Elizabeth and Bash, or Elizabeth and Bash died. Seeing the way that affected Elizabeth, Nicole came up with the idea, take my old armor, that's way too small for me, but Elizabethify it. So I did. She opens the door, and Nicole was to put a bunch of enchantments on it to augment your sister's glaring weaknesses. Like, she's not that strong, because she's so small, but she's fast. Well, that suit would make her strong. And this suit, come on in, is never going to run out of ammo, and it shoots magic ammo, and I call it the Xeno Buster Mark II, because Nicole's original armor was Xeno Buster Mark I. And it pretty much got flushed down the toilet the second your sister, Nicole, started to... My sister. She'll cross her arms. Nicole started trying to resurrect Benjamin. I called Lorelai, asked for help, and Lorelai and Sylar came. And I just hope maybe she can see it and feel good about herself, and hell, we can set her up somewhere she can blow some shit up down at Groom Lake, the real Groom Lake, not Clive. Be quiet. Oh.
Julius let out a chuckle. Who knows? Maybe the relaying Groom Lake as well.
Lorelai looking over at Julius longingly, smiling. Zap, working hard with Sylar. Hand me that wrench.
This one, Mr. Zapp.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He'll hand it to him. You are quite adept at this.
Well, I used to do the maintenance on this thing before. It was Elizabeth's suit. Sasha leading Pequod Julius up. Nicole done got it. It was actually pieces of a mobile suit they done put in the forge for Nicole. That's correct, yes. It was a gift for her after nearly killing Lazuli, not the Rainfall Child. Smiling at Sylar. She passed her test.
An incredible and deserved gift, and you, Zapp, you are an artist.
This one was done supposed to be for Elizabeth, but I personally, wiping sweat off his brow, I personally don't think it gonna drag her out. I seen Davine at her worst, but it's the thought that counts, Sylar.
Of course it is, and well, even if it doesn't work, we've lost nothing by trying. And when she's recovered, she will be quite the formidable opponent.
Yes, no bug should be able to stop your little sister, assuming she can crawl out of the hole she's dug.
Julius rubs the back of his neck and nods. I definitely think it'll somewhat raise her spirits, of course. I don't think it'll drag her out of the hole that she's in, but that might definitely make her a bit happier, that's for sure.
She's not aware Nicole is trying to resurrect Benny. Whispering to Julius's ear, then coming over here smiling, shaking Sylar's hand. Oh, all of our chips are on the table with Nicole resurrecting Benny. God damn it. Shaking Sylar's hand.
Julia's head hangs a bit as he looks over at Pequod. Lorelai didn't know.
What I mean to say is all of our chips are on the table of shut up. Looking angrily at Julia.
Julius looks over at Lorelai. I'm sorry, ma'am. I know it's a bad thing to do. I know it is.
Even I done kept my fucking mouth shut about it, so I'm getting very angry. Coming over here. I was told not to fucking mention it, and I didn't. Oh, because gets sad.
Julius hugs around Pequod. Stop yelling at my wife, please.
God damn it! Do you know how difficult resurrection is? Sylar, explain. Gesturing, we've heard, explain.
Well, it is immensely difficult. It's debatably the single most difficult type of magic. Simply resurrecting something like a mouse will take massive amounts of mana, energy, concentration. Even doing a mouse will put many spellcasters out of commission for a day or more.
Nicole and I resurrected Mr. Snuffles, the ill-gotten cat that follows Suletta around. Yeah? Smiling at Lorelai. That took us like 4 weeks, and it was a cat.
Yes.
Oh.
And the more sapient and complex an organism, it's not geometric growth, my dear. It becomes exponentially more difficult. A cat taking 4 weeks, even for someone of Nicole's caliber, a human is immensely difficult.
But we have his body. Oh, you have his body? Lorelai angry.
Julius sighs. It wasn't our decision. Elizabeth asked Nicole to do so. And Icy is
Then
not going
say no.
Icy isn't going to say no to her. He shakes his head.
Leave it
And-
to the daughter of Davine Rainfall to be so weak and unwise. Playing with the suit, shoulder armor. Pequod groans. If Julius was in Benny's position, I would cry. I would die, and I would beg and cry and plead and squeeze Nicole's ankle and make her drag me around until she agreed.
Julius shakes his head. We can't do anything. We can't change her mind. What are we gonna do? Tell a deity no?
Just like your ridiculous plan to res the kobold that got killed. Only banking on a mythical creature that... We didn't even know if that dragon could perform a resurrection. It was a hypothesis. She nods her head. And a good one at that! No, it wasn't. Looking down at Zach. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying it's a smart decision. Wise, as you put it. But it's the decision that she made, and none of us are able to change it. When she set her mind to something, she's going to complete it. You know that, Lorelai. You know that for a fact.
The toll it will take on her is unbearable. Sasha puts up her finger. But you used to tell me all the time, the teacher is only as good as their student. And you're Nicole's teacher. Fair point.
I believe she does have the capability of it, ma'am. I just worry for her health in the meantime.
Her sanity, yes.
Her sanity, her physical health, it's going to take her a long time, Julius, and she most likely will go downhill in both before she can complete the ritual.
I am aware of that, and as her big brother, I can't take on much when it comes to this. I can't. I'm not a spellcaster. I'm not any of that. But what I can do is, if she needs anything from me, if she needs to talk to me, anything, I'm going to be there for her. I'm going to comfort her. If she wants me to, I will be there if she wants to sleep on my shoulder and hold her while she goes to sleep. As her big brother, I'm willing to do that. That's what I can do right now for her, and I'm going to.
It's not the plan anybody down at the lane and family wants, believe me. Dad wanted to let Elizabeth work her way out of it, and if she didn't, have somebody erase Benny from her mind, because she would never get over it, because she's like Mom.
As I've already said to Pequod, I agree with that plan, as I would rather lose just one sister than two.
Well, the teacher is only as good as their student.
That is true, and you are learning something that the mistress had to learn when she was in charge. It's never fun to be left with two bad decisions to choose from.
Technically speaking, it falls on me. I opened up the black budget, which she's been spending a lot of money. A lot of, she said, spell components, ritual components. So I just said, whatever, spend whatever you need. Wonderful. Looking at the suit of armor, then back at Julius.
Arne resurrecting the cat took quite a pricey amount of components. I can only imagine what a person will take.
Billions. Smiling at Sila.
Well, if anybody is worth that, it is Benjamin, madam.
Oh, I agree. I picked him and groomed him for the daughter of Davine Rainfall. I thought he'd be perfect. Apparently I was wrong when she walked away from him, but even I make mistakes. No, she's just a dumbass. Looking at Lorelai!
Julius points towards Zap. He is completely correct in that she's just a dumbass.
I don't like saying those type of things about her. Is she full Davine mode? Complete and utter Davine mode.
Catatonic to the umpth degree, ma'am.
I always gave your mother a hard time because she's a fellow elf like me, and elves have certain standards to live up to. And in my opinion, your mother back then always failed them. And then when she started trying to live up to those standards, well, I found it quite suspicious. But she's always proven me wrong. Now, I feel terrible for her. I could tell she was devastated when Nicole disappeared. I feel horrible. If there's anything I can do, though, I assume Nicole wouldn't want any help, so I'll stay out of it.
Julius shakes his head. If I had to guess, no, she would not want any help at the moment.
It all goes back to that ridiculous plan, betting on a dragon. A dragon who wasn't quite fond of Julius and Malcolm and Ash and company, if memory serves.
And Julius nods. We already fucked up one conversation with it, and then he basically threatened us, and Malcolm would just not leave, and then eventually we had to yank him out of there. And yeah, you know the story.
Your sister... I put your sister through hell. Sasha had it horrible under me, but I only trained her in fighting, physicality, and leadership qualities and skills. A spellcaster under me, well, Sylar can attest. I put your sister through hell, and she always came through. Her greatest source of strength is you, your wife, your mom, your father. It's your family. As long as she draws on that, I think victory is within our grasp in terms of bringing Benjamin back. I just feel sorry for her.
Trust me, ma'am, I do as well. I don't want to see my sister go through this, but if this is what she wants, I'm going to support her.
I didn't want Elizabeth to ask her, I really didn't. But you just put yourself in Elizabeth's shoes. What would you do?
Beg.
Exactly.
As much as we may like to deny it, it is human nature to want back someone that you've lost.
Not everybody has a time deity for a goddamn sister.
Very few are so fortunate. She should relish that fact when he is returned to her.
God, I hope she does. Should she walk away from him again, I will cut off all contact with the Rainfalls. Please don't. Looking at Lorelai.
I mean, I couldn't even blame you if you did. That if she does it again after he gets resurrected, I would tell Nicole to. She doesn't have to listen to me, but if I think she would be equally as angry as me.
What's the update on Spender? He's not dead yet.
Are you any closer to finding him?
She shakes her head and looks at her feet. No. Ash is out there. He's trying, but we called him home. He's gonna be coming home for a break. He won't take a break, so he needs a break.
He needs to eat something. I suspect he hasn't eaten anything since last time he was on Gateway, which was a while ago, ma'am.
He needs to be around his family, us, his daughter-in-law, his son, relax, and then go. Though something tells me he's not gonna stay long. Hell have no fury. Playing with the armor! Curtis's successor in every way. Once again, I'm glad to be proven wrong by Asherion. When I attached him to Curtis, I half expected to get a call back saying they'd shot him in the back of the head and thrown him down a waterfall because he couldn't be fixed.
Instead, he turned into one of your better assets, madam.
He's my best asset. She shrugs. Julius and Nicole, they're the trump cards. He's my best. I can use him in 9 out of 10 situations. It's bad when you're letting Mushin Boy over there out for some fun. Been a while, hasn't it? Looking at Julius.
Julius nods. It has been a while since I've seen combat, ma'am.
Not since the time deity slapped you around. Pequod, rubbing Julius's shoulder.
Julius chuckles,
or rubs the back of his neck.
No, ma'am, not since I got destroyed by the time deity.
Well, I trained you. Uh, I never thought I'd be training you to fight a deity, though. I do apologize about that.
He puts his hands up. There's no need to apologize, ma'am. E- Even if you trained me to fight a deity, I still couldn't have done anything to him. He shrugged off all my hits.
You and Nicole always work best as a team. I saw something in you when I watched the EarthGov games, though I didn't quite know the horror that was Julius Rainfall's fledgling military career at the time, but I knew who she was. And I saw you going around beating up Jiren and all those goons that had won for 20-something plus years and thought, isn't that something? Hell yeah! Make good to beat the fuck out of Taywals. Yes, patting Zap on the head. Not quite, but yes.
That was the first time we ever came up with like a little combo move together. She would actually no, it was before that, against that like Shrike looking thing. She would pump me up and I would kick ass.
What's the plan for the rest of your offspring? Is it time to cut them loose? No, actually, we had a talk about that. Quad looks over at Sasha. They're ready to quit. No. Lifting her one foot up, looking at it.
Julius closes his eyes. The exact opposite, I'm assuming.
I told them that when Ash finds Spender, they'll get their chance. What? Looking shocked at Sasha. They'll get their chance.
Did you expect a different answer, madam?
I just now worry about them 20 million fold. Because it hit mega close to home, but I guess that's to be expected.
Julius sighs. We all saw the footage. He basically directly challenged the kids as a whole. Now they aren't going to come back at us. No, leave them alive, yada yada yada. Basically directly challenged them. What other outcome did I expect?
Have faith in your fledgling son. Nodding her head. He might not be all the way there, but he's more than enough. Takes after his father in many bad ways and good ways. And most definitely your daughter. Nodding her head. Laz, yes, but I'm talking about the Moon Maiden.
Julius nods. Most definitely. And luckily, both the girls take more after their mother than their father.
She understands now. She has a job to complete, and she'll be the one to end him. I'm sure of it.
And your son, yes, he has many problems, but do remember his age. He's still far more put together than most young men at his age.
And no other young man at his age is given the sword of Kumul. There's no, besides Kumul himself, there's no standard, really, to base one off of. Done summoning all these things, cyclones and all this shit. He done tell me about it. But why that dragon ain't coming out? Why don't you go back to the lane? Okay, see you later. He leaves.
Julius watches him head out and he yells out after him, "Make sure to take your meds!"
Don't you worry. Yeah, he's not gonna take.
He's not gonna take his meds now.
Something tells me he won't be coming to dinner tonight. I think him and Mama Lan probably need some alone time and break from the grandkids. They've been looking after them.
And thank God for them, looking after them in this trying time, but, you know, they do deserve a break. They do.
All the enchantments are done. This thing is ready to go. If Nicole needs anything, putting up her finger to Julius's face, you call me. If she needs anything, call me. Patting his cheek. I would love to help, but it's a pride thing at this point, and I completely understand, but call me if you need me.
Julius nods. And if she needs anything, or the family needs anything, we'll call you as soon as possible, ma'am.
What do you think we should do with this suit, though? Like, how should we perk Elizabeth up with it, General Lorelei? What do you mean? like set up some targets down at a base on Earth and let her go ham. Oh no. No, the opportunity will present itself of the Hecker variety, trust me. What? Looking confused at Lorelei. Come, Sylar, we must go.
Understood, madam. He's gonna follow behind. And should you need any components, allow me to assist.
Will do. Looking at Lorelei, watching her leave. Of the Hecker variety? Who's Hecker? That crazy guy that sunk all the people in the fucking sub. Oh, there's been so much going on. Pequod's squeezing her forehead.
And Julius like starts scratching right above his eyebrow, and he tilts his head. We're gonna use this suit to kill Hecker?
Elven foresight isn't 110%. She's even said so. So I don't know. Running her hand down the mask.
Julius walks up to the suit, looks at it. This seems too good to kill Hecker. That's just my opinion, at least. God damn.
Be a perfect random ranger. Be a perfect field test. Bunch of fucking nut jobs. Walk it out. Yeah, it might. Looking at the suit. Blow Hecker and his little posse away.
Do more good for her than, just setting up targets.
Live targets are the most fun usually. Looking at Julie.
That is true. Especially for like me with my fighting style. Just punching live targets is way more fun than punching a wooden board or something like that.
Of the Hecker variety. Stroking her chin, looking at her reflection in the mask. Oh, here we go. Wow, museum.
Yeah, man. It is the museum.
Me, Krellin Himmler. See me uniform. Showing off his swastika to Clive. Gah, looks away.
Yeah, Clive looks him up and down.
All the Fräuleins will be crawling up to you, Herr Himmler.
Well, do you think Star Children for a line still out there?
Perhaps, Herr Himmler. Perhaps there are, and if they see you, they will be crawling at your feet. You are a national hero of the fatherland, Herr Himmler, of course.
But prefer Frederick Penis. He me husband. Yeah. He stopped.
Well, if
And Samuel embrace. Oh my God, the ambassador coming out. Ja. Guten Tag, Fräulein.
Guten Tagen.
He nods towards the receptionist.
I am Clive. It is wonderful to meet you, yeah?
Oh, Mr. Ambassador, putting both her hands out.
He takes both of her hands.
Yeah, I am the ambassador, of course.
Oh, you guys must be filming something today. Look at these uniforms. What is that? May Krellin Himmler smiling at her. Oh, you Krellin Himmler, shaking his claw.
Yeah, this is Herr Himmler, as we call him. I am Clive Romhul. That is Skardoff over there, Von Braun, and
Herr Göring.
Herr Growing. We are all a part of the Fourth Reich.
Oh, she starts looking around for cameras. Always wanted to be on TV, you know.
Oh yeah, of course. Being on TV, it is quite a nice Fräulein. Trust me, I would know.
We brought here Ihre Panzer auf den Wasser. We need your tank and aircraft. Huh? What? Looking confused. Anyway, Mr. Ambassador, could I have an autograph?
Oh, of course, yeah.
He will go ahead and start signing it. He signs it Clive Rommel as he looks at her.
So, Fräulein, as my associate Skardoff has said, we need your Tiger tanks and your Luftwaffe interceptors, please.
Oh, they are peaches. She turns around. We have 2 Luftwaffe interceptors that date all the way back to World War II, and that Tiger tank is, don't quote me in terms of universal scale, but on Earth, the only Tiger tank left on Earth. Wow.
Wunderbar. So if we could just go in there and take the tank and intercept us?
Oh no, Mr. Ambassador, You can't take 'em. She chuckles and blushes. And... This is like some type of comedy skit or something. 9.
Nine. We need them for a photo shoot of sorts.
Well, you have to understand, Herr Rommel, I think I might lose my job if I let these things go. I'm sorry, I can't give you them.
He looks at her.
Do you not have faith in the ambassadors that we would be able to protect your job for you?
Sieg den Preis. Victory at any cost. I mean, I have faith, but it's my job on the line, and I have a family to feed, and I'm sorry, Mr. Ambassador, if you come with paperwork from the proper authorities, Patricia Rainfall, Sasha Rainfall, I will gladly hand them over, and you'll have to deal with the museum director. I'm just a tour guide here. Sieg den Preis. Staring at her blankly.
Fräulein, I am hurt. You should let us take the tank and the interceptors. I implore you to do so. I will let you get or at least recommend that you get a giant raise and protect your job for you. I promise you, Fräulein.
Looks very indecisive. I'm sorry, but she'll lock the door behind her, spin the key in her hand. No, you're welcome to wait for the museum director to come and talk to him. He's not in for another 4 hours, though. Uh-oh. Looking at the woman!
Clive looks down at his feet, nods.
No big deal, we can wait, right, General?
9.
9!
Come closer to me, Fräulein. I wish to discuss something with you.
She comes here.
I understand that you are just doing your job, but sadly, I must say off by design, Fräulein.
As he pulls out his Luger and shoots her in the face.
Falling over on the stairs, dead! Oh no! Krillin looks shocked. Samuel falls to his knees.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No, please, no. This is a dream.
Shoot her! Looking shocked and Clive. You said no one get hurt.
Victory at any cost, Himmler, or must we remind you?
These are familiar with Pasriskio. This family will prevail.
This family will prevail. Pick yourself up, Von Braun.
He stands up!
We will prevail at any cost. This family will prevail at any cost. Victory at any cost. Victory for the Fourth Reich. Yeah? I did not want to shoot the Fräulein. You think I wanted to shoot the Fräulein? I did not, but I must, because she was standing in the way of victory, and getting those Rafrater interceptors and that Tiger tank, that Panzer on our side, is the only way to do so. Do you understand me, Herr Himmler?
Sir, looking scared at Clive. Frederick Giha darin und Holden Panzer. Frederick, get in there and get the tank.
Frederick starts stumbling up the stairs. He makes a wide berth around the poor tour guide as he goes up towards the door. It's locked.
She had the keys. Get them, please.
As he,
Coming over, picking them out of her dead hand, pitching them to Frederick.
Frederick catches them with a disgusted look on his face as he turns around, unlocks the door, walks in. Time to get the Tiger tank. As he
Samuel Giderein and Huldes Freisafruska. Samuel, get in there and get the aircraft. Blankly walking in.
Clive watches him walk in, and as he does, he holds up his Luger and blows no smoke off of the barrel, but he still does it and holsters it and buckles up the holster.
This guy crawling away from Ash Saris on the computer. Won't find anything. He'll actually take his helmet off, spit at Ash's leg. You think Spender's that dumb? You think he told me where he is? I
No,
think you should stop talking. Coming over here and then stepping away from Ash.
I know you don't. But we need to do what needs to be done. He's gonna take a step closer to him. Look down at him. Have anything to say for yourself?
I'm not sorry that kid died. He looks right up at Ash. Not sorry at all. You hit us over and over and over and over, and we get one off you. Go fuck yourself. Stupid fucking kid should have stayed out of the way. Spender warned them time and time again, and now he's 6 feet under, and that's where he's staying, Ranger boy. Saris scoffs and shakes her head. You're asking for it. Crossing his arm.
We got one. You got one over on us. Is that how it is?
Didn't even get an eye for an eye. The amount of people you killed alone with your little ship expedition to Zeta Reticuli. I was there the day that King Xenomorph came out of the ground and the great Ranger Asherion Valorius walked into a simple shit trap.
He's gonna punch him in the face.
No!
I'm gonna enjoy this. He is going to bend his hand and shove his wrist into the guy's mouth, look at him in the eye, and then ignite the flamethrower into his mouth.
Ooh, Kaz watching shocked as Sarah's wiped. Says it lightly as the guy is immolated alive. Sasha, Towns. Pequod's out getting food. Sasha, Towns, Julius coming into the office. Oh god. Icy passed out on the table.
Julius looks at her. Ah, Jesus. He closes his eyes, walks up to her. He's gonna take off his jacket, put it on her, and sit down next to her.
We found her like this the other day, only on the floor of the office downstairs. We didn't want to tell you, because we figured we'd upset you.
And Julius sighs as he reaches out, holds Icy's hand, and starts rubbing it with his thumb. He looks at Sasha.
I would rather you tell me.
He nods.
Than me not know. I understand why you didn't. Trust me, I do. I would rather know, please.
Then I'll tell you. She'll put her hand on his shoulder and squeeze it from here on out. But, probably gonna get a lot worse like this before it gets any better.
I know.
He just leans forward and starts rubbing his forehead.
I know it is. I know I've said it 1,000 times, but I need to keep telling myself this. She's always gonna have me to put a jacket over her when she's gonna go to sleep. That's not gonna change.
As he sits back up, looks at Sasha, and gives her a sad smile.
This work till you drop thing isn't healthy. Especially spellcasters. The more powerful energy you channel, the more worn out you get. Maybe we could put some type of regulations in place, like she can't come through the teleporters until a certain hour, and then she has to leave. Teleporters that she made, and she controls. He sighs.
Short of putting her in a max security prison that she can just break out of by snapping her fingers and teleporting out of there, there's nothing we can do to stop her from doing anything.
I wish I had a sister like her when I was on Gallia. I mean, maybe I don't because I'd be dead. Because I wouldn't have met Dale and all that. But...
Julie tilts his head. No, go ahead. But what do you mean?
That's just what I mean. I wish I had any good siblings, let alone one that would put myself through this for me. I had Dale. Tasha will come over and hold his hand. I had Dale fucking Kingsman. Come now, Towns, it's time to do some things. We're going to beat people up and take their money today. Sasha chuckles.
Julius chuckles. I do not envy you for that one, Towns.
It's not a crime. We are keeping them in line. Don't you worry. Ugh, Ash. You know, he hated Ash too. I know. Patting him on the head.
I think all of our higher ups at one point or another hated Ash.
I remember he offered me money to kill Ash when Ash joined our party, and I was like, but he's on our team, dude, and he shoots those bang bang things, and why would we do that? He saved my ass. I hate him. I don't know why. Remember when he cheered when the Wendigo attacked Ash? Sasha, okay, Dad.
Yeah, no, Ash got hit with the frost breath and then he started cheering, clapping. He was very happy about that.
It's all this. It's seeing Nicole like this, the stress, the depression around the family. It's bringing back all these terrible Galleon memories. Because I've had it pretty damn good for the most part here.
Julius sighs. I mean, we've all had a very good year around these parts for a good 20 plus years around here. It's been wonderful.
Ugh. She shivers looking back at the picture of Integra. I just can't feel like I'm being watched, being judged.
Julius shakes his head. There's a reason I'm trying my best not to look up at that picture, Sasha.
Yeah. She looks back at Towns. It's okay. Dale's gone and dead, and all those Galleon guys who deserve to be dead are gone, and we'll figure this out one way or another.
We're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be fine. Julius looks at Towns. If you ever need any proof or anything like that, that Gally is gone and dead, he points to himself. You got me here. You got Ash if you need to talk to him. Hell, you can call up my mother and talk to her about it. We are probably the only people to truly understand what each other went through on Gallia, and if you ever need to talk, we're all here for you, bud.
Just I feel like I'm back there with the current environment of things. That place was hell on earth and mega depressing. And now here we are. It's always darkest before the dawn. What you talking about? The sound of the teleporter going on. Uh-oh. He looks over.
Tommy!
What the fuck is this? Seeing icy pasta.
Julius looks over at Sasha. Does he know about Benjamin?
No. Smiling big, beautiful teeth on Sasha. No, he does not. How dare you hurt her, Julius? Coming up.
Julius looks back at Tommy. I didn't hurt her, Tommy.
She's sleepy, Tommy. Sleeping on the job, not like her. What's going on? Oh, Julius, take a look at this. Coming over, typing on his wrist computer. No, don't mind that. It's a picture of Tommy in front of the Eiffel Tower. Not wrong picture. A poster of the room with JJ's face on it, where Tommy is. Here, look at that cake. This is cake for Benny and Elizabeth wedding. Had it made last week in Magic Freezer in my restaurant.
Julius looks blankly at the picture and then up at Tommy.
I don't know where their wedding going to be, but last time I see Benny, he's saying this place called Magic Island or something like that. Isle Delfino, Island of Little Dragons.
Okay.
He was to propose to her, to my understanding.
Yeah, he certainly proposed to her.
She accepted honorably. Yeah, she did. Smiling at
Julius slowly looks over at Sasha and gives her a look like, are we hiding this from him?
Yeah, nodding her head, she took the ring and was in love, right, Julius?
I wasn't personally there, but you should have seen the kids. Well, the guys were in the gym, watching everything. JJ was so proud of his sister and of Benjamin. He started crying. Carter was so happy he jumped up and accidentally hit his head on the roof a couple times. In fact, Colt couldn't talk. he was so happy.
And what
Awesome.
is going on with Ricky? I see Ricky walking around Gateway yesterday. I tried to talk to him. He said nothing to me. What I ever do for him other than provide for him, give him opportunity, take good care of him, help mend relationship with his parents. Same with Colt and Carter, showing me great disrespect when I do many things to help them get with their significant other.
Oh, Colt and Carter are also not speaking to you. You saw them?
Benny's dead. Waking up, looking up at Tommy. What? Looking shocked at Julie.
And Julius covers his face with his hand, then looks up at Tommy. Benny, the squad, went on a mission about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and he didn't make it back from said mission.
I'm trying to resurrect him as we speak, and I would appreciate sleep, not people coming in here talking about fictitious wedding. He takes his sunglasses off, puts them in his shirt pocket. I see, Julius, I see. That's great. Puts his hands in his pockets and sinks his head and walks. Disappearing up the elevator.
And Julius just sighs as he looks at Sasha. I don't think he's taking it too well.
You're gonna check on him, right? Looking at you.
Yeah, no, of course I'm gonna check on him, but he looks at Icy, still holding her hand, and just gestures to her. Should I just go check on him now, though?
Quad coming in. I saw Tommy in the elevator. He was crying. Yeah, well, he just found out. Oh, you're awake! Smiling!
Julius nods. Yeah, no, she's awake. And yeah, no, we just had to tell Tommy about Benjamin.
Oh, looking over his shoulder. He had a picture of a wedding cake he had made for Elizabeth and Benjamin. Wiping a tear from her eye. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm pretty sure he still believes that she happily accepted and she did not walk away from him. So, there's that.
Let him have that fantasy. I'm going back to bed. No, you're not. You're gonna eat.
Julius looks at Icy. You do have to eat something, sis. It's not healthy to work on an empty stomach.
You look horrible. Thanks. Looking up at Pequod holding Julius's hand. You need to eat. Mom and Dad will kill us if you don't eat. You remember how Ash used to joke about that time he had to eat fried chicken and shitty, I think he called them silver dollar, like waffles or something back in Gallia? Well, they make it gourmet here on Gateway, apparently.
Julius chuckles. He looks at Icy. I mean, come on, Ice. You gotta admit, you've always been curious about how they tasted.
It does look good. I just have a headache. Pequod, that's fine. I got extra syrup. Sugar's good for a headache. Pouring syrup over her plate. And I think Ash will like. Ash is coming back, so Ash will like it. Spender dead? No.
No, he isn't.
Yeah. Eat. Don't make me give you an order to eat. Great. Eating her waffle and chicken. It is good.
Really? It's good?
I got a bunch. Eat, Julius. Here.
Julius will take some and start eating it as well. Holy shit, it is pretty good. Huh.
How's Elizabeth? Not good.
Julius like blows air through his lips and tilts his head. About as well as last time you saw her.
Mom? Dad? Worried about you and her.
Julius nods. And before he asks it, the kids aren't doing too great either.
I wouldn't be either.
Julius nods. He takes a bite of his waffles and looks at her. How are you doing, Nicole?
Tired, in over my head, stressed, worried I'm gonna get that kid's soul trapped somewhere down on the lane forever. Because he'd probably return to the place he had the best memories, so that would be the lane. That's how it works. It's not where you try to resurrect somebody, it's where they found the most joy, because their saddened, sorrow, grief-stricken soul returns to where they found the most joy in their pathetic existence.
Right.
So he'll haunt the lane forever, and it'll be on me. Not necessarily. Dad suggests, and this is Dad and Mom, back me up, Julius, that we could go with option 2. And that's no eating her waffle.
You won't even consider it? I see. I mean, come on.
Pequod's dead, and I tell you, no, but I'll erase her from your mind.
I'd rather die.
Then we stay the course.
Julius sighs and nods. Then is there anything I can do for you? I know I can't offer much to you right now, but anything, Nicole, to help you, I'll do it, please.
Cigarettes. Lots of cigarettes. Maybe some booze, too. Vodka. Oh.
Okay, yeah, no, cigarettes and, booze. Booze, yeah, I can do that for you, sis. I can do that for you.
Maybe an upper. Coke is good. No. Slamming your hand on the table. I'm sorry. I'm trying to resurrect Benny. You can have your booze and your cigarettes, but no drugs. I agree.
Julius looks at Icy, tilts his head, and he thinks in his head, on a scale from 1 to 10, how bad do you need it?
Just give me weed right now.
He nods.
So like a 5.
He chuckles a bit, holds her hand, and nods. I can give you weed. That's about as much as I can give you right now, sis.
And keep Mom and Dad, well, it's Dad, not Mom. Keep Dad's ridiculous plan of nuking his daughter's mind off the table.
We'll do our best on that one, but you know how Mom and Dad can get at times, you know.
It's a good plan, not hearing in their head, but just consider it, Nicole, because if it can't be done and you work yourself to death, then we all lose. Double. Yeah, I know. Picky at her chicken. It can be done.
It can be done. It can be. We'll keep option 2 on the table. And if you ever... He looks her in the eyes. If you ever feel the need to go with option 2, I don't care if it's for a split second you think maybe I should just go with it. You tell me, and that's what we're going with, okay?
She'll nod her head. I will. But for now, cigarettes and booze. I'll go get them. Eat. I want you. You have to clean your plate, so do you, Julius.
Yes, ma'am. He gives her a salute. I'll clean my plate.
And then I'm gonna go get more food. Ash and Saris are coming, so I'll be right back. Pequod will leave to go acquire the nicotine and alcohol as Monkey Boy crawling around Laz. There you go.
As he hugs around Laz, she looks down at him, starts petting the top of his head, and Oz sees, like, she immediately starts to tear up. Oh, my little boy.
Feel good when we get Jace in your arms as well. He's with Grandma and Grandpa right now. They miss the grandkids. Putting them with Zap and Mama Lan.
Of course, they probably need to see the kids just as much as us. They should be spending time with them. I'm happy they are.
Now I know I've brought it up, making JJ a drink, handing it to him. And I know if anybody's more worried than me, it's you, but that's been a mighty long shower, mate. She's been in there for like an hour and a half. 2 hours, actually.
He's been looking at the door this entire time, and he nods. No, trust me, I know. He stands up, swirls the drink around for a second, shakes his head.
Any idea what's going on in her head besides failure? Because I think it goes beyond failure.
He swirls the drink around a couple times, hands it back to Oz, and puts his hand out. good on the drink. She's worried that she's gonna be cut off from the family for failing.
Oh God. He drinks JJ's drink down. That is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Laz chugs down her drink, sighs, shakes her head, and will pull out some cigarettes just real quick and light one up.
Oh boy, she takes after her mother. That's not gonna happen.
No, it isn't. But I think we're gonna need to take her to my parents. Let them tell her themselves that she's not going to be excommunicated from the family. But yeah, for right now, I think I'm gonna need to go in there and comfort her.
Go for it. Smoke 'em if you've got 'em, monkey boy.
Yeah, Monkey Boy puts his hand up and shakes his head like he doesn't want to smoke to his father as JJ will start heading into the restroom.
Nice hot shower, steamy room.
He walks in and will go up to the shower. You doing okay in there, love?
Thinking.
What you thinking about?
I need to go up and see my mom.
JJ nods. Of course. Of course, if you need to see your mother, you need to see your mother, and I'll take you.
I wanted to talk to her earlier today about it, but not in front of Carter and them.
Of course. Is it something to be worried about, love?
I need you to help me collect some things before we go.
JJ, who's starting to get very worried, he starts to take off his shoes and nods. Of course, love. I'll help you gather anything.
Just a few things.
Of course. He takes off his socks and he steps in, otherwise fully clothed, and puts his arms around her.
You still want me? Looking at JJ right in the eyes, even though I failed your family.
You didn't fail my family.
It was my job to protect those idiots.
Samantha, you didn't fail. And if you don't believe me when I say that, I'm going to take you to the heads of the family, and they will tell you the same exact thing, my love. In fact, that is what we're going to do. We're going to see my mother and father.
She kisses JJ on the chin, but starts crying.
He holds her close, kisses her on the forehead, leaves the kiss there as he holds her closer and tighter. Love, if you need to know one thing, know this. I will always want you. I will always be here. And you will always have me. And if you don't believe me, then I must prove it to you, and I will prove it to you through every second of every single day, and no matter what you go through with, no matter what you do in the future, I will be by your side, there holding your hand, picking you up, holding you close, and giving you a kiss.
She'll kiss JJ, but keep crying.
He starts to cry as well as she cries, and he holds the kiss as he holds her tighter.
Davine trying to make she's got kids' meals from McDonald's for the Rugrats. She was just putting them on plates. Siletta sadly sitting in here, just patting Elizabeth's head in her lap. Punk takes a drink of whiskey. What's Thomas do?
Thomas leans forward and takes a drink of whiskey in the exact same way that Hunk does.
He'll run his hand down his face and sit back in the chair.
Thomas runs his hand down his face and sits back in the chair.
He looks over at Thomas, locks eyes with him.
Thomas locks eyes with him as well and raises an eyebrow.
He'll hold the glass up and turn it slightly in his hand.
He holds his glass of milk up and turns it slightly in his hand.
He'll take a long sip.
Thomas takes a long sip of his milk.
He'll put the glass down and lean his arms on the table and look at Thomas.
Thomas sets the glass down onto the table, leans forward, and keeps his eyes locked with Hunk.
He'll make an angry face and squint at Thomas.
Thomas makes an angry face right back at him and squints.
Sticks his tongue out at Thomas and laughs.
He blows the raspberry bag and starts chuckling.
How was your caramel macchiato? Looking down at Integra.
Integra looks at him while sipping on her caramel macchiato and smiles at him. It's very good, thank you.
Good. Davine's seeing what Thomas was doing.
Davine looking at him. Then over at Hunk, puts a hand right on her chest, tears starting to well up in her eyes again as she walks out. Sits down with Hunk, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and looks at Thomas and mouths to him, "Thank you."
How's that In-N-Out burger, Jace?
Jace holds up the In-N-Out burger. It's delicious like every time.
Why is that your favorite? Because the rest of the kids like Arby's, but you like those. Nothing wrong with it, but...
What Icy got it for me first time I was up on Gateway.
Okay. I always liked In-N-Out too. Yeah, I did. Back in the day, honey, there was no In-N-Outs out on the frontier like there are now. They were only around Earth and Gateway. And I got Nicole her first one at Gateway. She loved it.
Davy nods. I bet, and I bet that's the exact reason why she gave Chase one.
I think so. Smiling at Davine, I think so.
I believe so as well.
Now, I never took her to get a frappe raspberry twist mocha matcha, though. I don't know where she picked that one up for Integra, but I like it.
Integra giggles. I like it too, as she holds up her drink in like a bit of a cheers and starts sipping on it again.
Those fancy drinks didn't come around until your mother came around, Integra, and then we would do things like go through the drive-thru, and they'd be like, Julius would be like, order me this blah 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 blah, and I would try, and the drive-thru woman would laugh at me. So would Nicole and Pequod and Julius. Ash never laughed at me, though. Patting Integra's little head, I think, felt sorry for me, because he too understood how difficult it was to say these ridiculous drink names.
Hearing about the prank that they would pull on Hunk, Integra looks up at him and starts to chuckle and laugh.
It's a good thing your grandmother's here, so she could do the ordering for you.
Oh yes, no, it's no issue at all. I have no issue saying all those. They are weird names, don't get me wrong, but I have no issue saying them.
I remember I got into an argument with Patricia about vente means medium. Why can't they just say medium? And she tried to explain business talk, and I was like, well, it doesn't make the drink special if it's grande, vente, or Felipe.
David nods. In my opinion, it doesn't either. It's just it's a weird step. It really is in the ordering of the drinks.
You remember it was like 2 years ago, they were all Saint Bucks. They had John Kevin's godforsaken face as the logo. Then Patricia asked Tommy to buy them. He sold the goddamn company for a credit to her, and they all now fucking Uncle Clive's face on the goddamn logo.
Oh, trust me. You know what? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would rather look at the saint's face each and every time I go to a Starbucks than I would Clive's face.
In Davine's head, she can actually hear Hale talk for the first time in her head. They should rename the drink Small Clive, Medium Uncle Scar, Large Fudwick.
Davine's eyes widen as she shoots up. She quickly stands up and runs over to Hale, gets down on her knees and gives her a big kiss on the cheek.
What the hell happened? Hale smiling, laughing, holding Davine's cheek.
She talked to me. She talked to me in my head.
He looks over at Hale. Is it weird? I believe you. I believe anything you tell me, but it just seems par for the course. Doesn't it?
I suppose it does, but still, I got to hear her little voice. Oh, it sounds so cute.
What did she say?
That they should rename the drink names to Small Clive, Medium Scar, and Large Fredwick.
Yeah, I'd like a large Frederick caramel macchiato.
And we stopped drinking these.
I guess it wouldn't be large Frederick. It would be I'd like a Frederick caramel macchiato. Hey, I like it. Run it by Patricia, dear. I think she'd probably go for it because Frederick is most definitely the largest of the crew.
I do think it's a wonderful idea, and if anything, it'll give Pequod a good chuckle. I know that to be sure.
Yeah, we need some good chuckles right about now.
Yes, we do, and thank you very much for doing so, Hale. She leans forward and gives her another kiss on the cheek.
He takes the kiss, holding Davine's cheeks. This is ridiculous. Lugging Sam's armor.
JJ looks over at Oz and just clears his throat like that.
This is ridiculous. If they kicked you out of the family, I'm gone too, and so is Laz. I don't care. And they're not that stupid. Davine might be stupid in the past, but they don't want to lose another daughter, Samantha. Seek reason. She sets her armor down.
JJ looks at Sam. What he's saying is completely correct. If you get kicked out of the family, we are all leaving the family, love. And even then, they aren't going to kick you out of the family. It's just... they aren't going to kick you out, okay, honey?
What is the meaning of this? Coming out? What is this? Is this some type of joke? Looking at JJ.
JJ looks at Soletta. We're trying to speak to my parents to have them tell Samantha that she's not going to be kicked out of the family, Auntie.
Oh God, for God's sakes. She goes off to get Davine and hug. You see, Soletta thinks it's ridiculous.
You aren't going to be kicked out, Samantha. Please, it's... She looks right at Sam. And even if you are, I'm not losing you. I'm not losing my best friend. So, if you go, I go too. Like everyone else here.
Well, either way, I need to return all this. So let's just talk to your parents. See their judgment. There's no judgment! He looks shocked at her as Soletta comes in. Your attention is required outside. Now. Huh? He looks up at Soletta.
Davine stands up here and that she walks over. Did something bad happen?
I'll stay with the when it rains, it pours. She sits down next to Rebecca. Alright. I'll take Davine's hand.
Oh God, I hope it's nothing bad. We'll be right back, Soletta.
Take your time.
Davine will nod towards Hunk and start heading out towards the entrance.
The hell's all this? Seeing all that gear out there?
I don't know.
What's going on, son? Seeing JJ?
JJ sniffs a bit.
You want to move in? I would love to. Come here, son. Putting his arms up.
JJ chuckles. He goes over and gives his father a hug, and as he's hugging his father, I need you to tell my wife that she's not going to be kicked out of this family, please.
What? He's shocked. Davine heard it.
What? Why would she be kicked out? Because she thinks she failed. at
Oh, they
protecting
should have.
Benjamin.
They should have never put that on a fucking young. Sorry.
You're good. I agree, Father. But I think she needs reassurance from her heads of the family, and not only that, her father and mother-in-law.
I tell you what, son. I'm gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this for you, but I'm gonna have a talk with Julius when this is all over, and this never happens to anybody again. Let's talk to him.
Of course, Dad. He'll let go of the hug and stand next to Samantha.
She'll stand at attention in front of Hunt. I'm not in the military anymore. That's not necessary. And what is this? He looks at the armor. Is Isn't this the armor Ash had made for you? This is frontiersman armor.
Why
LMG.
why do you have all of your armor and all of your weaponry, darling?
I'm giving them back. That's great. If you want to quit, fine.
We fully support you on that, darling. She walks up to Samantha and takes both of her hands.
Giving them back. Rangers aren't allowed the luxury of failure. Oh, he runs his hand down his face. Give me a cigarette, lad.
Laz will pull out her pack and hand him a cigarette.
Rangers aren't allowed the luxury of failure. Yeah, well, you weren't really a ranger anymore, were you? You were a young girl in over her head, protecting... And JJ will back me up on this. Dipshit rookies. Isn't that the discussion we had, son, before the Moog?
Yes, sir, it is. And Davine leans forward to Sam. Darling, she shakes her head. For one, let me get this out of the way first. You are not going to be kicked out of this family. At all. That thought never even crossed my mind. Or anyone's minds. We love you here. And we want you to stay with us forever and always, okay, Samantha?
She starts crying.
Davine pulls her in close, tugs her in, and starts hugging her. And not only that, but you did not fail. You didn't. You did a spectacular job. You did, darling. You saved. Do not focus on what happened. Focus on how you saved Oswald's life and Lancelot's life. You saved their lives, darling. Benjamin may have lost his, but that was not your fault.
Just wish I was faster. Keeps crying.
Oh, I know, darling. I know. You all probably wish you had done many things differently. I know. But there's nothing we can do to change that. I'm sorry. I wish there was. I wish there was a way to take all this pain away from you, darling, and put it onto myself. I wish there was. But I cannot. All I can do is assure you, darling, that you did not fail. And, darling, even if you were faster, it was a trap. A very well set trap that any of Alpha 9 would have fallen into. A terrible thing happened, but it was not your fault.
Yeah, nobody's getting kicked out. Hugging her with Davine, nobody's ever getting kicked out for something like this. Look at how much shit, it's not to make humor. Look at how much shit Clive has done, and he's still here, okay? She nods her head. Nobody's getting kicked out. We're not in the business of losing anybody else, believe me. We already fear we're gonna lose both of our goddamn daughters.
Davine sighs and nods, which I truly hope does not happen. And I really, truly hope that I do not lose you as well, darling.
You won't. I don't think your mother's gonna take this giving all this stuff back. I really think you ought to go put it back in the house. And then, why don't you guys should stay here. Why don't you, instead of hiding out at your place, JJ? Stay with us. Anciletta's here. It's depressing everywhere. You might as well be depressed together.
And JJ leans against the wall next to him. He looks at Sam. Would you want to stay here with the mom and dad, love?
Wouldn't mind.
JJ,
Then great!
JJ nods. Of course. Then we're gonna stay here. And we're gonna be moving back in, mom and dad.
Just hang out here. You don't gotta move in, but grab an overnight bag, hang out. We got dinner at Suletta's. Apparently Soul and Memory Ann are cooking. So, because Suletta's tending to Elizabeth, which is a 24/7 job. Sam looks at poor Elizabeth.
JJ looks in as well, and he clears his throat. If you guys ever need someone to take a shift, and I'm not busy, or at least, up at Gateway doing God knows what, just let me know, okay?
I listened to everything you just said, but knowing what Nicole's going through and her, it's gonna hurt until he comes back. Well, he might not come back. Have to be prepared for that. Either way, we'll get through it together.
Davy nods. Whatever happens, we as a family are going to get through it together, okay, honey?
And this is not on anybody, even if you had been there faster, and Nicole wouldn't be going through any of this, nor would Elizabeth. But you know what, Ed? I'm just grateful my son is alive. Hugging JJ, you are alive, Oz and Laz and the rest are alive, because that city was a hellscape. It sure was.
It was a terrible, terrible hellscape. She shakes her head and hugs around Oz's arm.
And I get to hug my son and see my son and his beautiful daughter-in-law who is staying, and I suggest take all this stuff back home. No. She'll shake her head, take me to Gateway, and then we'll come back, JJ.
JJ nods. Whatever you want, honey.
All right. He'll pick up the armor. All right, good. Okay. You come back here. Or actually, you'll be meeting us at Clive, but come back to Clive, Suletas, and we'll have some dinner, okay? Hey, maybe we could watch a movie. Son, here. He'll put his hand out for the Predator handshake.
JJ
Sam chuckles seeing it. Oh.
JJ chuckles, looking down, seeing the Predator handshake, and he claps his hand against Hunk's forearm.
So testosterone-filled. It's actually hot. Looking at the hands clasping.
Davian looking at Hunk, looking at him up and down. I have to agree, it is quite attractive.
I like the way his veins bulge here. Look, his dad's does the same way, actually.
Oh, yes, they do. She leans close, looking at all the veins in Hunk's arm.
Alright, run up to Gateway, okay? And get this, whatever this is, over with. And look, if you quit, we would feel so much better if you're gonna quit and be here. And JJ, if she quits, you quit too. You understand me? Same goes for you two. Ash is the professional. You are too, but Ash is goddamn better than me at this point. He said, so let Ash kill that fucker. Not yet. Alright.
JJ nods. I think one way or the other we're seeing this through to the end, Dad.
Alright. Now look at both armor sets. We'll see you at Clive's then.
See you at Clive's, Dad. As he'll go ahead and pick up some of the armory and weaponry and start carrying it off.
Oh, nee. Do you like it, Julius?
I mean, it's good. It definitely better than I thought it was going to be. Better than how Ash described it.
Ding! Walking in. Oh, the fabled galleon meal. What, did you have Blaze whip this up? There's a restaurant on Gateway that sells it. Really? Looking shocked.
Yeah, no, it's not half bad. You should try some.
It looks very nice. He's going to sit down. Good to see you.
Yup.
Isaac.
Oh, Ash. She shakes her head and just collapses onto the table. Great. Sarah's sitting down.
That tired?
She's... yeah. Very. With a cigarette in her hand.
Julius reaches out and holds her hand again. She's exhausted, and we're letting her get some rest up here.
Same can be said for you. Looking at Ash.
I don't know what you mean. I'm not tired at all.
Ash, listen to me. We went through our goddamn problems, but you and Saris and Ricky and Ellie are like family to us too. We're family. Why don't you just please stay and rest? If you fucking die out there, Ash, calm down. Sasha, just everybody calm down. We don't need yelling and screaming. Just We've all been through a lot together. We're all family. If you want to keep going, Ash, perfectly fine. But just please understand, and you know better than me, but your son's here and your daughter-in-law is here, and I am sure that girl could use some help down at that flower shop. And Ricky helps her. I'm not saying he doesn't, but you know Ricky is hiding up here to get away. We've talked about it earlier.
His shoulders sag and he pulls the helmet off and looks at Pequod. You can see very defined bags under his eyes.
Just fucking stay home a night. Oh God, it's not that easy. She eats her food.
I'll take a couple hours to rest, Pequod. I can't stay home. You can see his hands start to shake as he puts his fist to his forehead. It eats at me. When I get like this, it's like a cloud is over me and I have to keep moving. And if I don't, I dwell on it, and it's not a good feeling.
I tried to explain to Kaz, who didn't really seem to get it, even though he'd been there every step of the way. Everybody feels responsible in this for sure, but we were there for the ship, all those men, Ash's squad. We weren't there with Bash and Okir, but we were sure there the night Agent R died. I get it, believe me. I'm so powerful, high and mighty, but I just sit behind my desk.
I've walked into so many of their traps, Pequod. I have to wipe them away. I have to get rid of them.
All those people they killed on that colony where Krellin became the Skylander. It's hard for me to even, oh yeah, I'll go home and hang out with my daughter-in-law for 20 hours. I don't even want to look at her. I want to go do something. Answering phones and trimming flowers will not keep me occupied. I'll go nuts. I will go insane.
And when I see Ellie right now, all I see is those young men and women who died on the Artemis, or all of the people dead on that colony, or I can't help but think of Benny.
Believe me, I get it. Looking at Ash. No, I do too. Sasha will shrug. I get it. I do. Doesn't discount the fact that even a galleon body needs some rest at times. We sleep in shifts on the ship. Kaz can pilot. Great. You got your own little system, don't you?
We do. I mean, we've both been in the military long enough, Sasha. We'll figure it out every time.
They no luck at all. Talon's looking over at Ash. Saris, they wipe all the computers. I think most of their machines are wiped before we even get there.
They probably started wiping them the moment that the kids took out Fortune in their base.
One of them will turn up something. He's got to be in contact with some of these guys. There's no way he would... I believe he leaves the majority in the dark. However, the only way he can issue orders is through somebody. And there's somebody still out there that's in contact with him. That, I'd bet my life on.
I would believe you're correct. When you sent the recovery crews in, have you at least found anything helpful to us? Not for this, but just something we can reverse engineer. Something good, at least.
That's the one thing all those guys, a lot of these guys went out very, pissing vinegar, is the way I'd put it. And they all know. 2 out of the 3 guys that actually tried to put up a fight, talked about Benny.
Insulting.
So he's still in contact with somebody then, because Benny's only been dead 2 weeks.
Yes, he's most certainly in contact with them. Either using that Ripper idiot to go and deliver messages, or some other go-between. There's some go-between out there. He's rubbing his face and his eyes.
He's probably hiding in a bunker somewhere, a Max Tech. Towns, no. He's hiding somewhere amongst civilians. Trying to blend in. Just your average frontier guy and his ski-masked armed guard friend somewhere. who he probably keeps on a very short leash. He's trying to blend in, he knows the clock's ticking. And he probably thinks that we're gonna send Julius after him, or worse, the Time Deity. Which means he'll mask behind civilians, so we think twice. That's the playbook, trust me.
It's the only option he really has at that point. Use civilians as shields so that you two don't go wild on him.
I'm in no shape anyway. It's all up to Julius. Gesturing to Julius.
Julius nods. Yeah, well, the thing is, when we do find him, we're going to send the kids after him, so that plan he has of using civs as shields, that's going to go kaput.
Personally, I think that's the right decision. They've come this far. They were closest with Benny. I agree. I promised them they'd get their chance. Today, I promised them. She points down at the table. This morning, I told them they'd get a chance. Because they were under the impression they were about to be cut from the military.
I can't blame them for thinking that, but I know you well enough. You weren't going to cut them unless they asked for it.
And they're still, likewise, piss and vinegar and want Spender's head, so they'll get it when the time comes.
There's too much of us in those kids for their own good sometimes, but I'd say this is one of the times where it's a benefit.
Where's your bounty hunter friend? Getting drunk?
He's getting drunk. I told him if he wants food to go to Tommy's and tell him I sent him.
Oh, that might not be great right now. Tommy recently found out Benny died. Julius went to check on him after he found out, and Tommy was just eating the wedding cake he had made for Elizabeth and Benny. The whole cake.
Tommy. Not taking it much better than Elizabeth, I'd assume.
Julius looks at Ash. He wasn't using a fork or a knife or anything. He was using his hand, so yeah, I think he's taking it pretty bad.
He walked all the way to the restaurant, too. Have you ever seen that man walk anywhere?
No, he either uses ships or teleports everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, it's bad. Real bad.
Poor Tommy. It's been quite a while since I've seen him in person, now that I think about it.
I just keep thinking of when they delivered the baby together. And the lady named the baby after Ash. Benny was good. He was a good little assistant. That's the memory I have of him in my head. I'd met him many times before and after, but watching them work together delivering the baby, it was like, it would be nice to have another son. We have Ricky, who's old now and older and can help raise another child, and Ash can have another son. Maybe teach him to be a doctor instead of a military.
Maybe teach him to be a smith, a doctor, anything. It's not like I've got any shortage of things I can teach him or her.
Speaking of that, I'd like you to, sit Carter down and Memory Ann and have a talk with them, Ash. Maybe you could pull up at some point, maybe you could pull up your laundry list of a resume of everything, every skill set you've accrued from your time in the military. And I think it got through to Carter, but I'm a sniper and a goddamn ranger general, and that's about all. And I'm a combatant, infantryman, ranger, but explain to him, what the military... I think Carter feels like he has no place outside of the military because he doesn't feel like he has a skill set that acquaints well. And I think he wants to stay in the military. So after his band time is over, I would sure like to have Carter back under my command. That's fine, yeah. Shrugging and... Yeah, that would be great, if that's what he wants.
I'll have the discussion with him at the first opportunity. I think it would honestly be the best for him. Listen, he's gonna sit up. All things considered, he's fucked up quite a bit. But how many young men have grown into that role as quickly as he has?
No pressure being given the sword of Kamul or anything when you're like 13. Sasha snickered. It was 12, but yeah.
God damn it, that makes it even worse.
It wasn't our decision. Grandma insisted on training him young. Well, Sasha shrugs. Either way, I think the boy's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders before. Rightfully so, he did it all to himself. But now he has... What happened to Benny wasn't his fault, but that's worse than any mistake he ever made, that type of pressure, losing somebody like Benny under his command. Close friend. That's worse than any ridiculous shit Clive could do that causes drama around the lane.
It'd be like if Alpha 9 had lost me, or Pequod or Julius, one of us.
Just sit down and show them you can do and be whatever you want to be, and that's what the military's great at. If you feel like you don't have anything that transitions into civilian life, oftentimes you're gonna find by the time you leave the military, you got something. And the experience you have because of the military is tenfold better than what you would have got in the civilian world. Doctor. Looking at that!
I can also,
Pilot.
I can also do the electrical work on high-level military spacecraft.
Scuba diving. Boat piloting. The list goes on. And I wanted to tell him that, but... And I do think it's stuck, but also right now he's not doing well. None of them are. So it helps to hear it later when he's had time to absorb it all.
He'll need some time. He takes a deep breath. I know the feeling he's having right now, losing someone who's like a sibling to him. And thinking it's your fault, he's gonna need it.
Your whole squad. She shrugs.
My whole squad. Dead under me because I walked into multiple traps.
We lost a lot of good people over this. This will never happen again. I won't let it. Even if we have to get somewhat evil.
Julius crosses his arms. If anything ever happens like this again. He looks at Sasha. Let me off the leash, please.
Don't have much of a choice anymore, do I? Looking at Julius, of course.
Julius chuckles. He nudges her a bit lightly, playfully, in her arm. This won't happen again. Trust us. Because then we have dragons, and a time deity, and a motion fighter, and hopefully by that point a moon maiden. And God willing, a fucking dragon that can be summoned through a sword. And it will never happen again on our watch.
Believe me, it's not... It's about once a day now. But 2-3 weeks past that point, a month to... It was almost every third second of the day. I would think about the day. I was walking around, and I told Julius, I have a bad feeling. And I couldn't shake it. She puts up her finger. No matter what I did, I couldn't shake it. And I thought, it was like, is it like morning sickness? Is it something with Thomas? But that was the day I sent Des out to check on you. And all that only happened because we just didn't send those dragons out there to glass that whole system. If I had done that, wouldn't have lost 500 men, wouldn't have almost lost you and Saris. They'd hopefully Strat would all be dead. But I decided against it because, God forbid, I would have exterminated even exotic animal life. Believe me, I regret it every day.
I understand the regret. I can't blame you for it, but don't put too much into that. I say it a lot, but that's because Curtis and Lorelei beat it into me. Rangers keep looking forward. It's not easy, but there's nothing you could have done. Honestly, knowing Spender, he would have gotten away even if you sent Des and the dragons. He'd have found some way to.
Besides, not for nothing, but that's letting Spender win. That's what he wants. To fight monster, you have to become a monster. That's exactly playing into his hands, in my opinion. I agree. Looking at Sarah nodding her head.
She's right. if you do that and become that monster, then even if we kill him, he's won. He's replaced himself.
Doesn't mean it wouldn't be awesome to see Julius Mach punch him into a billion pieces, though.
You got. Well, actually, I think only me, Ash, and Pequod ever saw it. You remember that time Bunker Hag punched that Archfiend dude and it nuked the city?
Pequod. I hate it so much. Anytime somebody says "remember the time," I think of fucking Clive. Hey, remember the time? Sasha says.
Julius starts laughing.
That's how 99% of their goddamn delusions start.
Oh boy, what is the Unit Brigadier 52-star Corporal Commander of the unit doing now?
He's a Nazi. Pequod's smiling at Ash.
Clive
What?
and Rommel.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what? What did I miss? She almost stands up.
I'm sorry, what?
Clive
They're-
and Rommel.
Clive is. I really don't know what happened. They were informed of Benjamin's death yesterday afternoon. They were acting normal. They went to bed. They woke up. Clive was Rommel. They're wearing the whole Nazi get-up. Scar is Adolf. All he basically says is, "Yeah." They speak German, some of them. Krallen is Himmler. And Werner von Braun is Samuel, and Gruber or something, the Minister of Aviation, is Frederick. And they came up to Gateway and presented Carter with a ceasefire. They're not going to fuck with Carter until Benny's back, and they assured us that the family will survive this and prevail. Isn't that fucking comforting?
Did Spender get onto the lane and drug their drinking water?
No, I think it's their reaction to... Supposedly they acted really... Well, Towns, Suletta told me they came to Davine and Hunk's place last night, after a couple hours after they found out, and they were normal, Clive and Scar. They were even saying things like they aren't in the military, and you should have seen them. Like, you should have seen them, Suletta kept saying. I didn't personally see them. But they were normal. Like, completely normal. They were comforting Davine and Hunk, not belittling Davine, as they usually do. And then something happened over the night, and, well, now the Fourth Reich will see the Rainfall family through this tragedy.
Okay, so...
I am so glad we go out to the front.
Yes, I'd much rather be on the frontier finishing that, although it's a bastard to get the blood out of the armor. So, the shock of Benjamin's death nearly fixed them, but then I think the overwhelming weight of the PTSD with him on top of it just shattered them worse than before, is my guess.
They probably feel useless. So they adopted the personas of ruthless killers who are not ruthless in times like this. The most heinous ruthless killers to ever exist. Krallen Himmler? Yeah, he's wearing the uniform, Nicole. Relax, please.
He doesn't really understand. He didn't pay attention to, I suppose, like World War II. He doesn't understand who, Himmler really was in his life.
And now we have to go down, though we're not going to really want to eat, but now we have a dinner down at Clive's, and I think Ash would love to come with Sarah. No. Sarah's eating her waffle!
I said a couple hours of rest, I'm sorry.
How wonderful. Oh, maybe that's them now, hearing the teleporter go off. Sarah, I swear to God, if it's Krallen Himmler, I'm going to lose my shit.
If you all but ordered me back, only for Nazi Clive to walk in, I swear to God, Pequod.
Well, little does everybody know. Coming through the teleporter, carrying all this shit. Wow! Krellen's with them! They bumped into Krellen on their way up, and Krellen offered to help kinesis some of the heavier stuff. Oh! Herr Himmler. Sasha smiling at Krellen. Wow, Ash! Puts his hand out. Hail, Skardolf. She choked.
Krellin, don't do that. But it's good
Why
to
not?
see.
A me uniform better than Julius? She points at Julius and laughs.
Julius looks down at his uniform, them up at Krellin. I suppose that's personal taste there instead of factual.
Me head of SS stands for Super Soaker.
No,
Ahem.
it doesn't, buddy. But, at least the uniform was designed by Hugo Boss, Julius.
What's the meaning of this? Sounds like Krellin, we don't really need you here. It's okay. Me here though. This should be me office someday. Oh,
Oh my god, this is getting to his head.
Krellin, please leave. Clive probably needs you. Herr Rommel. Herr Rommel probably needs you. And don't forget about Skardolf. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Samantha. Time to scream at your mother. See you later. Hell, Skardolf disappearing through the I
Um,
can't believe what I just saw.
I actually can't either. That was. He looks back at the teleporter and then back at the family. I truly cannot explain to you what I just saw. I can't.
It was one thing on the phone, another. Yep, that's enough. She stands up. What is this about?
JJ looks over at Sam. Do you want me to?
She'll put her LMG on the table. Her mother just raises an eyebrow. Her ranger emblem. Okay, JJ.
JJ is going to come over and put the gun that he's holding down onto the table.
The Ranger AK. Yeah, those aren't given out lightly. Why are we returning everything? Do we want to quit? I thought we went over this morning. We all said we didn't want to quit.
JJ walks over and crosses his arms. Ranges don't fail, ma'am. He looks at Samantha. Perhaps you can explain it better than myself.
Rangers don't fail. He pretty much summed it up. I failed. So you quit. You want to go back to the lane? That's perfectly fine. That can be arranged. No. He looks at her boss. I want to do something. I don't want to be under Carter anymore. It's nothing against Carter. But you're going to hang Carter up and let him do nothing. That's fine. I'm not getting hung out to dry. Oh, here we go. Looking away. I want to do something. Actively. And I don't want any of this fancy gear. I don't deserve it anymore. Sliding it across the table. Ruining Julius's Nice. Spilling waffles onto Julius's lap.
Julius looks down at the gear. He looks up at Sam and leans forward.
She'll
Okay.
slam this in pieces on the table. I don't want it. You need gear to fight. I want a basic set of infantry armor and a lancer. Mark 1. Fine. She'll start typing on her computer. I want to work with Ash. Coming over here. And Saris and their bounty hunter friend. I want to do something. I want to kill people. She looks over at Ash. That's up to Ash.
Ash is gonna get up and walk up to her.
I'm not going to sit around that lane and twiddle my thumbs or sit around the apartment and feel sorry like people like Carter do. Fine, Samantha. Talk with Ash. Typing on her computer.
He's gonna look her up and down. You want to be out working instead of doing that?
I want to fight. I want to kill. Like I was trained to do, not bodyguard. I was never trained to be a bodyguard, but it was put on me by the powers to be. Looking at everybody! And now here we are.
You can come with, but not right now.
What? She looks at Ash.
No,
Calm down, Samantha.
not right now. You are not in the headspace to be going out with us right now, Samantha. Take some time at home, at least a couple of days. Be with your husband, your friends. Get yourself in the right headspace. And then you can come with me and we will rip and tear our way across the galaxy until we find Spender. But until then, go be with your husband.
Well, that means JJ comes too. Oz and Laz and I, if you need some pilots, if you sleep in shifts, we could help out a lot. We're trained for long piloting hours.
Last
It would be an honor for us. I don't want to abandon Carter and them, but I would prefer to do something active, even if that's just flying you around, sir, and your wife. I'll
Yes.
take them. She stands up, shaking Laz's hand. I'll take them.
She shakes the hand back. Thank you, ma'am. We won't let you down.
JJ, you'd like to come as well, I'd assume?
Well, of course I would. I'm not going to go and abandon my wife, am I?
Good boy. Good kids. JJ, go down to the Ranger Armory when you get a chance. Get your ODM gear kitted out from use on the frontier. Laz, Oz, get your...
I'll need a rifle, sir. I need a rifle. I'm sorry. And so does she.
Talk to the Armory Masters, have one built for you, both of you. Up to Ranger snuff. I want you geared out well if you're coming out on this with me. I am not having any of you harmed.
That way everybody's happy. Let the younger... Well, Memorian's not really younger, but let them sit around and wait for a while. You want to be active? That's fine. You can come. But don't ever treat your mother with disrespect like that again. Sorry. She looks away from Saris and then sadly at her mother. It was a bad job. This was a bad job. But the time the job was given to you was what? She looks at Julius. They bumped into strange people at a satellite array. Nobody would have given you the job if we knew what entailed.
And he's gonna put his hand on Sam's shoulder. You are not a failure. If you're a failure, then that makes me the biggest failure in the universe, because I lost my entire squad, and over 500 of EarthGov's best and brightest.
And that means I'm a failure, and Towns, your father, is, and Julius is, and Nicole is, and Pequot is, so thinking like that, losing attitude. Just go with Ash. Channel your negative energies into... Well, I feel sorry for those strat guys.
Yep. Go ahead and rip him, tear him up. I know you can.
She'll walk over to JJ, hug him.
JJ hugs him, hugs her back, gives her a kiss on the cheek. See, I knew they'd say yes.
And she also thought she was going to get kicked out of the Rainfall family. Samantha. Looking up!
Julius leans forward, shakes his head. Sam, you would never be kicked out of the family. No matter what, we love you far too much for that.
Sorry. She looks down at her feet, letting JJ hold her. Oh, this guy coming in confused. There's your gear, take it. Oh, and you have to go tell Carter you're leaving his squad. Look him in the eye and do it. That's what you wanted. She'll hesitate to take the rifle and then take it. It's for the best right now.
Julius nods. I think for you, it certainly is the best thing to do right now.
In the meantime, the rest of the B Squad kids, I'll use them where I can. I have a really bad feeling I'm going to need them, given what's to come, if my gut proves correct. So, go have fun starting Monday. Be here at 0600, ready to fight, ready to kill. She'll take her gear. Come on, JJ.
JJ nods. Thank you, Mom. He'll pick Sam up and start heading up to the apartment.
I think I was watching them walk off. I think that was for the best. Just my opinion. Yeah, just like these waffles on Julius's lap. She chuckles, taking one off.
Julius picks up the other waffle. Jesus Christ, I didn't know that much syrup could get on my pants.
She's so fucking strong watching Sam walk off. I wish I had half her mental fortitude. I really do. We should have taken her off the job, but she was so vital to their success, and Carter needed somebody he could count on when things were really bad. Pequot, yeah, shaking her head.
You made the right choice. Those kids may not be alive right now if it weren't for her.
I agree, and I'm sure we'll be a squad again someday, and we'll take care of them. Right, love?
Most certainly. I'm. Even though we get separated for a little bit, we're always gonna come back to each other. I'm always gonna have my little siblings' backs.
You can put the cigarette out, Laz, and go make sure my daughter looks Carter in the eye, please.
She looks at uh, Sasha, looks at the cigarette. Sorry, ma'am. She puts it out. Yes, ma'am. I'll go make sure.
And do you...
She runs off.
Oh boy. So now I've got 4 children to look after? But, well, let's say it like it is. 2.5, is that fair to say? Each of them counts as partially a child?
Yeah, Laz and Oz mostly stay on the ship, and I wouldn't count Samantha right now. I think she's gonna be like Banshee Queen or some shit. Be quiet. Okay, calm down. No, I mean it. She's gonna fuck some fucking people up.
I know that look in her eye, Peakwood. It's the same one I have in mine when I'm putting my gear on. She's going to do things that would make even you 4 squirm.
If it makes her feel better, that's all that matters. I think, anyway. Eating her chicken.
Julius nods. If this is what she needs, I fully support her in it, and I always will support her in whatever she thinks she needs.
I'll have this gear taken down back to the lane somewhere. Yeah, you can put it in one of the underground bunkers, and she can have it back one day when she wants it. Can't believe she'd turn it in, though. Failure is a hard thing to accept.
Especially, think about it. She is the daughter of Sasha, the daughter of the Ranger General, whom has never truly failed at anything she's attempted in her life. This is her first true taste of failure.
And she's one of the only beings in existence that can get syrup over my military dress pants and I don't shoot them. Sarah's chuckle. She got it all over my fucking pants.
Julius looks at her pants and then at his. Your pants? Look at mine. Dude, Jesus Christ. She's the only person in existence to do it to both of us and not, like, at least get a reformation or anything like that.
I do think Julius's hands are clean in this. Technically speaking, you gave her the job. Sasha, yeah, I know. But Julius's pants got the worst of it.
My pants got the worst of it. God damn it.
Well, flashing up to the apartment. Memory Ann and soul cooking. Memory Ann back to normal. I just can't believe Father would adopt a Nazi persona to deal with his turmoil of these horrible feelings about Benjamin. That's how PTSD works, Memory Ann. You might get worked up and cry and pass out. Other people turn into maniacal mass murder. He stops talking.
Carter, who was looking up at the ceiling, tilts his head over to look over at Colt. Did you hear yourself while you were starting to talk? What you were really saying, man?
Maybe.
Carter starts to laugh. He reaches over and pats him on the knee twice. Don't worry about it. It's
Think about it this way, Carter. Ricky destroys many punching bags. Isn't that abnormal behavior from PTSD? You know, me, I've walked the dogs way too many times, like to the point where they're like fighting with me and I have to drag the leash. But I go for walks with them all night when I can't sleep, and me and Soul do it together, right, Soul? Right, Ricky? Somebody help me? But he's a Nazi!
so nods. I sometimes even I get too tired, and I don't want to walk the dogs anymore. And Colt just keeps on walking those dogs. I throw myself into my studies and push myself to do better with my spellcasting, even though it might hurt me or so on and so forth. You know.
But he's my father! Oh, God looks at the tape.
I'm gonna be honest, and it might not sound fun, but the worst I do is break punching bags and bite my fingernails too much when I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm not naming a star child the architect of the Holocaust.
I mean, isn't it better, though? A ceasefire with Carter? If this is what the accoutrement to a ceasefire with Carter, they're gonna stop fucking with Carter, which means they fuck with you. Isn't this better? I guess.
But at what cost?
Oh, well, a lot. I mean, the Nazis are like the most heinous people. He stopped talking!
Carter sighs. Let's just focus on the good of it. All that matters is that Clive is not gonna fuck with me, fuck with Memory Ann, or any of us. He said no combat for until Benjamin gets back. And I don't know why, but I have faith in him that he's going to make good on that deal.
Ricky, hearing the door open, the front door, sees Oz and Laz catching up, and Sam walking by with standard issue gear and JJ. Huh? Colt looks over at Ricky and then out the door.
What the fuck? Sam's got... That's regular gear. That's like grunt gear and a lancer. What the fuck?
Oh, God. Rubbing the back of his head.
Carter looks out, sees the gear, looks at Colt.
This is why my sister should have never been forced into this job. Shaky his head.
Right, so nothing good then. Carter will stand up in preparation in case they come into the kitchen.
She's checking her gun, taking it apart. Hey, Carter. Waving at Carter. Laz and Oz coming in.
Carter nods towards Oz, looks over to those two. So she's not doing good, I assume?
Nah, not great, no. He'll pull out the chair for Laz to sit down next to Colt. We have some news, some things to discuss, okay?
And Carter nods. I'll discuss anything that they want to. Not a problem.
Well, our time as a squad is over for now. Laz, myself, JJ, and he looks over his shoulder, Samantha will be teaming up with Ricky's father. What? Marianne looks angry. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter if you're his son. Looking at Ricky, doesn't matter if you're the Ranger General's son either, Colt. That's the way it is, and Samantha demanded, and Samantha got what Samantha wanted.
No, if it's what you guys want, I get it, but you're leaving us?
For now. Not forever. Standing orders are still the same. When we find Spender's location, B Squad gets him. But for now, there's a lot going on, obviously, and there she turned in all her Ranger gear, Carter. Her gun, her badge, her shooting awards, both sets of armor, the LMG, the AK, all the ceremonial drip and drab, and turned all of it in and asked for that crappy, well, it's not crappy, it's great, but standard issue gear and a standard issue Lancer. Same stuff she trained on in basic. She wants to fight. She wants to kill. She does not want to sit around the apartment and lift weights.
Carter nods. That's completely fair. That's what she needs. He shakes his head. Well, I would be a bad leader if I didn't give her what she needed. Not that I could change her mind or anything, but I'll fully support her, no matter what her decision is.
And so we just sit here and wait then. Unless something comes up, yeah, and that's the way it's going to be.
Soul crosses her arms and leans back. So in all technicality, we're still B Squad, but we're just split up across the galaxy now.
For now, yeah, we'll be spending a lot of time out on the frontier. The Ranger Major does not relent. And I think it's good for Laz and me as well. Just staying active, staying busy, piloting. Yeah. Jace is well taken care of back at the lane.
Laz nods. I do think I need something to keep my mind occupied other than just... She holds up her pack of cigarettes. Smoking. She puts them back into her pocket.
We got a new ship, new Apache. And they need more bodies that can fly anyway because they sleep in shifts. If you're not trained for long hours of piloting, you have to sleep in shifts every 8 hours. You have to, and Kaz, Saris, and Ricky's father can pilot. So they're stuck sleeping in shifts, and then somebody's got to be woken up to go out and fight and kill. You know, it's not good. They need the extra set of hands. And now they'll have a gunship that can follow them instead of them having to go in a three-man team.
Dad'll appreciate it. He looking okay?
No, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to say no. He's just looking tired, but looking tired and run down. Same as your mother, but they're apparently heading back out in a few hours. So, and yeah.
You guys aren't?
No. He chuckles. No, not till Monday. Samantha's not in the right headspace. At least that's what your father said. And I agree. Don't tell her I said that, no.
Laz nods. No, I also agree. Also, don't tell her that I said that. And I fully agree with the Ranger Major's decision.
She thought she was going to be kicked out of the family, so we had to go see Granddad and Grandma first and get that reassured. Just a bad day, Carter. I honestly wish I'd stayed on Gateway, or you guys had just came with us.
Carter nods. That sounds like a pretty shitty day. Yeah, no, I'm sorry you guys had to go through that.
Alright, this is for the best for now. And we'll find him. We'll find where he is, and then we'll all be back together, and we'll finish this once and for all.
Yeah, we're gonna get him. Just, please keep an eye on Sam and Jay. I know they're the best of us in combat, but I'm worried about her. And keep an eye on my dad and mom, too. All this shit going on, I know they can handle themselves, but just say you will to ease my stupid conscience.
Oh, I will. We will. You're right to worry. Trust me. Looking back at her playing with the gun. Well, that's it for you then, Carter, for now. You lose your favorite trump card or whatever you used to call it.
Carter puts his hands in his pockets, looks over at Sam. Even the sword knew she was my greatest warrior.
What? Looking confused? It's true. Nodding her head. Never talked about it to anybody. Sitting down next to Carter.
And Carter nods. After the fortune fight, when Sam went over and picked up her railgun and held it above her head, right? I saw into her mind. Because the sword can do that for me. It can let me peer into my greatest warrior's mind. See what they're thinking and stuff. And I saw an image of her holding up a black belt, her mother congratulating her. She looked so happy. Then I got snapped back to reality, and I couldn't catch her as she collapsed because it was raining and blood was covering all of us. And he just closes his eyes and shakes his head. But yeah, no. Even the sword realized she was my greatest warrior.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that damn sword. He chuckled. But either way, you'll have her back, I assure you.
Carter nods. No, I have faith that I will. He leans back against the wall behind him. I always did call her my trump card for a reason.
Well, she'll be missed, but if all we're gonna do is sit here and twiddle our thumbs, then what's better for her is better for her.
Whatever she needs, I fully support her on it.
Coming in.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her, but if it's what you need to do, Sam, it's what you need to do. He's gonna get up and put his hand out for her.
Oh, she takes his hand, holds it. I was trained to fight, trained to kill. Not bodyguard detail. It's not what I'm cut out to do. Obviously, we're short 2 people here for that reason.
Yeah, but what am I gonna do without you here to kick my ass?
She looks back at the gym. Destroy more punching bags. As one falls off the rack. Spot on.
Carter starts to chuckle.
Yeah, I guess I will. Just, keep an eye on my old man. You know how stupid he can be sometimes. You can see he's obviously joking with her.
I will. She nods her head. It's not us you have to worry about, trust me. It's gonna be brutal and ugly. Coming over to Carter.
Carter stands there. He pushes himself off the wall and stands up straight in front of her.
Gonna miss me? Squinting at Carter.
Carter looks at her, smiles for a second. Of course I'm gonna miss you, Samantha. Get in here. He just wraps his arms around her in a hug.
Oh, she'll hug him back. JJ can come over. I know you probably carry a lot of weight on that little mind of yours right now, but assigning blame it's pointless. If I had been faster, you'd have something lifted off that conscience of yours.
Carter shakes his head. It's no one's fault. It was a shit show from the beginning, Sam. He leans back. But here's the thing. As long as you blame yourself for it, I'm gonna blame myself for it. And that's just how it's gonna go, okay?
Nod her head. You were a pain in the ass, Carter. Let it go, Carter. You were a pain in the ass, Carter, but she smiles. It'll always be an honor to be under you. This has nothing to do with you. I need to zero myself. And I do that by doing something active and proactive. And if that's slaughtering grown men, then that's what it's gonna be.
You're like Dad. You're built for action, Sam.
It's what I was born to do.
And Carter smiles and nods. If you ever need help from us, well, you guys are still out there and we're sitting here in the apartment doing what we can. Give us a call.
We will. And we'll be back together as a squad before it's all over. She hugs JJ, and she's looking better, JJ. Patting him on the back lightly.
JJ,
Smashing decisions on my mother's part. Letting Ash decide.
JJ lets out a breath. Smashing decisions indeed, as he hugs her back and kisses her on her forehead.
Passionately kissing JJ. So, smashing. You smash plates onto Julius and Sasha's laps. I wonder who can get away with that. Me. Look at him!
You did what? Even I wouldn't be able to get away with that, and I'm the goddamn Moon Maiden.
I might have slammed my gun on the table and shoved their weird waffle chicken dinner on their lap.
You did not.
Wait till you see their pants. Looking back at Carter.
You gotta be kidding me, Jesus Christ, Samantha.
I was angry. Like I always said, I never wanted to be this squad's bodyguard. If they had just words carry power. In case nobody here has learned this. If I had just, hey, you're on this squad now. Okay, there's a big difference between, hey, you're on the squad. Hey, you need to protect our children. Words carry power. They sure do. Hugging soul.
Carter sighs and nods. Don't I fucking know it?
Well, you would. You turned your father-in-law into a Nazi.
Yeah,
No, it's not hit. I told you don't say that to him. Pointing at it. She
No.
starts laughing.
No, it's fine. It's my fault. I know it is. It's fine.
I'd Krellin fucking Himmler. I had expected better.
Oh no, oh god. His soul stands up and runs over to Memory Ann and hugs her and starts comforting her again.
It is the death of Benjamin. I would bet my bottom fucking dollar. I just like to pick on Kurt.
And look on the bright side, the only kind of holocaust that Krellin's gonna be the architect of is one involving deer.
Which, depending on how you look at it, they could be conceived as a invasive species. Oh, God. I actually like deer.
Carter sighs. If they do a goddamn holocaust of deer, we cannot let Memory Ann or Suletta see it. Okay? And Carter puts his arm around Memory Ann and holds her tight. And you know what? He looks at Sam. We won't let it happen, right? And he just gives her a face of just say, yes, I know we can't control it.
Yeah, we can't control it. Besides, who cares? We're probably going to see them, though. We have to go down for dinner at Aunt Suletta's, well, your mother-in-law's. I'm sure The Reich will be there. God damn it!
God, I just don't want to see the Reich right now. We've all had a long day, and I just don't want to see the Reich.
Colt rubbing Soul's back. Hunk, Sletta, something's being cooked in there. I can smell it. I know. She looks in the door. Um, now remember, nobody here knows about Reich Claw. Okay, I'm going in. Oh, Clive, what's wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Runs in.
Oh, guten Tag, the beautiful Eva Braun.
Ava Braun, how dare you stepping? Wow, me Krallen Himmler eating the food. Don't you eat that running in here. Davine, see? Yeah, Herr Davine. Fräulein Davine.
Oh my God, I'm feeling faint.
Hunk running over to grab Davine. Wow, what is wrong?
Davine, leading into Hunk. Please tell me I'm not actually seeing what I'm seeing, my love.
What? No, you are. I hate to tell you the truth. Clive, how dare? What is the meaning of this?
What do you mean? What is the meaning of this? He he walks up to Suletta and puts his hand out. My beautiful dear Eva Braun, it is just a fact of life. We, the Fourth Reich, are here to protect both the family and the sanctity of the lane, the fatherland, if you will, and we will do so. He shrugs. We will do anything to achieve victory. A victory at any cost. Isn't that right, Skardoff?
Diese Familie wird überleben. This family will survive. Translating it for Hunk and Davy.
This family will survive. And again, my dear Staverbron, we will help you. So anything that you need, you must.
I'm
just
not
let-
married to Scar, I'm married to you. Ava was to Skardoff. Yeah! Coming up shaking Davine's hand.
Hello, Skardoff.
Listen, what the hell happened to you two? You were normal. This is normal.
This is normal. Herr Hunk, we are acting as we always do.
Why are you making big deal out of it? They signed truce PT. What is called? Truce treaty with Carter? What? Looking shocked.
Yeah, during these trying times that the family is currently going through, we believe it is imperative not to have an ongoing war occurring on the lane, the fatherland, if you will. So we have presented a truce, a treaty with our enemy Carter, and we will be. He accepted, and we won't be fighting him anytime soon.
Okay. I appreciate that, guys. I do. What is that food? It smells amazing. Oh, wow, so delicious. Who knew Clive have culinary German skills?
Oh yeah, of course. Go in there, eat all you wish. We have plenty prepared. Don't be picky. We have beautiful Raludin. We have Sauerbraten. We also have Splatzel, and of course, just your normal German sausages, currywurst, bratwurst, Frankfurter, so on and so forth.
But Marianne, your daughter, looking at Clive, and so we're cooking a chuck roast. Lassen Sie du Kinder espaten. Let the children relax.
Let us, the Fourth Reich, yes, but the adults of the family, take off some of the burden of these children. They have gone through much, and they are not nearly as prepared for it as the Fourth Reich is.
Frederick setting the table, Krallen helping him. See, more food here for you, Hunk? You guys aren't feeling sick? Truce! Looking at Hunk.
No,
Right,
no,
truce with Carter. Right.
yeah, no, we're not feeling sick at all. There's no drugs in it at all, no woofies or anything like that.
Kind of feel sick thinking about that poor lady. Brains get blown out, though. I'm sorry, what? Nothing? Walking into the kitchen.
I'm just going to take him for his word and think he didn't say anything. I cannot handle any more bad news at the moment.
Hinsetzen! Hinsetzen! Sit down. Scar, hinsetzen! Hinsetzen!
Take your seats. Take your seats. Go ahead. Herr Hunk at the head of the table, and Fräulein Devine, you may sit on his lap as usual. Don't worry.
Sit dear now.
Davin sits right down on his lap. Oh my god, we're having dinner with Nazis.
Allow me, Krallenhimmler, coming in with more food. And Heinrich Himmler.
Oh, Krellin Himmler, oh my god.
Frederick Gruber or something like that, and Samuel von Braun.
Samuels von Braun, you say?
Yes, smiling at Davine, pouring her some water with telekinesis, then walking back to the kitchen.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, and look at all these beautiful children. Ah, is this the beautiful young Fräulein Integra?
Yeah, putting his hand up to Integra.
Integra's eyes widen as she leans back. She doesn't know who, like, Hitler or anything was, but she can just instinctively realize that this is not good, and him putting his hand up at her is not good at all.
So you guys cooked a... whatever. He starts eating the cabbage. This is good. This is incredible. Chewing it slowly. Yeah!
It's good? Damien leans forward and starts eating it. Oh my god, it's delicious.
Clive, maybe you could take off the uniform. You don't need to wear it inside.
Nine. We have a mission that is coming up soon, so we must be prepared for it, Fräulein Eva Braun.
Oh, okay. Taking Clive's hand.
He puts a hand onto her shoulder and looks up at Hill.
And I hope you are enjoying it as well, little Fräulein.
Putting mashed potatoes in her mouth, nodding and smiling big at Clive.
He smiles big back at her, then looks at Thomas.
We will also have a truce with you, do not worry, Herr Thomas.
As Thomas's eyes widen, he leans back, looking at Clive, and looks at Hill, then back at Clive.
But maybe you could at least take off the hat and the jacket that looks oddly authentic. We bleiben, wir Carter sie bleiben, als das Wetterland ruft. We are staying to greet Carter, then the fatherland calls.
The fatherland calls, Fräulein Braun.
Oh, wonderful. I always loved Eva Braun.
David, with eyes wide, looking at Suletta.
As I know you have, because you love yourself, yeah.
As he walks back over.
And Father Gutska, it is wonderful to see you. You have served your country quite well over so many years.
As he holds Father Goodscar's hand and gives it a kiss.
Scar will put his other hand up in a Nazi salute.
Clive stands straight up, clicks his heels together, throws his arm out.
Herr Skardov.
We get this as Elizabeth. How is Elizabeth? Please, looking shocked. She's not doing well right now. She's Mama Lan is actually with her, spending some time. And then she's not good.
Not good at all, I'm very sorry to say.
That can be done. Well, if she ever needs to see us, I know how inspirational it is to see Skardov in person, so if the use of Skardov ever needs to see him, just have Elizabeth let us know, and he will give her a very special knife, given to her by Skardov herself.
What type of knife?
Oh, Skardoff, do you have one on hand?
Pulls one out. Hitler. Skardolf youth knife.
Yeah, it's a Skardoff youth knife. It is very special. My Führer gives them to the use himself, the use that proves themselves in battle and any maybe academic purposes. Anyone who presents themselves very well for the Fourth Reich.
Die Fuse ist nie Suva Brushagafa für die Family. The Führer is never too busy for his family. His spoon shaking in his hands as the door opens. Hunk's shocked expression is softened, seeing Samantha looking a lot better. Oh, thank Jesus, there's my son and his beautiful wife.
Oh, thank God, and she looks so much happier.
Ah, yeah! Holding up, Sam starts laughing.
Ah, the beautiful Fräulein Samantha, come, give Uncle Rommel a hug.
Die Kinder, sie bin Beindela. The children love the Führer. She hugs Clive. Carter's seeing the.
Clive hugs Sam back.
Go say hi to the Führer. He wants to see you so much. Go say hi to the Führer.
She flutters her eyes at JJ, runs up to the Führer, who greets her with open arms.
You gotta be kidding me. JJ walks up as well. Clive walks right up to Leslie.
Oh, Fräulein Leslie, we haven't been smoking, have we?
Oh, yes, she has. Rubbing Laz's lower back. The death of Betty is taking its toll, Uncle, as, well, I can see clearly on other people.
Yeah. Herr Hunk has been gravely affected by it. I know that is what you're talking about. Trust me, we all go through things in our own unique way. If you must smoke a bit, you must smoke a bit, but please try to cut down on it. We wouldn't want your health to be affected too greatly, yeah? Go on, say hello to the Führer. Make sure to give him a kiss on the cheek.
Du bist deine Mutter unsinnlich. You look so much like your mother. I know, and I'm very grateful for it. Letting go of Scar, walking in the kitchen. Yeah, right. Getting up to follow JJ.
Laz will walk over to Scar.
Yeah, hug her in the tight. It's a super surreal moment because she's getting a hug from Scar. Remembers his warm, furry embrace, but it's not Scar at the same time.
Thank you so much for the hug, Führer. I suppose I should do this. She looks back at Oz and then at Scar and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Du bist Zuvis Agagasassen. You have grown so much. Looking at
Oh, thank you so much. Skardoff, it is so nice of you to say that.
they all have to take their turns greeting the Führer. Carter and Memory Head are up next. Sasha grabs sounds and walks around the odd mosh pit, as does Pequod with Nicole, because Pequod and Julius know her parents want to see Icy. And he's alone because his girlfriend hasn't shown up yet.
Please don't leave me, guys.
Oh, here we go. Father.
Clive first walks up to Memory Ann. He grabs her by the face and gives her 2 large kisses that make an audible smack on her cheeks as he leans back.
Ah, my beautiful daughter, you look so much like me.
She looks shocked.
Make sure you say hello to Uncle Führer. Make sure you say hello to Uncle Führer. He has been dying to see you.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. We haven't seen one another since the invasion of Europe, right?
Since we captured Paris, France. Oh, he has been time to see you.
He walks over to Carter and puts his hand out.
Herr Carter.
Carter looks down at his hand, shakes it slowly, and then slowly looks over towards all the children eating the food. And he looks at Clive, and then he rushes over. Oh my god, why are you letting them eat?
9! 9! Gesturing angrily at Carter. Political tensions high.
You have such little faith in us. When we presented a truce to you, we do not harm the children at all. We put a truce in place. We are following by the truce. Have faith in us, Carter. Have faith in the Fourth Reich.
It's clean, Carter. I've eaten half my plate. Your grandpa... It's clean. Looking at Carter.
Carter lets out a breath. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Deine Hutschneit kann sie's fantastisch, Wolfe. Your beauty cannot be understated. Thank you, Uncle Fiora.
Carter just looks down at his feet. Oh, fucking hell, Uncle Fuhrer.
Carter, yeah, putting his hand out to Carter. Yeah, shaking it.
Carter shakes his hand. Hello, Uncle Fuhrer. How are you?
Yeah, 9. Gesturing to the food.
No, the food is okay?
Mm-hmm. Nodding his
Wonderful. I'll make sure to eat some then. If everyone seems to quite enjoy it, especially the children over there.
Mm-hmm. Puts his hand on his belly and rubs.
Wonderful. He pats his Scar on the shoulder. Walks over to Marianne. Oh God! So should we sit down at the table with your mother or go into the kitchen?
Hale waving to Carter. I think Hale and Thomas would like to see us.
Oh, yeah, they do. And Carter walks over to Hale.
Scar will actually come out and pull the seat out for Carter.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Fuhrer.
Yeah. Schnell! I'm coming. She sits down on Carter's lap.
Carter looks at Marianne and then at Skardoff. Thank you very much, Fuhrer. Skardoff.
Nods and walks back out to wait for Clive to send the final guests over to greet.
Ah, the beautiful soul. Oh, you have your mother's eyes. You are quite beautiful, yeah. The Moon Maiden herself. We are honored with her presence today. Yes, my Führer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, make sure you go greet him. He would love to see you. And Colt, oh, you look well. How is your back recovering?
Really good, General. Shaking his...
Oh, please just call me Rommel for now.
Really good, Rommel. Really good, Rom.
Oh, Rom, that's a good one. My Führer, you should start calling me Rom. It's a little nickname Colt just gave me.
Yeah, putting out his arms for
Sol will walk over and hug him. And before Colt manages to leave, Clive pulls him in close.
I just want to say you've the best sniper the SS ever had.
his eyes go wide. How many confirmed kills do I have? I've forgotten, sir. It's been so long since the Eastern Front.
266.
For the fatherland, right, sir?
For the fatherland. Now get over there. The Führer would love to see his best sniper.
Der Wistengruber Kafir das Fatherland sein. You will be a great magic warrior for the fatherland. Looking at...
Yes, of course, Uncle Fuhrer. Of course I will be. Here's a hug, and she hugs Scar.
Now, schnell, 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 Herr Himmler! Oh, I'm coming. He comes in! Gestures to Father Good Scar. Okay. Takes Father out of the room so Colt and Soul can sit.
Sit down quickly, please, Colt.
He sits! Good.
She rushes over and jumps onto his lap. Oh my god!
The Fura coming up to greet Ricky, a rare honor. Usually guests are sent to greet the
Hey, Uncle Scar, good to see you.
Yeah! Holding his paw.
Yeah, and good to see you, Mr. Clive.
There's a very best Scardoth's youth. Ricky Valorius. You know your father, Asherian Valorius. He was commander of the SS. Yeah. He was a great man. He was a very great man. And then Carter, before we got him into the concentration camps, he managed to get him. I apologize for that every single day, and I truly wish I could have brought him back alive. Herr Ricky.
Es tut end leis, das war Land Vata in Stalingrad verhallen haben. We are sorry we lost your father in Stalingrad.
No, it's fine. You guys did all you could. I'm sure Dad isn't upset with you.
Selena picking up Rebecca to make room as Colt pats the chair for Ricky. Yeah! Shaking Ricky's hand.
He will shake Scar's hand.
Nom 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 nom, ja ja. Schnell, schnell! Gesturing to the plate.
Go schnell, come on.
Ricky's gonna limit break and haul ass there as quick as he can.
Are you sure you can't stay and entertain the guests? Nein! Gestures dismissively towards Blaze. What a shame, Herr Rommel. My Führer.
I know we are the very best at entertaining the party guests, but more pressing matters always do present themselves, don't they, Herr Blaze?
Herr Himmler! Oh, time to go. Me want to show off me uniform to Julius. Me no have syrup on me pants. Come on, Frederick. Samuel just shaking his head. The fatherland need us. Oh God!
Oh, Samuel, if I go, you have to go.
Can't go far without Werner von Braun, Samuel. Jesus Christ. He starts walking off.
God, I'm sorry. He just looks at everyone and starts walking out.
You really buying into this, Krellin? It's truce with Carter. Who cares who the people are? Yeah, who cares? You have no idea. Oh, me look up some other day. Not worried now. Walks out. By the way, shoot lady in face. What? Crowley, come back. He just leaves with Clive and Scar.
No, you can't leave us off like that, please.
I think he's referring to earlier today. Where do you think they got the uniforms? A Nazi memorabilia place got hit, a museum, and the cashier was shot. Ergo, that's what Towns thinks right now, and we're actively working to cover it up. That food looks actually really good, even though I just ate walking over.
And Julius nods. Yeah, it is looking amazing, is it not?
Stop it! Punching Julius in the arm, laughing!
Julius starts laughing.
Jesus Christ, your mother almost fucking fainted carrying David over here.
Honestly, Mom, I get it. I really do. I can't blame you for almost fainting.
What's wrong with your pants, Julius? You wet yourself, Julius? No, you can thank your daughter-in-law. Sam, sorry.
Julius looks over at his father. My daughter-in-law decided to push my chicken and waffles onto my pants as she was pushing a gun towards us. Well,
Yeah.
multiple pieces of armor.
Yeah, your daughter-in-law, hunk, yeah. Yeah. Well, you look better. She looks better. She was afraid we were gonna kick her out of the family. We're gonna work with Ash. Oh.
Davine looks over at Sam. Is that what you need, darling?
To fight. Yeah. Not to bodyguard, not to babysit. Fight and kill. I don't have to look after JJ, and I don't have to look after Ash or Saris or their bounty hunter friend. And Les and Oz are on the ship. Don't have to worry about them. I can finally do what I was trained to do. If that's what you need, then I support you. He'll hug her.
As do I, darling, as do I. And Davine will join in on the hug.
It's good. And hey, staying active helps, and you know, when you come home, you need the rest. If you want to come over to our place, please do. Just leave the I'm gonna get kicked out of the family shit at the door. She chuckles, lets go, and hugs JJ tightly.
JJ hugs her back, which, just to let you know, love, I will never let happen.
I know. Kissing him passionately. Pequod, food does look good. Come on, Nicole, you could stand to eat. She passes out on the floor. Vein pops out in his forehead.
Julius watches her pass out. He picks her up. She's all right. She's good. She's good. She just needs some rest, and I will. She just needs some sleep right now, Dad.
We got her to eat a little bit, Dad. He's about to erupt.
Julius walks over, holding Icy, but he walks over and leans down towards him. Dad, it's all right. I got this, okay?
How bad? Stroking her head.
It's pretty bad. She's asking for cigarettes, booze.
Oh, great. Wonderful, dear.
Oh God, Istram. Oh my God. She reaches out and starts petting Icy on the top of the head, but Julius reaches out and puts a hand onto Hunk's arm. Have I ever let something terrible happen to my sister before?
No, you haven't. No.
I'm gonna make sure she's okay. Okay?
All right.
I have her back, no matter what.
How many times have you found her passed out like this? 3 or 2? I don't know exactly. 3 or 2.
Julius nods. It's not great. It's not great at all, but we had a talk with her. And if for 1 second that she thinks she should instead do plan B, I managed to convince her to let me know, and that's what we're gonna go through with.
All right. You think... Can you leave her here so your mother can hold her a while instead of shoving her off into bed somewhere? If you want to.
Of course, yeah, no. Here. Julius will hand Icy to Davine. Davine holds her and she gives her a kiss on the cheek. Oh, my little Istrom. And she starts like bouncing her like she's a little baby to right now. She is a little baby to Davine, so she's bouncing her like a mother would a child.
Uncle rubbed Davine's shoulders. The food isn't spiked, and it is actually pretty goddamn good. I'm shocked. Sam eating her plate, giving JJ a second plate. He's eaten one already. Looks amazing. Yeah. Kata's even eating it. Look, Ricky down to 4th plate. Look at Ricky go.
That boy really can eat, can't he?
Ricardo, slow down. You might choke. Let him eat.
It's really good and I really am hungry.
Yes, but if you choke, it's called stress eating. Let the boy eat.
Carter nods. As much as you want, I'm sure there's enough for him in this house.
I'm so glad your girlfriend wasn't here to see what I just saw. Just saying. Neverhead chuckles. Oh, it's so sad.
I'd be worried she'd leave me if she got a hug from Uncle Scardolph.
Uncle Fura! Colt grabbing Ricky.
You poor fuckers have to live on the lane with him, man.
Uncle Fura. Just looking out the door where they left. Hunk, alright, so, gonna go work with Ash, do some business. You're going too, huh, Les?
Les nods. Yes, sir. We're trained for long time flights, so we're gonna be piloting for the ship, and then if we ever need to switch off, we can, sleep in shifts and everything like that.
It's probably gonna be long haul. The Ranger Mage is quite relentless, so they say he is. Yeah, so we might not be home too much, but we will keep in constant contact. Right, Samantha? Yeah, nodding her head. This cabbage is oddly good.
It is quite delicious, isn't it? Usually I'm not the biggest fan of cabbage, but it is quite good.
Did Clive cook this? Downs lifting up a plate, looking under it. He'll walk away for a second, start going through the trash. He claimed he cooked it. Yeah, Krellin did anyway. Yeah, he got it from this. Look at the. Yeah, oh, he cooked it all right. Slamming a box against Hunk's chest. Hofbriar House, located on Ring 3 of Gateway. Well, I bought it then. Pequot shrugging.
Julius puts his hand out for the box.
He'll hand it to Julius.
Oh yeah, classic German cuisine. We've must served this for everyone in the family. I think that is the greatest idea. Don't you, Herr Primarch?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Julius looks at the box. Oh god, it's so stupid, it really is.
Well, you know what? Your mother and I always wanted to try that place out. We wanted to save that Hofbriar House place for a mom and dad solo dinner, not, you know what I mean, son. Now we've gotten to. Sasha laughing.
Well, at least we know it is quite delicious.
Imagine the look on those employees' faces when they came in dressed like that. I'll cover it up.
Into a classic German cuisine place.
He stands up. I'll go pay off the employees not to talk. Disappear.
Julius looks down and just starts laughing.
Downs is a good man.
He truly is he not? He is a wonderful man. Davian looks over at Sasha. You chose so well, darling.
Thank you very much. Italians aren't all that bad. Eating her mashed potatoes. Hunk kissing Icy on the head. Rubbing her head. Oddly normal dinner given the hosts of the dinner, if you think about it, honey.
Yes, oddly normal. Do you really think they're going through with the truce?
Yeah, I do. Maybe I'm trying to be a bit of an optimist in these. He looks down really sad at Icy and starts tearing up times, but yeah.
Oh, I know, darling. I know, and it's important to be glass half full right now. She gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Pequod will grab Julius's hand and kiss it and start slowly eating, but not letting go of Julius's hand as... God damn, this food's got Carter! 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 Carter!
Carter!
Carter Rainfall, am I right? Coming up to this guy, anybody can play it with a plate of food. I like that kid's band, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, man, they play like the best music, don't they?
I'm usually into rap myself and like some jazz, but man, I heard that Carter kid's music long before he ever paid for dinner. The tank rolling up with the Fura. They're not in sight, obviously. The firemen can't see them.
There is our target, men.
Wow! Coming out of the top of the tank, 'cause he's in there piloting. What are we doing here, Clive?
This is a potluck being thrown by the first responders of that volcano issue. It is being thrown by Carter, believe it or not. So all these people either need to be killed or be thrown into the concentration camps. I am leaning towards the first option.
What? We're going to kill people? Last then Blitzkrieg beginning. What Blitzkrieg mean?
You will see what's Blitzkrieg mean. Fourth Reich, attack!
Samuel in Angliff. Samuel, attack. As Frederick and Samuel fly over in a Luftwaffe interceptor. Man, Carter Rain, what the? Shooting. Ah!
Oh my god! Why don't, we
Running
just,
for their life.
why don't we just crush this into the mountain, Samuel? I think that would be preferable.
Oh, crash it into the tank more likely.
I think whatever god is out there would forgive us if we did that.
Schnell! Sergeant, this guy getting shot up. These people, the cars exploding.
Yeah! Yeah! Blitzkrieg!
Krillin disappears into the tank, eyes wide, shocked expression. Fire! Blowing a hole into the fire station.
Onward! Onward! Forward! No survivors! All into this concentration camps! Yeah!
Blowing up more of the goddamn fucking fire station. The sounds of death and screams as the Luftwaffe interceptor flies over. What are you doing? What are you doing, motherfucker? Pointing at Klein. You insane bastard reaching for a handgun. He's actually armed.
Ah, over the same.
Falling over. For the glory of the Reich.
For the glory of the Reich, it shall reign for 1,000 and 1,000 years more.
Excellent shot, my general.
Oh, thank you, my Führer.
Fire! As another shot goes off, blowing up the fire station. Flashing here. Pequod walking with a plate of food. You're awake now? Yeah. And I'm not eating that. It's for Elizabeth then.
And Julius nods. We'll see if we can get Elizabeth to eat something.
Mom and Dad are very... Moms? I don't even remember seeing Mom and Dad. Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly why they're worried. I see. You saw them, Mom held you, and was bouncing you like you would a baby for like an hour straight.
Don't even remember. Coming into the house, just get me in the room with her. Let me get some more sleep. And then 0500 wake me up. How about 07? 5.
Julius inhales and exhales. Alright, we'll wake you up at 0500, but only if we get to sleep in there with you guys.
I will never shrug off company. I can't get her to eat, so I think we need some Pequod magic. Coming in, opening the door, Elizabeth seeing icy.
Elizabeth's head slowly turns towards her. Oh, sissy.
She'll put her arms out and sit down next to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth like crawls on all fours and lays herself into Icy's arms.
Pequod sighs, comes in the room. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, Pequod. Hi,
Hung-
Julius.
Hungry?
Not especially.
I understand, but she'll set. Doesn't this look good?
She looks at the plate of food. It does sort of look good.
They made me eat, so you have to eat. Rubbing her head.
Elizabeth looks up at Icy, nods slowly, and it looks like she forces herself to sit up straight.
Why don't you let Julius hold you for a while?
Okay. Would you hold me, Julius? Julius clicks his tongue. Of course, get over here, kiddo. He sits down next to her, picks her up, sets her on one of his knees, hugs around her. I got you. You don't have to worry about falling or anything. I won't let anything. Julius looks up at the ceiling. I won't let anything bad happen to you.
How have you been doing, Elizabeth? Have you left the room at all today?
She shakes her head. No, Mum.
Why don't you go play some games at Aunt Nicole's tomorrow?
Her lip starts to tremble as she hugs around herself and starts to cry.
She sits down on the couch and facepalm.
Julius looks down. Hey, Elizabeth. Here's the deal. How about I go play whatever game you want to? And if you don't want to play any game, what if we just go in there and sit down in the Jurassic Park machine together? Just us two. We don't have to talk. We don't have to do anything. We could just sit there together. Deal? She wipes her nose with her sleeve and sniffles even still and nods. Could we please do that? And Elizabeth looks up. Can you come too, Pigwad?
Yeah, we'll come. We can all come. We'll bring Nicole, maybe Mom and Dad. We'll go. Yeah.
Okay, I think I would like that, please.
But only if you eat the whole plate.
She looks at all the food on the plate. She looks up at Pequod. I'll try my best.
50-50 split. Nicole had to eat, you have to eat.
She nods. Only 'cause Icy did. And
Yes,
she'll
she has to keep her strength up to bring Benny back.
At the mention of Benny's name, her lips starts to tremble again and she starts to cry. Oh God. She looks over at Icy. Are you okay? How's it going? Have you made any progress?
We're getting there, Munchkin. Scratching her head. I'm just so tired. I feel like I've spent 8 months with Lorelai.
Elizabeth nods. Get some sleep then. You look like you need it. Please get some sleep.
Yeah, I look like shit. Lighting a cigarette, leaning back to fall asleep. Pequod will take it out of her mouth. So if she's going through all this and what amounts to, in my opinion, killing herself, you can fucking eat your plate.
Elizabeth nods. I'll eat my plate of food. No problem.
You're gonna go out on a walk tomorrow with Mom and Dad and keep their spirits up.
Yes, you are. And Elizabeth nods. I'll make sure to go out on a walk with them.
Good. Hang out with Thomas Hale. Being around babies helps, and this food is excellent. Clive claimed he cooked it, but in reality he just went up to Gateway and bought it. Your uncle's a Nazi, by the way. We'll fill you in later.
She just sighs heavily. I don't have the energy to deal with whatever the fuck you just said.
I'll go get some blankets. She'll go out and come back with a blanket, put it over Icy, and then I've got one for you, and I'll put one over Julius.
Julius nods. Yeah, we're gonna spend the night in here with you, okay, sweetie? Elizabeth nods as she continues to slowly but surely eat her plate of food.
And we're gonna turn this TV on. Low, so Aunt Nicole can sleep. Your sister can sleep. But staring at this TV blank all day isn't doing you any good.
Elizabeth looks at Pequod, then back down at her plate of food. I do it to stare at myself.
What good does that do?
Stare at the idiot that I am. I walked away from the man and then he died. It's probably my fault that he died. His head probably wasn't in the game and it's all my fault.
I would try and convince you differently. However, she'll sit down, take her boots off and sit down, and stretch out on the couch. I've seen this before, and I also tried with your mother.
Elizabeth looks at Pequod and nods. Trust me, I understand. She just goes back to eating her food.
Keep your head in the game to help your sister keep her head in the game, and he'll be back. And never ask anything like this of her again.
I'm gonna try to give her the biggest repayment I'd ever be able to give her. Trust me.
Pequod nods her head. Turn on the news. Maybe you'll see your crazy uncle. And lays on the couch, shaking her head, looking at Julius sadly.
Julius looks back at Pequod with the same sad expression on his face. He hugs Elizabeth a bit tighter and he'll turn on the news.
And we cut there.